Oh, wow. Hey, much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. How you guys doing today? It's been a couple days, huh? Been fighting a little cold, guys. I'm gonna be honest. So, still kind of going through it, but just wanted to go ahead and at least drop something and go over the Civil War series that I had about a couple years back. I feel like it's very important, very good information. A lot of people haven't seen. I got a lot of new subscribers. And I wanted to go over that today again. We're gonna do all 4 episodes back to back. All right, we're gonna do all 4 episodes back to back. So get cozy, take your time. If you're doing things, you can just have it on while you listen. But yeah, we're gonna do a marathon right now. I appreciate everybody that's tuned in and will be tuning in. Thank you for all your support. Appreciate you guys a lot. Hawa blessings. Thank you again for coming through, making time to be here. All right, we're gonna get started right away. Shout out to everybody in the chat, in the live chat. Thanks for coming through. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started right here. I'm gonna just get the video going. All right, again, we're gonna do 4 episodes of my series, The True Cause of the Civil War, or the Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. You guys ready? It wasn't about slavery. It wasn't about slavery. All right, here we go. Thanks for, again, coming through. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you like and subscribe and share the video. Many people don't know about this information. So, help me spread the information. Appreciate you guys. Wow. All right, let's get started.
Todos sabemos que las
For the South, the two most frequently slavery state. He might kill lessons. Thanks for the support. Been dealing with a lot with these You know, with the censorship and everything, you know, they're trying to bargain with me now. All of a sudden, now they're trying to bargain with me, and they're giving me, you know, crazy things to do. You know, and I'm like, no, because you know, you're telling me to accept guilt. I have no guilt. You're making up things. So, all right, guys, sorry about the babbling. That's from the old video, so I'm just trying to get to the part with the info, right? Let's get the video started. All right. If you want to watch the originals, this would be part 1. All right. Let me just get to the part over. Now, you know, we just came from the video yesterday, you know, so-called white slave who actually was colored, but yeah, you know, she was deemed so-called white because she was German. And yeah, she was a so-called slave, you know, Sally Miller, Salome Mueller. All right, everybody's like, that's not her name, it's Salome. Okay. The fugitive slave laws and the Prig and Dred Scott rulings tended to strengthen the argument. If there was no distinction between white and black slavery, and if a slaveholder possessed the right to pursue a slave into any state, he might kidnap and claim ownership of a white person. All right, that was by Russell B. Nye, Fettered Freedom, Civil Liberties, and the Slavery Controversy from 1830 to 1860. These are the contents of the book. Again, we're going to try to get through the whole book as long as YouTube lets us learn and build as a community, you know, so we can discuss this and learn together. Illustrations, all right, it says here. All right, so let's get to the good part. Again, thank you for tuning in. I'm going to dive into this book right here. All right. There were many reasons why the Civil War. So, guys, right now, I remember now, I was actually reading and not showing the book. I didn't know at the moment. But I just listen, it'll definitely get into the book now, okay? Was fought. Perhaps the two most salient for the North were preserving the Union and preventing the expansion of slavery into the territories. For the South, the two most frequently referred to have been the right of secession and allowing slavery to expand into the territories. There is, however, a relatively little known explanation which has not received the attention it so justly deserves, and that is white slavery. All right? It's not me saying it, it's in this book, White Slavery, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. If cause can be defined as any political or social dynamic which exacerbated the tension between the North and the South, then white slavery certainly qualifies because it contributed to the deep-rooted friction which existed between the free and slave sections of the country. White people being slaves in the American South may seem unbelievable at first, and that being a cause of the Civil War, even more far-fetched, but as readers will come to understand, the archival evidence, all right, the archival evidence, all right, truth hurts. The archival evidence sources, real primary sources, the contemporary publications and documents of the day, all right, of the day conclusively proves the case, all right? So this ain't about emotions, this ain't about opinions and assumptions with no sources. Anybody can say anything and everybody knows everything until you ask for the sources, right? Until you ask for the sources. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln's campaign newspaper said, "The human mind is so constituted that it is prone to regard as right what has come down to us, approved by long usage." All right? Which, that reminds me, you know, I want you guys to hold on right there. Hold on to that thought, right? They just mentioned, who did they just mention? Abraham Lincoln, right? Well, we know something about Abraham Lincoln, don't we, guys? Who was Abraham Lincoln? I'm going to show you guys. In case you're new to the channel. So this should already ring a bell. Knowing who Abraham Lincoln is, you know, you should already, you know, make the ideas in your head as to, okay, if there is a so-called black man as president during the same time that they're supposedly freeing slaves, right? Oh, Kurimeo, what did you say? Did you just say Abraham Lincoln is the so-called black man? Well, his autobiography, most general consensus, most sources from the time describe him as a dark-skinned person. All right, let's see if we can get just one source in this video. All right, so you guys can see. All right. Well, we got many sources. Right here, he's being called, says here, questions and demands of life and death cut deeper than ever upon his dark brown face. But we want to go to his autobiography. I want to make sure you guys see this. Whoa. Hey, hey, you're not even, are you going to let me benefit from this? This ain't suitable. Hey, YouTube, this ain't suitable for my presentation right now. All right, skip that. All right, Abraham Lincoln. Wouldn't the people lynch me? Why is Abraham Lincoln saying that if he goes back to his hometown? Wouldn't the people lynch me? Wouldn't the people lynch me? All right, then it's Hanks. Yep, the Hanks family of Melungeons. We got over that. We got all of that in here. Okay, Nancy, this is his mom. All right, Nancy was in her 23rd year. She was above the ordinary height and stature, weighed about 130 pounds, was slenderly built, and had much the appearance of one inclined to consumption. Her skin was dark, hair dark, brown eyes, gray and small. All right, his mom was dark skinned. His mom was a Melungeon. All right, his mom was a Melungeon. The hidden Lincoln from the letters and papers of William Herndon. All right, again, we're just going through here. We're just belly flopping. All right, it says Mr. Lincoln's physical nature was comparatively low, coarse, and not fine and high. He seemed to have no blood in his frame. His flesh was dark and wrinkled and folded. His flesh was dark. His flesh was dark. His flesh was dark. All right. His flesh was dark and wrinkled and folded. It says here, Mr. Richardson says, my father came to Spencer County, Indiana. In 1828, Lincoln was tall and raw-boned at 18. When 16 years of age, he was 6 feet high. He was somewhat bony and raw, dark-skinned, all right? Dark-skinned. He was quick and moved with energy, all right? Now, make sure to catch the whole video so you can see what sources I'm quoting, all right? Because we got another presentation to move on to. We ain't going to repeat things, all right? So again, if Mr. Lincoln is a swarthy, very dark-skinned man, as it says here, his organisms and structure were loose and leathery. His body was well shrunk, cadaverous and shriveled, having very dark skin, dry and tough, wrinkled and lying somewhat in a flabby fold. All right, very dark skin. All right, I mean, do I need to show you more? Or what do we got here? Another source. Abraham Lincoln, drawn original sources and containing speeches and letters and telegrams by Ida Tarbo, Volume 1. Volume 1. His smooth shaven face seemed of bronze. All right, his face was bronze. 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 I mean, we got so many sources here. All right, and then we got the Lincoln Encyclopedia. All right, and the Lincoln Encyclopedia. This is basically from his autobiography, they're quoting. All right, and this is, if any personal description of me is thought desirable, it may be said that I am in height 6 feet 4 inches, nearly lean in flesh, weighing an average 180 pounds, dark complexion, with coarse black hair and dark eyes, dark complexion. All right, that just goes to a lot of the trolls out there talking about I'm trying to make people so-called black. If he himself is telling you he is dark complexion, you know. So again, this was old videos, guys. We're going over a little marathon. This book that we're going to read here, because I didn't show it, is called The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. This one right here. verify the sources. All right, so we detoured a little bit. We're back in the book. Now, what do we remember? He was telling us the other cause of the Civil War, which is white slavery. And he said he got proof of it. I'm really interested in knowing what he got, what we're going to read in this. I'm going to be honest with you. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I read, the preface, most of it, a little bit. I haven't read the rest of the book. Like I just really wanted to read it with you guys. I want to be surprised. I want to be like, wow, I want to research things, and you can see I'm not trying to edit anything out. We're going to read it just how it is. We're going to interpret the information. We're going to pull out the babies, based on the knowledge that we already have, right? This journey we've been on. Again, Abraham Lincoln was a dark complexion man, so-called Negro, all right? And a melanated person. I can't even say certain words now. That's how bad I'm being censored right now. They're trying to make deals with me. You don't understand. They're trying to negotiate with me what I can say and what I shouldn't say. It's really silly, all right? It's really silly. I mean, I can show you the emails. I ain't making this up. So, Abraham Lincoln's campaign newspaper said the human mind is so constituted that it is prone to regard as right what has come down to us approved by long usage. The topic of slavery by long usage has traditionally been thought of exclusively in terms of black slavery, and as a consequence, the issue of white slavery continues to be omitted from discussions about the institution of slavery in America. The idea that slavery existed in our country cannot be separated from race, so racial issues play an important role in the story to be told, all right? YouTube, we're reading and learning. We ain't offending anybody. What? Why? It cannot be separated. We cannot separate this teaching. It's part of the history. The story needs to be told. You got to allow us to tell this story. Fair use. It's illegal to censor people. All right? I don't know if I'm going to play all those games with you, okay? You got to offer me better deals and negotiations. So racial issues play an important role in the story to be told. White slavery in the South necessarily had to do with race. The one-drop rule in white mulattoes. In America today, the term mulatto is often found to be offensive by many people of mixed white and black heritage. However, utilizing the term in an historical context is a necessary and privileged use with no derogatory connotation whatsoever, all right? We're not being offensive here. We're just reading history, all right? Because we're using words that are contemporaneous and the times we're reading, all right? What does mulatto mean? A mulatto is commonly thought of as a person who has a medium brown complexion, one whose parentage is both white and black, all right? So again, crayon colors, right? They're just talking about crayon colors here, right? When they try to explain mulatto to us. But we already got a lot of drop on mulatto, right? You guys been in the journey with me. We already know you got mulatto all over your ancestor census, and they had nothing to do with people being mixed, all right? This is the literal meaning, right? That's what they tell you, that is about white and black. Another meaning exists as well, a meaning much more relevant to this study. Throughout slavery days, a slave was a mulatto if he or she had any degree of white and black parentage. It must be clearly understood that even after many generations, white people who had a mere one drop of black blood could be and were enslaved as mulattoes, white mulattoes. That is to say, white slaves. All right, so I guess that's what they're calling it. That what they're explaining the white part is, because I know, and we've found many census who we know are so-called black people, and they have them as white in the census. We've actually seen Wanagi's ancestry census and Opemijos. Same thing on both brothers. They had an ancestor. It's listed as white. 10 years later, guess what? They're so-called black, 10 years later, they just changed completely. And then you got all the in-betweens, right? Colored mulattoes, Cherokee, Catawba, Saponi, all the in-betweens, all that, All right, so where were we? It says these individuals looked white and had no visible African ancestry whatsoever. All right. Many people have heard of the one drop rule, whereby the most infinitesimal amount of black blood makes one black. All right. I also want to just clarify and clear up, and we already got the sources. We got hours and hours of sources in my indentured servitude videos, right? We know there was pale-skinned people, so-called white people, who were also under indentures, who were also working in the plantations, who were also being treated just like a slave. It's not just mixed people who happen to have one drop. So I don't know if that's what the book is saying throughout the whole book, but we're gonna dodge the hijack, all right? We're gonna get the babies out of this one. Huguenots, you got Huguenots in the house. That's what Skip said. What is often overlooked, however, is the fact that in reality, this is a social classification. A white person and a person who has a distinct black ancestor, but no discernible black traits, look the same and are both physiologically white human beings. It was common thinking in the North to hold that slaves who looked like white people were white people and not mulattoes, not black people. As will be seen, the political ramifications of white slavery were ultimately a cause of the Civil War. All right, well, again, we're reading the forgotten cause of the Civil War. Black blood is a race-related expression that was used memorably in the popular Broadway musical and motion picture show Boat, adapted from the novel of the same name by Edna Ferber. The story begins in 1870s, and as in antebellum days, interracial marriage was illegal throughout the South. Julie is a white mulatto, living as a white woman, who was married to Steve, a white man. Helen Morgan and Ava Gardner, both white women, have played the role of Julie. Upon hearing that the local sheriff was about to challenge their marriage, a dramatic scene unfolds where Steve pricks Julie's finger and sucks out a drop of her blood. The sheriff comes on board and declares that one drop of black blood, makes you black in these parts. All right. See how they were just, declaring whatever, they wanted on people? Steve had met the criterion. Unquestionably, there is no difference in the blood of whites and blacks, as attested to by the fact that blood transfusions routinely occur, with donors and recipients being of different races. Thanks for pointing that out. All right. What is the difference? For the purpose of clarity in discussions having to do with racial mixture, the expression black blood has conveniently been utilized in a figurative sense as literary device. All right, YouTube. So don't censor us. We're just reading what the guy is calling, he's utilizing as a figurative sense. The term white slavery has been used both literally and figuratively throughout the text, and important clarifications are necessary for understanding the differences. To begin with, in a general literal sense, white slavery had to do with the white mulattoes described earlier, white people who were born into slavery and remained there for life. White slavery had two very different figurative meanings. Southerners used the term figuratively to describe white laborers in the North who were living in poverty in conditions that were worse in their view than those of their black slaves. Throughout the North, however, figurative white slavery had to do with the South threatening to subjugate and usurp Northern political power, thereby turning free Northerners into slaves, forced to adhere to Southern dictates. Michael F. Holt, an historian of note who has studied the politics of the 1850s, describes this aspect of figurative white slavery as follows. The word slavery had long had a definite meaning aside from the institution of black slavery in the South. Slavery implied subordination to tyranny, the loss of liberty and equality, the absence of republicanism. What was at stake was not just the wrong of black slavery or even the possibility of its spread, bad as that might be. What was ultimately at stake in the sectional conflict was the enslavement of white Americans in the North by despotic slaveholders bent on crushing their liberties, destroying their equality in the nation, and overthrowing the Republican principle of majority rule. Interesting, all right? So, I mean, that's interesting. If Civil War, if, things were to have continued as they say, and maybe the South gained more and more power, turned the whole country into plantations. Didn't matter what color you were. If you end up being an indentured servant, end up being under there, they didn't care. They just wanted the you know the power and the money, and just expand and get riches off of that, their own families, their republic. Take, Taken figuratively. Now again, it's hard to go, snap out of what we're reading. Again, this is from 1990, right? There's a lot of updated information. We know there was the so-called black president at the time. All right, a black president freeing so-called people, right? So, we know there was white indentured servants throughout the South. We know there was so-called black slave owners. And we know a lot of the Confederates, a lot of the Confederates were so-called black, and a lot of those weren't just slaves being forced, to fight, slaves and Indians, which did happen a lot. A lot of them were volunteers, they didn't want to lose their privilege they had. They didn't want to lose their plantations, their indentured servants, their workers. It might have been just family, they didn't want to lose that system, So we just got to always, snap in, snap out when we're reading this. We dodge the hijack all the time. It's hard though. Even for me, as I'm reading this, I'm just trying to picture what he's trying to say and what really was going on. And when he's saying white and black, because again, this ain't a crayon colored world. But in 1997, it still was. So again, let me continue. Just want to, be able to explain those kind of things. So, talking figuratively, white slavery to its logical conclusion, if Northerners were made slaves to Southern political power, such power also might actually be able to literally enslave white people. Partially those white laborers who were poor and vulnerable. As this text will show, such a potential was in fact believed by many. White slavery, in this sense, does not negate the commonly understood figurative meaning, but rather expands it to encompass a literal meaning as well. White slavery in this literal sense indicates actual physical enslavement, outright ownership, often expressed in antebellum days as property in man, or as capital showed owned labor. These various figurative and literal meanings are very different from one another, but the context in which they are found will denote the meaning intended. When a context is uncertain, white slavery will be taken to mean figurative white slavery, together with the belief in the possibility or even probability of literal white slavery. All right, so I guess he wants to say, he's saying if it says white, then they literally mean white people, which, we know white was status a lot of time. Again, there was so-called black people being labeled white. But yeah, I guess we'll go with what we can discern. The broad uses of this term is easily illustrated by the fact that there were entire works based on different denotations. In 1855, the sons and extended family members killing one another. During that time and afterwards, peace and reconciliation were the watchwords of the day. For Northerners to speak of Southerners actually enslaving white people, so-called white mulattoes, and express the belief that a nationalized slavery would enslave more whites in the North would most certainly have been politically incorrect. Surely, given the social context of the time and the national desire for reunification, such political incorrectness is quite understandable. In 1879, a mere 14 years after the Civil War, Charles Godfrey Leland published a biography of Abraham Lincoln in which he describes the desire for peace and reconciliation on the part of the North after the president was assassinated. All right. So if anybody really did meet Abraham Lincoln and we saw all those sources that were describing him, all these different people, they would have known he was a so-called black man. So Godfrey, all these people weren't, when they're talking about the Civil War, and as we were going to read, they weren't really thinking about it as complexion like that. Because if they were, they would have said, well, hey, Mr. President, how did you become president? You're so-called black. Weren't you a slave? How did you get freed? How did you become president? How did people vote for you? If everybody that can vote was so-called white, right? Oh, no, no, not everybody was. Yeah, no. It wasn't just white people voting. Yeah. It's so he says, it so happens that just at this time, the North, weary of war and willing to pardon every enemy, had no desire to vindictive, be vindictive. When Jefferson Davis was tried, Mr. Greeley eagerly stepped forward to be his bail, and there were many more looking to reconstruction and reconciliation, or to office and adverse to drive the foe to extremes. Perhaps they were right, for in great emergencies, minor interests must be forgotten. It was the Union men and the victors who were now nobly calling for peace at any price and forgiveness. The political incorrectness of the issue in the past makes sense. What is remarkable is that despite all the primary source material, all right, now despite all the proof we've shown, despite all this proof we've shown, despite all the primary sources and the materials and archival documents available to anybody who just researches a little bit, right? The notion of white slavery is still considered to be politically incorrect generations later. Tell me about it, Mr. Author. I'm still getting censored. Tell me about it. And it's part of history. The fact that this subject continues to go unaddressed is exemplified by the Southern Historical Association, which has published the prestigious Journal of Southern History since 1935. All right, so that's way after. In 4 comprehensive indexes ranging from 1935, that's like after Walter Plecker days, right? So in 4 comprehensive indexes ranging from 1935 through 1984, not a single entry for white slavery is to be found. And and we got, I got like 5 or 6 videos. I would say it's at least 20 hours. Some of these videos are 4 or 5 hours each. So I would say it's at least 20 hours of nonstop sources of white servitude. Right? And what did we find out about this so-called white servitude? That not all these so-called white people were actually pale skinned. They were only calling them so-called white because they were coming from Europe, many of them. Turns out a lot of them were actually so-called black people, black Europeans. So that's what I say, we pull out the babies out of this. But he's finding a lot of so-called white slaves, right? He's finding them. He found the archives, all right? The political incorrectness. I'm sorry, did I? It says the past has indeed been altered by the omission of white slavery from the scholarly discussions. Uh-oh, somebody's altering the past. Texas School Board, why haven't you put this in the curriculums in school? Why don't you teach us this? Why didn't you teach me this when I was in school? Why didn't you teach me about Sally Mueller? We saw the video yesterday. All that is scholarly. There's too many sources and evidence. Yet we still got a lot of Pan-Africans and a lot of this, confusion going on in these YouTube streets. More like cloud chasing. The political incorrectness of white slavery today is of different nature than that of the past. For at the present time, the belief exists that addressing the issue of white slaves in some way diminishes or belittles black slavery. The truth of the matter is that the raping of black women, the horrors of the Middle Passage, the parting of families on the auction block, and the many other unspeakable brutalities endured under black slavery can in no way be lessened in importance or significance by speaking of white slaves. All right, so he had to, make a little disclaimer. We'll do that disclaimer too. But we already know who really went through those kind of atrocities and brutalities in a real Middle Passage. We got the records. We know the Sephardic Jews, the Huguenots, the Protestants, many Irish, many of these indentured servants, undesirables, unwanted, convicts, prisoners of war, Jacobites. I mean, I got a whole list. They got packed in ships. A lot of them died on the way. A lot of the women were getting, so-called raped, a lot of brutalities. A lot of this stuff is really going on to both people of color and pale-skinned people, both. All right. Again, we're not going to go to the Kunte Kinte fictional stories. Alex Haley got sued. Alex Haley got sued for plagiarizing that. He got sued. Google it. Who were merely the byproduct, all right? The byproduct. These white slaves or black slavery and a relatively small part in the overall picture of slave in America. And there you go, dodge the hijack big time. All right. They didn't play no small part. It wasn't about complexion. It was made about complexion later on. The word white didn't even exist in Virginia until like after the 1670s. They were this in 1610. There's no records of anybody being called so-called white. Right? Again, we've already got the drop. This book is from 1997. It's a little outdated, but thank you, Mr. Author. We're helping you update it. The author's intent in examining the subject of white slavery is one of scholarship, all right? He was scholarly in 1997, so I'll give it to him, man. No, none of us were even close to even imagining what we were going to be learning 20 years, 10, 15, 20 years, you know? I for sure didn't, you know, never thought, you know, even though I felt it inside, there was something else to this life and this truth and all these lies. How did the world end up the way it is? I knew there was more to it, but all our presentations on white servitude, on anything we do, is one of scholarship. YouTube, it's one of scholarship. We don't use profanity. We do not use profanity ever in my presentations. A free and responsible search for truth and meaning. To speak of white slavery, white people who were slaves in the South and the threat of same in the North, is in no way meant to minimize or marginalize the Black experience of slavery in America. All right. So, I mean, we've already found numerous documents of white indentured servants in the North. So I guess, he didn't look that up. Again, remember, he's going with the whole North and South, free and unfree. And it was really not like that. There was still indentured servants up until 1700, 1800s in the North. We found documentation of that. So, but we're going to get the drop. White people who were slaves in this, okay, says it is no way meant to minimize or marginalize the Black experience of slavery in America. All right. Again, another disclaimer. YouTube, this is in no way meant to minimize or marginalize the Black experience of slavery in America. YouTube, okay? This is a scholarship, educational. We're just, learning here. But we're going to also talk about the so-called white experience of slavery in America. It's history. The use of capitalization here is intentional. All right. It's intentional, YouTube, because this is like a disclaimer. You make us do things like this. Google and YouTube and Big Bro. Today, there are a number of African American people who consider the very mention of white slavery to be an affront to what many in their community refer to as the Black Holocaust. All right. Again, we're just reading a book here, non-offensive. All right. Fair use disclaimer. It's not my book. I'm just reading it. I didn't say these words. It must be pointed out, however, that the Black community does not speak with a unified voice in this matter because it is a complex one. Hey, tell me about it, man. A very complex subject, very touchy subject for the so-called Black community. I know, man. Man, you're speaking to the choir, Mr. Author. While it is certainly true that there were a great many more Black slaves than white ones. Oh yeah, you have the numbers, right? You have all the charts to prove that. Yeah, show me the numbers. I'll wait. Black teachers of American history have expressed enthusiasm for having the existence of white slaves widely known. Some have even conceptualized the omission of white slaves from American history textbooks as a subtle form of racism. Oh, really? Do you think so? Many have stated that the self-esteem of Black students would be raised significantly if it were taught and ultimately commonly known that not all slaves were Black. Okay? All right? What would it do your self-esteem. Of course, picture that. That's the whole point of why we're doing this. It's my whole point of reason of doing this. You know, yeah, we're here to make you think, but we're gonna let you know too. We're here to let you know, not just think. No, you're gonna know that not all slaves were so-called black, and not all so-called black people were slaves. All right, because that's what the book is kind of trying to hint. Remember, this is from 1997, a little outdated, but we're gonna help you, Mr. Author. All right, we got the updated info for you. Hawa. That there were white slaves as well. By the same token, many in the black community with whom this author has spoken think that knowing there were white slaves as well as black ones challenges the belief of white superiority held by a number of white Americans. Raising the self-esteem of black youth in America is an admirable goal. That's an admirable goal. Let's go. Rise up. Joshua, rise up. It is dispelling in the myth of racial superiority. May this volume make a positive contribution in both of those directions. All right. Whatever this information reaches, if this is your first time in my channel, hey, we've been on a long journey. All I can say is, the Great Spirit is great. And we shall overcome no matter what obstacles. In a book having to do with the Civil War era, the path inevitably leads to Abraham Lincoln, right? Who? Abraham Lincoln, the colored man, right? He's melanated, dark skin. That's what he said about himself. That's what everybody that knew him said. Both his parents were dark skinned, all right? He was a Quaker, Protestant. We already know the deal. Sephardic, Moorish. We already know. Okay, we got the drop. Shout out to Drop Nation. Readers will find that the Richmond Enquirer has been quoted extensively herein. This prominent Southern newspaper was the major source Lincoln used to keep track of the political climate in the South. Although he also read the Charleston Mercury, it was the Richmond Enquirer, which was cited by name in several of his speeches. Henry C. Whitney, a noted biographer and legal colleague of Lincoln, all right, he described him as dark. That's one of the guys who described him as dark complexion. So Mr. Whitney knows him. He knows he's a black man when he's saying all this. What did he say? I want to know what he said. He states that Lincoln obtained his idea of the drift of popular sentiment in the South largely, if not, indeed, chiefly from that organ. The words you will read from the Richmond Enquirer were the same words Lincoln read. Rare editions in 1860. Rare editions of Lincoln's 1860 campaign newspaper, the Rail Splitter, and other newspapers have also been utilized to give insight into the emotional climate of the times, as only newspapers can do. Usage of the term the South needs a word of explanation as well. The South refers to the slaveocracy, the political power which governed the slave states, not the Southern people in general. This definition embodies an important point. There were many poor and many non-slave-holding whites throughout the Southern states, all right, who had virtually no influence on pro-slavery politics, and therefore did not comprise the South in a political sense. The oligarchy of Southern politicians and their slaveholding allies were the power of the South, what came to be known as the slave power. The United States censuses of 1840, 1850, and 1860 are an important part of the story to be told, all right? And a lot of these, we've run into them in the census when we're doing genealogy. A lot of these, you got to dodge the hijack big time. They, first of all, they remove, they have a column for race, a lot of them, and they don't use it, right? They leave it blank. I think up to 1860 and 1870, they start doing that. 1850, 1840, they just list names, and you know, they don't really say who they are. They say if the person owns, like, you know, there's you know, like 4 children under 18 who are free whites, and then there's 2 who are older than 18 free whites, and then total slaves. And when you find out, a lot of the time it's all family and it's all colored people. So whites meant something else. And I'm telling you straight up. And if you do your genealogy, you're going to run into this. We've proven this. We've known people, like we've gone to people who have been declared colored, you know, colored troops and all that, you know, in the Civil War. And then on another census before that, 1850, 1840, they're listing that they're living with free whites. You know, we're to assume that's his family, and the rest of the people are the workers, where they're listed as slaves, you know. But again, everybody in the household is colored. It's a family. Just like shout out to Wanagi for that video he did about the freedmen and the lady they interviewed. She's letting you know, when, one of her great grandfathers owned, his wife. They were all family. It wasn't slaves. And, the census takers will come and with the slave schedule that they're talking about right here, the same exact 1840s, 1850s, 1860s, and they will list everybody in the family, if it's a slave schedule, as slaves, and one person as the, slave owner. And then the regular census people would come and just list them normally as a family, head of household, the son, daughter, same people. All right. So it says here, the United States Census of 1840, 1850, and 1860 are an important part of the story to be told. In each census, there were categories for free colored, consisting of free blacks and free mulattoes enumerated together, and slaves. When referring to the census, these two terms will appear in the text with capitalization and quotation marks. In a context other than the census, the term of free people of color will refer to the free blacks and free mulattoes as one group. Likewise, people of color will be taken to mean blacks and mulattoes in general. An abundance of historical material has been quoted verbatim throughout this work, in an effort to help readers get a better feel for the time period. This primary source material has been kept in its original form and has not been modernized. All right, so hopefully we can see these actual original documents so we could interpret them ourselves, right? We'll listen to what he has to say, but we're going to interpret the information based on our knowledge, right, of what we know of a more correct history. All right, we ain't talking about crayon colors. The letter N in the word Negro has not been capitalized, and that was the way it originally appeared. Other archaic and unusual capitalizations, as well as British spellings, have also been retained. As a practical matter, however, a few quotations in difficult archaic English have been changed to modern English. Antebellum printing typically contains common spelling errors, rather than burden the eye of the reader by using, for example, after each such example, but in keeping with historical context, these misspellings have not been corrected. All right, so again, I think I know what they're talking about. So there's a lot of misspellings, a lot of misinterpretation of the cursive handwriting. A lot of people can't understand the original, and so they think they know what they're reading, and they'll digitize the words, and so it goes on. A lot of the times the census takers don't really ask the person. Most of the time, actually, it's different people taking the census, and so they write the names differently, but it's the same person. Doesn't mean it's a different person, as long as you can see that it's the same family, same years are matching, it's the same hometown. Uncle Willie's there, and Aunt, Jemima, and everybody, it's there. It's there, it's the same person. It's the same family. So I think that's what they're speaking of right here. A lot of times that would confuse you. You don't know if you got the right person, but just verify the rest of the info if it matches. As a practical matter, however, few quotations in difficult archaic English have been changed to modern English. Antebellum printed typically contains common spelling errors rather than burden of the... Okay, we read this. Sorry about that. It says old-fashioned punctuation, which frequently includes the use of unexpected and excessive commas, has not been modernized either. All italics and quotations have been retained, as have the italicized names of newspapers and court cases when originally appearing so.
if expedient or necessary for syntax, the first letter of the first word in certain quotations has been capitalized or put into lowercase, opposite that of the original. Paraphrases have been kept to an absolute minimum, so what will be read are the exact words and punctuation of those who wrote back in slavery times, particularly the decade of the 1850s, the years during which the politics of civil war accelerated. Since much of this subject matter is considered to be controversial, why would this be controversial? Huh, YouTube? Why would this be controversial if it's history? White slavery, mulatto inferiority, slave smuggling, slave breeding, kidnapping, the direct quotations, establishing solid authenticity, and provide readers with original primary source material from which they may draw their own conclusions. Let us see the information. Why are you holding on to all this information? Let us interpret it in our way. Don't tell us what you interpret. Let us draw our own conclusions with what we're finding. Personal and professional perspectives have been addressed, from a variety of eyewitness accounts to congressional speeches by Northern politicians who were concerned about the threat white slavery posed on free North. Another editorial decision had to do with designing the index for this book. The extensive scholarly index has been primarily structured in terms of concepts rather than mere keywords. An index in subject matter which is unfamiliar to many readers required an atypical approach. A word about what this study is and what it is not. This text focuses on one small yet significant facet of antebellum life in America, and that is white slavery in the South and its implications for the North. The institution of slavery in general has not been addressed per se, nor have specific aspects such as the positive good theory, which have been explained in detail elsewhere and are beyond the scope of this present work. Dozens of marvelous volumes have already been done on antebellum America, politics in general, as well as the Republican, Democratic, and other political parties in particular. These subjects have not been rehashed either, but will be included when deemed necessary to clarify a context in which white slavery or a related issue is being discussed. In addition, it is to be pointed out that this book explains the work of one racial theorist, Dr. Joshua Clark Knott, whose original theories were directly concerned with the white slaves and white slavery. Other books have been written on the broader perspective of racial theory and racial theorists in general. All right, so you guys in acknowledgement here. And he says, can silence ever say something? Words cannot. I'll let you think about that one. That one's deep right there. You want us to keep silence, you two? You want me to negotiate with me? Tell me, you can't say certain things. You can't, don't make it sound like this. What? I'm reading the census. What are you talking about? Can silence ever say something? Words cannot. I am completely conscious of the fact that I cannot name every person and institution whose service, dedication, information, insight, and patience assisted me over the long course of my research and writing. Therefore, here on this page, I humbly offer a silent, heartfelt thank you to each one. All right, so he's giving his acknowledgments, to all the sources, all the people who helped him, And again, Mr. Arthur, we appreciate you putting this together for us, man. We appreciate it. Thousands of dollars, huh? The book, yeah. Open-mindedness, right? Introduction. That is, what is required for reading all of the pages which follow, all right? Listen to what he's going to say. When one thinks of slavery in America, images of black and brown people come to mind. Don't it? Don't it? Be real. Don't it? Be real with yourself. Don't it? Everybody listening to this right now. That's the first thing you think, right? As this text will document, through a considerable number of unmistakable primary sources, white people were also slaves. When talking to students, teachers, and others about white slaves, inevitably the first question asked is If there really were white slaves in the South prior to the Civil War, where did they come from, Mr. Teacher? Hey, Kurimeo, where did they come from, Kurimeo, if there really were white slaves? The common understanding of slavery in America pictures black slaves from Africa being brought over on slave ships. Oh, dodge the hijack. What slave ships? I hope you got primary sources for that one, because I haven't found any in 4 or 5 years of research here, and I swear I've been looking for them. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to keep making sure. I don't want to talk things I don't know. But so far, what we're finding is indentured servants coming from Europe mainly, and Asia. Yeah, let's not forget about Asia. Yeah. So they made us, again, Alex Haley got sued, right? Oh, what do you mean, Kurimeo?
Yeah. Hey, guys, just want to say again, if you just got here, this is a marathon we're doing for the Civil War videos. These are videos that are 3 or 4 years old, and we're putting all the episodes in today's marathon, all 4 episodes. All right, hope you guys are enjoying it. Just want to go ahead and go over this. I got a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new people following me. They haven't watched these videos. Maybe they didn't pay attention that much. This is just part 1, guys. We're going to do all 4 parts. And guys, I got a goal going in the chat. If you appreciate what I do, if you like to support what I do, I got the goal going. Let me see it. I never really asked for that, but hey, we all got to put food on the table too sometimes, man. Things to fix, things to, remodeling the house and, all that, But only if you're willing and able, okay? Only if you're willing and able. Thank you for the support. Let's keep going.
What do you mean Alex Haley got sued, man? What you talking about, man? Utah. What is Utah? Judah. It's an Apache word. Sorry, I was speaking with somebody earlier. I was showing them this. So, yeah, a private little session I have with people. Hey, if you ever want to talk to me, just let me know. Send me an email, man. We talk. We build.
We got a goal going in the chat, guys. 0 out of 20 so far. 0 out of 20. It's all good. 0 out of 20. What's going on? Nobody yet? Okay. It's all good.
You come with respect, All right. So how are we going? What was I going to look for? I already forgot what we were going to look for. Sorry about that. Let me go back to the book. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kunta Kinte, man. Kunta Kinte, man. So let's see. Alex Haley Roots sued. Case. All right. Oh, that's how you spell it. All right. So New York Times, right? Roots plagiarism suit is settled. Roots plagiarism, right? This is from the New York Times, 1978. Wait a minute. I was born in 82, right? At what point were you guys going to tell us that Roots was fake and it was plagiarized? How, Mr. Teacher, Mr. History, Mr. Professor, Mr. so-called African-American professor with your PhD? When were you going to tell me that Alex Haley, because I know you knew about this was back in 78. Alex Haley settled a lawsuit yesterday by acknowledging that his world-renowned book, Roots, contains some material from a relatively unknown novel about slavery that was published 9 years earlier. So they're sugarcoating it a little bit. It was a fictional book called The African. It's a fictional book. Unknown novel. Fictional book. All right? So after the negotiations, the proposal broke down. The defense lawyers moved for a mistrial, arguing that the judge had proposed settlement for an amount that they had rejected. The amount was not disclosed, but the defense lawyers raised questions about whether the judge can. All right, so basically, they actually settled out of court. They settled out of court. Mr. Haley had conceded that parts of roots were fictionalized. What part? The African part and Kunta Kinte ancestor part? Well, that's two of the major parts, Mr. Haley. What do you mean some parts? That's two of the major parts here. All right, so again, Bastida author settles root suit 500,000. So that was another. He had two suits. He got sued twice. Alex Haley's facts can be doubted, but not his truths. So this article's funny because they even tell you, even though he, lied about his movie, they're saying he's still telling the truth because, we all, came out of Africa. So it's not in a lie. So that's basically the whole argument this guy has. It's no news that black scholars that Haley made mistakes. He or perhaps lazy assistants, as Haley claimed, as they try to blame his assistants. Alex Haley died last year, but the tragedy of his memory continues apace. Alex Haley's hoax, how the celebrated author faked the Pulitzer Prize-winning Roots, screamed a front-page headline on February 23rd in the Village Voice. He even got a Pulitzer Prize for that, for plagiarism. They awarded him for plagiarizing and lying, right? But then they censor me, tell me my videos are not suitable because I'm reading a census from England on colonial times. The truth that there were so-called black people in England, many of them. They didn't like that, I guess. They didn't like that I said they weren't from Africa too. They're telling me to take that part out. I'm not kidding. All right, so, all right, you guys know Harold Corlander is the guy who sued him. Was an American novelist, folklorist, and anthropologist, and an expert in the study of Haitian life. Oh, man. The author of 35 books and plays and numerous scholarly articles, Corlander specialized in the study of African, Caribbean, Afro. The funny thing is, his book was fictional. So why did you make a fictional book if you knew so much of real history? Why did you make the book fiction? Oh, man. That's so funny. Corlander wrote 7 novels, his most famous being The African, published. You guys got to understand, it's literally a fictional book. They're leaving all that out. You go to the book and it says fiction. It says fiction right on it. It's in the fiction. It was in the fiction aisle and it says fiction right on it. They're not showing it. It's a fictional book, a fictional story that Alex Haley plagiarized. Published in 1967, the novel was the story of slaves captured in Africa, his experiences aboard a slave ship, and his struggle to retain his native culture in a hostile new world. In 1978, Corlander filed suit in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York, charging that Alex Haley, the author of Roots, had copied 81 pages from his novel. 81 pages, like literally just copied, straight up, plagiarized. Corlander's pretrial memorandum in the copyright infringement law claimed defendant Haley had access to and substantially copied from the African. Without the African, Roots would have been a very different and less successful novel. And indeed, it is doubtful that Mr. Haley could have written Roots without the African. Mr. Haley copied language, thoughts, attitudes, incidents, situations, plots, and character. Like even the names. Man, yeah, they got a new Roots series now, right? They got a new Roots series, right? They're still teaching you like it's real, like those were actual ancestors, right? So again, I hope you're all about the truth, Mr. Author. I know you are because you wrote this great book back in 1997. You're still alive. We thank you for that. And unfortunately, yeah, that whole story of where there is no proof of that. The only proof is monkey bones, spitting on a tube, and Alex Haley's plagiarized fictional story. What other proof do you have? I'll wait. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Oh, okay. That's what I thought. So we're gonna dodge the hijack big time on that whole, out of, theory, all those theories. And where were we? Several generations of interracial sexual relations with white plantation masters and other white men produced a population of white slaves, so-called white mulattoes. All right, so dodge the hijack big time again. This is why, I get hesitant to read in certain books because I don't want to confuse people, bring people back into that whole all Europeans are white, all slave owners are white. That's false. That's really false. All right, again, we're gonna pull out the babies, but you guys gotta be ready to dodge the hijack, like Tyson. Like when he dodges and then he throws the blow, dodges real quick and just throws the blow. Like, hey, don't let him do that to him. We're gonna dodge him and we're gonna hit him right back. We're gonna hit him right back with some facts. Don't be indoctrinating back. We're not trying to go backwards 1997, all right? Or 1993 Pan-African Doctrine. We ain't trying to go back to none of that. All right? 2021, I almost said 2018. That's how lost I am these days, man. I'm just researching, time's just flying, and we're just building, and we're growing. All right, I'll try to keep reading. All right, I'm just this stuff is hard to read sometimes.
I appreciate you guys tuning in. I hope you guys enjoying the reading. If I go off topic and I start talking to random people, these videos are from 3 or 4 years ago, guys. We're doing a recap. We're doing all 4 episodes today. All right. Shout out to TopCat22. Thank you for starting the goal. I have a goal, guys, today. At least I'm trying to get at least 20. I have my reasons why I'm doing this. See if you guys can help. But if you're willing and able to, okay. Appreciate you guys either way being here. Thank you for the support always. Let's continue.
They're trying to create, oh man. Okay. Well, I know that happened. Yes, that happened. But that wasn't in every case. It also happened backwards. Darkness was taken to be prima facie evidence of slave status, and brown slaves greatly outnumbered white slaves. So at what period in time are you telling me? Because so far we haven't seen primary sources, right? I just want everybody to acknowledge so far, he said he got mad primary sources. So I just want to, right now there's no source right there. Like we got to see what he's talking about, Although white slavery was merely the byproduct of a black slavery system, there were nevertheless white slaves as well, even after all visual characteristics of the African had long since disappeared. Many generations of white people continued to be held in slavery because any child born of a slave mother automatically assumed slave status. All right, we've gone over that many times. That happened to the Indians, so-called Negroes, and white people because it was about the status of the mom. It is to be understood that slavery was transmitted from generation to generation through the maternal line. Having a remote black female ancestor permitted people to be classified as black, even though they were physiologically white. So slavery in the South, in this ultimate sense, was not based in color. All right. So there you go. Now he's like, all right, after all what he thinks he knows, he's letting you know it really wasn't based on color in the South. It really wasn't based on color. Indeed, many travelers throughout the southern states noted that they saw slaves who were as white as any white person. Well, maybe because they were pale-skinned people. Maybe they weren't mixed or white mulattoes, as you're calling them, after many generations. How do you know that? Again, remember, they're assuming that slavery was only so-called black people from Africa. So they're trying to explain how a white person would end up a slave. They're trying to explain that. We already know indentured servitude wasn't about color. Okay. Indeed, many travelers, okay, so we got that part. Since the subject of white slavery has gone and continues to go virtually unaddressed, slaves being black and brown endure in our common thinking. That's all we think about. The image of a black person picking cotton standing next to a white person also picking cotton seems unbelievable and almost surreal. But that actually occurred in reality. I've been trying to tell you this. They were right next. Yep. Sometimes they weren't working with you. They were working for you. Many times they were working for you. not with you, but for you. Dodge the hijack. It was the reality of white slaves, which played an important role in the pre-Civil War politics of the nation. As the political power of the antebellum South increased, the fact that Southerners owned white slaves became a threat to many white Northerners. All right, so now listen to this, right? So are all these so-called white, I'm sorry, are all these masters so-called white that owns white people? Could it be that many of these, because we know the facts, we know a lot of these people in the South who had plantations were people of color, many of them. That wasn't just white people. At first, it was mostly colored people at first. So how did it turn all to white people? So now if they're saying, hey, wait, so there's black people owning white people, could that spread to us up here, man? I mean, we were free up here, like, So it became a threat to many white Northerners or free people. The enslavement of white mulattoes, actually white people, was quite a different matter than the enslavement of brown and black people, and white slavery became a controversial political issue. As the epigraph of this book indicates, in chapter 5 explains, these whites being enslaved gave rise to the fear that under provisions of the figurative slave law of 1850, free whites in the North could be mistaken for white runaway slaves and be literally enslaved as well. Yes, we've seen many Europeans running away, right? Irish, Scotsman, English running away, describing them, a lot of them pale skin, a lot of them fair, a lot of them swarthy Europeans running away, which will be labeled white in the census. They would be labeled white because they're from Europe, even though they are dark complexioned. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. I know a lot of this confuses a lot of you, especially if you haven't seen census or haven't, done a lot of genealogy where you've run into these things, so you can, and it's family, so it's not white people, and I'm talking about people who know their family got pictures and, they know it's in the family Bible. The name's still there. It's not a white person. It says, free whites in Earth could be mistaken again. Moreover, as chapter 6 will show, this fear expanded into widely held belief that freeborn white laborers in the North were also susceptible to literal enslavement if the South ever succeeded in nationalizing slavery. Or what do they mean? The indentured servitude system. Nationalizing, like making it mandatory, huh? The bibliography to this work and several of the plates reproduced herein attest to the fact that many publications between 1850 and 1860 addressed the threat of white slavery in both of these literal manifestations. The existence of this body of literature is proof that white slavery was a threat to many white Northerners, and that threat was the fundamental aspect of this forgotten cause of the Civil War. It is important to note, however, that not everyone in the North wanted to end slavery or felt threatened by white slavery. Merchants, who's the merchant? I mean, you guys already know who the merchants are, right? You're just talking about Sephardic Moorish people, these so-called Dutch Protestant merchants, Huguenot merchants, Sephardic Jewish merchants. All right. Had investments, right? They had investments in southern mines and railroads. All right, these are people of color. A lot of these sold manufactured goods to the South and were purchasers of southern cotton. All right. The South owed $200 million to Northern business interest, and this business community called for concessions to avoid a conflict between North and South. All right. So a lot of you, so it's all about money, and a big part of it had to do with finance and money, people's interest. In addition to those in the business community, there were certainly others in the North who did not fear slavery Many in the Democratic Party and those who participated in the New York City draft riots in July of 1863 are good examples. As the abolitionists were establishing themselves and their movement in the 1830s, many Northerners looked on them as troublemakers. You see that? The Northerners thought the abolitionists were troublemakers. Does that make sense? I thought the North were the abolitionists. I thought they were the ones who wanted to free and fight the South. You see? It's not exactly how they told us it went down. A lot of things going into it that they didn't tell us, you know? In his memoirs, the abolitionist Samuel J. May recalled what a New York merchant had told him in 1835. Let's hear what this merchant told him. Mr. May, we are not such fools as to not know that slavery is a great evil, a great wrong, but it was consented to by the founders of our republic. A merchant was telling him that. Could be a person of color, Sephardic Jewish merchant. It was provided for in the Constitution of our Union. A great portion of the property of the Southerners is invested under its sanction, and the business of the North, as well as the South, has become adjusted to it. All right? There's special interest involved now for some of these Northerners. All right? There are millions upon millions of dollars due from Southerners to the merchants. To who? To the merchants. Why specifically the merchants only? Who are these merchants? Come on, man. You're going to give me a word like merchants? Who's these merchants, man? Millions and millions of dollars to these merchants, man. I hope you guys understand. And mechanics of this city alone, the payment of which would be jeopardized by any rupture between the North and South. We cannot afford it, sir, to let you and your associates succeed in your endeavor to overthrow slavery. We ain't gonna let you do it. We cannot afford that. Not us merchants. It is not a matter of principle with us, all right? We don't care about principle. It's all about business. I thought you knew us, man. It is a matter of business necessity. Business necessity. This ain't personal, man. So even if this person was a person of color, remember who's the president? A person of color. And remember who we're talking about right now? White slaves. So feeling sorry, I'm like, well, Kurimeo, come on, it's still happening. Like, listen, there's a whole different story here. You got to listen to your ancestors. What did they tell you? A lot of them said we were never slaves, right? But we were never slaves. I don't know where that came from. You know? And of course, not everybody, right? But many of you have that story in your families. And you know what I'm talking about. So it's a business. We cannot afford to let you succeed, all right? We ain't going to let you. It ain't happening. We mean, sir, to put you abolitionists down by fair means if we can, by foul means if we must. These abolitionists. So the merchants versus the abolitionists, and they're all in the North. So I thought everybody in the North was okay and wanted to go to war with the South. Oh, okay. From 1835 to 1860 is a very short span of time, a merely 25 years. What could possibly have accounted for the drastic change in attitude toward the abolitionists, their extreme increase in number, and a widespread change in the sentiment against slavery in general? Worth noting is that at the peak of the anti-slavery movement, there were people numbering in the hundreds of thousands who were to varying degrees empathetic to the cause, but many cared little, if anything, for the plight of people of color. In fact, it is known that a good number of whites who participated in formal anti-slavery movement were prejudiced against blacks, even to the extent of using the word, I'm not even saying it. They were like, yo, Kurimeo, just don't say these words and don't. I'm like, I didn't even say that word, man. Why are you trying to make me out into that? Why are you trying to make me into that, huh? No, I don't got no hate. No, don't try to label me that. No, I didn't even say that word. That's your excuse. You don't like the cover of my video. Oh, you don't like an Orthodox so-called black man, Jew. You don't like to see that image, right? You don't like to see that image. With the reality of slavery and all of its manifestations ever present, what was cared about was the looming threat of slavery being imposed on white people. By working to abolish the institution of slavery, slavery in general, the threat of white slavery was directly being addressed. The last two chapters of this book clearly demonstrate that white enslavement was a real issue on the minds of many in the North. The potential of being mistaken for a white runaway slave certainly explains one aspect of the fear engendered by white slavery. Where did the threat regarding the literal enslavement of northern white laborers come from? The answer to this is to be found in the vast, unsettled territories of the nation and in their slave or free status. The potential for a nationalization of slavery with westward expansion into the free territories. The issue arose as to whether slavery should be allowed there. The politics of the matter heated up during the mid and later 1850s. In 1858, Lincoln, the colored man, gave his famous House Divided. The house is divided. What house? What do you mean? Is that symbolic? What are you talking about? What house? Are you talking about families are feuding? The house is divided. What is that supposed to mean? How Lincoln? Who's these merchants or the abolitionists with the Southerners? What do you mean the house is divided? Lincoln, so-called black man. I believe this government, he says, cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it shall become alike lawful in all the states, old as well as new, north as well as south. Thank you, Mr. Lincoln, the colored man. In 1860, exactly 1 year to the day before Fort Sumter was fired upon and the Civil War commenced, an editorial published 4 years earlier in the renowned Richmond Enquirer was read into the Congressional Record as being typical of the South's point of view, casting aspersions of free society and extolling the virtues of slave society. If slavery be not the right, the healthful form of society, it will not endure long, but it has endured already for countless ages and now covers 9/10 of the world. Two opposing and conflicting forms of society cannot, among civilized men, coexist and endure. The one must give way and cease to exist, the other become universal. If free society be unnatural, immoral, unchristian, it must fall and give way to a social system, old as the world, universal as man. In both quotations, the nation is spoken of as being either all free or all slave, but not both. You hear that? That's deep right there. Are we really all free, or are we all really just slaves? It seems like it can't be both, not in this society. In the decade leading up to the Civil War, both sections of the country had to acknowledge that in reality, freedom and slavery could not coexist. All right? It cannot coexist. Lincoln and the Republicans, of course, wanted a nation all free. Who's the Republicans? All right? Who is the Republicans? Just bear with me right here. 1 second. Let me just show you who the Republicans are.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Appreciate everybody who's donating. Thank you for that. I'm about to show you guys who the Republicans are in those times. I know a lot of people don't even think about this. All right. So again, I was live when I was doing this, so I'm looking for the images. There you go.
All right, all right. So we got the first black members of the U.S. Congress, right? So in other websites or Library of Congress or anything, it'll actually say Bacon's first black Republicans. These are Republicans. These are people of color, and they're all Republicans. You can Google their names, study them. They're in the South. They're all Republicans. All right. Take a good look. All right. Now look at this. This is from those times. The two platforms. It says here the Democratic platform is for the white man. The Republican platform is for the Negro and the carpetbagger. All right. So it's like, a lot of they're kind of attacking the Republicans here, the Democrats. So this is one of their flyers. I'm gonna show you another one. All right. The two platforms. Every radical in Congress voted for Negro suffrage. Every radical in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for Negro suffrage. Stevens, Fournier, and Cameron are for Negro suffrage. They are all candidates for the United States Senate. No radical newspaper opposes Negro suffrage. Gary said in a speech at Harrisburg, 11th of August, 1866, there can be no possible objection to Negro suffrage. So this is from, again, fair use. We're just looking at this contemporary flyer from those times, 1866. We're just reading the words. Nobody's calling anybody anything. Nobody's mocking anybody or being offensive. We're just teaching. We're building here as a community and what we're seeing here on the screen. Read the platforms, right? So Clymer, so again, Clymer was actually a Democrat when I looked into this, and Gary's, and you see how they draw him. It's offensive actually. And yeah, he was a Republican. All right, Gary was a Republican. All right. And then you got this one right here that I found as well. I've been wanting to do, these videos, it's hard to find the time to put it all together. So I'm like, let me just start doing this freestyle, see what we get. So again, the two platforms, it says here that the Democratic platform is for the white man. It says the Republican platform is for the Negro. All right. All right. So I know you guys, like the guys out there saying, we're so used to thinking that, things are what they are based on what they told us in school. And so we picture it and we just kind of like in a spell. We really got to break the spell. Look at this image right here. Break the spell. Break the spell. All right. Let me go back to a more proper image because they try to break the spell. Break the spell. Break the spell. What Africans? What slaves? Show me the records. Stop generalizing. We know there was white slaves too. Stop generalizing. Again, we're just learning here. We're just learning here, right? So I hope you guys see, all right? When we talk about Republicans, right? We're gonna go back to the book, all right? So you gotta have you can't just read these things from 1997 and just go right back into the hijack, right? Like don't go right back into the hijack. So Lincoln and the Republicans, of course. Why of course? Why of course? What did we just see about the Republicans and what do we know about Lincoln? Of course, colored people, right? Wanted the nation all free. People of color wanted actually freedom. I wonder why. By keeping slavery from expanding into the territories, all new states to come from those territories would be free states. The slave states would lose political power, and in time, the institution of slavery would become non-existent. The South, on the other hand, wanted the nation all slaves, or maybe they wanted the whole indentured servitude system to be like massive, big time and regulated and all that, allowed and exclusive, exclusive maybe most likely. Slavery would first be established in the territories and then expanded into the free states. Lincoln believed that the nation could become all slaves. Otherwise, he never would have said so. All right. So Lincoln knew something. He's like, yo, what are these people plotting? Like, wait a minute. They're trying to get me to be an indentured servant, man. What would it mean for the nation to be all slave? Could it be possible for Southern political power to expand into a national pro-slavery political power and literally enslave free white Northerners? Free labor earned upwards of $1 a day. Slave labor was valued at 10 cents to 25 cents. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be valued at 0 cents? So I guess they mean the value that a slave produces, right? But a lot of these indentures, a lot of these slaves were getting paid. How do they buy their freedom? How do they go to court to sue? How do they do all that? How do they buy their wife out of freedom? Again, the story was not really told to us correctly. The narrative is the problem. The narrative. The sources are there. The narrative is a problem. The narrative that we never choose to look for.
The sources are there, guys, but people don't care about history. People don't care to search for it. They believe whatever they was told in school. That's the truth right there. Let them know, Kurimeo.
If slavery were made national, the very real threat existed that many white laborers already living in the territories would be unable to compete with the price of slave labor and would fall into poverty and be sold for debt. Since white laborers unable to make a living would not migrate there, every state to come from the territories would be a new slave state. This being so, pro-slavery congressional power would greatly increase along with the votes necessary to ultimately allow slavery into the free states, where free labor would again have to compete with slave labor, with the mentality of the country being all free or all slave. It is no wonder that people in the North, particularly the laboring class, felt vulnerable to the idea of slavery being nationalized into all slave nation. All right, so I know we're thinking like slavery, like Kunta Kinte kind of like, but indentured servitude. Yeah, a lot of people got stuck in those indentured servitude cycles and unlawful ownerships, and people, again, kids are born, the mom dies, nobody ever helps the kid grows up, without even learning how to, the person just treating them, bad. It happened. People are good and bad. It's not about complexion. But what I'm trying to say is a lot of people got stuck in these indentured cycles for life, becoming chattel. And that's what we think of slavery today is. It's just people being stuck in these indentures, really. A lot of people lost after they were freed from their indenture. They didn't do a good job, like saving their money, getting land, getting their own indentures, and they had to indenture themselves right back into it, right back. That was the way to get a job back then, right back into it. So again, yes, a type of chattel existed if the person, certain situations, certain cases, not in general. Many in the North held the belief that if slavery were nationalized, at first there would be a figurative slavery in the free states, where omnipotent pro-slavery political power would usurp civil rights and the northern political establishment. Once done, this in turn will likely evolve into literal slavery, where white peoples could be enslaved for life. Oh man, that's just like, they don't want to think of that. Many contemporary references express the belief, either implicitly or explicitly, that the enslavement of white laborers in the North would ultimately be literal enslavement. The North would negate slavery in the South by stopping its expansion, or the South would impose slavery on the North. Everything hinged on preventing slavery from expanding into the territories. Plank number 8 in the Republican Party platform of 1860 stated that the normal condition of all territory of the United States is that of freedom. We deny the authority of Congress, of a territorial legislature, or of any individuals to give legal existence to slavery in any territory of the United States. In Lincoln's letter to Horace Greeley, dated August 22nd, 1862, he stated, remember who Lincoln is, my paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and it's not either to save or to destroy slavery. All right, now to save the Union, now it was supposedly the whole point of slavery was to end slavery, right? Free the so-called blacks, right? So wouldn't he say, my object in the struggle is to save, the slaves, right? Save the slaves. And it's not either to save nor to destroy slavery. So he's like, what do you mean? That kind of contradicts. Like, what do you mean? So it's all about the Union. He really just cares about the Union. the Union. It's all business here, man. Remember, he was a so-called black man. It's not about complexion. All right, wake up, break the spell.
Not about complexion, guys. I know a lot of you probably new to my channel, and I know we carry these concepts, you know, growing up, and you know they influence to hate a certain people based on a certain look, and oh, that's the evil man, that's the white man, he's the devil, and all this stuff. A lot of the white privilege guys started in the 1900s. It's a, you know, before that, you know, before Reconstruction, it was black folks who was in the government, who were the southern landowners, all that. Like you got to catch up to the research. Okay, so yeah, you got disfranchised, and then you got disfranchised by your skin complexion, and then everybody who had a similar skin complexion got grouped into a crayon color, black, right, or colored, whether they were the same people or not. Okay, so I understand it's hard to get rid of our concepts that we carry with us all our lives, but we got to get out of those. And it's just bigger than that, guys. It's bigger than that. All right. Again, these are 3 or 4 year old videos. So I may be not saying things I would say today, maybe, or add. I need to, you know, probably would have added things that I probably would say today. But, you know, again, if you're new to the channel, welcome. And I hope you can catch up and see that it's bigger than, you know, just the crayon color concepts we got stuck in our head.
Lincoln was content to leave slavery alone where it already was. All right. He didn't care about that part. It's just like, you know, as long as the Union, you know, we good. As long as I'm good. Remember Lincoln, who he was a runaway slave. Remember, Lincoln was a runaway indentured servant. He was there. He was there. He was there. We got that already. We got that already. Lincoln was content to leave slavery alone where it already was, but the sooner the national authority can be restored, all right, the nearer the Union will be, the Union as it was. He just wanted order. That, of course, was a Union with free territories, where free labor would not have to compete with slave labor. The Civil War was fought to preserve the Union and the Union as it was. So, you know, see, the thing is, like, picture it. So it seems like a lot of the Southern people had a lot of power because of, you know, their slave labor. And, you know, a lot of these Northern people probably didn't have enough money or resources to get so-called indentured servants. So they're like, no, we'll work for ourselves. Don't make us compete. So again, you know, if you're thinking of it as white and black, it sounds controversial. But when you think of it like this, you know, like there's special interests involved in both sides. It's not about helping you. It never was about helping so-called black people. It was not about that. It was not about that. All right, the special other interests involved here. Again, we're reading the book, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. There's many causes to this. Fighting for what? All right, what are we fighting for? Fighting for what was one of the subheadings in the first volume of Philip S. Foner's 5-volume set entitled History of the Labor Movement in the United States. Foner believed that this author agrees that hundreds of thousands of laborers, hundreds of thousands of free laborers in Norfolk went to war to abolish slavery, not out of altruism, but in order to ensure freedom for themselves and their loved ones. They didn't go because they wanted to go help the black people in the South be free like them. They didn't do that. They went because they didn't want to, you know, they wanted to ensure that themselves would be free and their loved ones. As foreigners' research on this subject indicates, now remember, they're like leaving out a whole lot of history here. A lot of these people are not even American. They got a lot of indentured servants from Europe. There was a lot of, you know, white and black Europeans fighting on this. They were grabbing Indians, you know, forcing them to fight in this. So it wasn't just people like volunteering like that, you know. So, you know, remember all that as we're reading, you know. So as foreigners' research on this subject indicates, it says the Iron Platform, a New York working man's paper, gave in November 1862 the reason that had compelled it to call for the freedom of the slaves. There is one truth which should be clearly understood by every working man in the Union. The slavery of the black man leads to the slavery of the white man. If the doctrine of treason is true, that capital should own labor, then their logical conclusion is correct. And all laborers, white or black, are and out to be slaves. All right? This is from 1862. This is before slavery was supposedly over. Remember, that was in 1865, 1866. The Emancipation Proclamation, the end of the contract. It's the end of a contract. Look it up. Look it up what it really means. You cease, your contract's over. It's emancipated. You don't owe nothing. You have no obligation. Your contract is over. Emancipated. No more working for you. Upon examination of this passage, it becomes apparent that what is being spoken of is not figurative slavery. Capital shall own labor was a phrase utilized during the presidential campaign of 1860 to denote the distinction between free labor, which was hired, and slave labor, which was owned. Ownership is literal slavery, chattel slavery. There were many white men in the North who risked their lives during the Civil War because they feared that if the South won and slavery were to be nationalized, slavery could be imposed on them. So that was probably what they were selling to these people too, to get them to join. Hey, you guys got to join. You guys got to help us. They're going to spread over here. They're going to enslave all of us too, man. These plantation owners. Now remember, a lot of these were so-called black people with a lot of power. I mean, the president is black. Come on. Yeah, they were afraid. Yeah, most likely they were afraid. If that's, the story. But again, remember, many people joined the Civil War for many different reasons, voluntarily and involuntarily. The foundations for this belief will be explained in detail. Toughest to say here, winning the war would abolish black slavery and the third of white slavery as well. David Dillon has said that the challenge of history is to recover the past and introduce it to the present, all right? That is our responsibility. We're going to try to recover this past, right? We're going to try to introduce it to our present time here in 2021. To this end, thousands of pieces of literature were pursued in the preparation of this volume. Primary sources have been cited wherever possible, and note that many are obscure, having never appeared in any other history book. All right. Oh, he got the drop. He said he got exclusive drop in here. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see, Mr. Arthur. That sounds very interesting to me. You know me, I'm Kurimeo. Such being the case, this bibliography will prove to be a valuable research tool for others who desire to explore the little-known aspects of pre-Civil War history, which have been addressed herein. Other explanations for the Civil War have been acknowledged, but the issue of white slavery was also a cause. Oh, it wasn't the only cause, it was also the cause. Okay. It may be said that the volume now in your hands is a contribution toward filling the void which currently exists regarding this forgotten cause for the Civil War. All right. Let me just see here.
I see a lot of guys just got here. Guys, I always show my sources. You got to watch from the beginning, even though this is, you got to take your time with it sometimes, but it's okay to come in, middle. You can go back always. Again, I know people want to have somebody to blame, somebody to point fingers at. I know it's easier to always blame somebody else, right? It's always easy to blame somebody else. Oh, we're like this, or instead of ourselves, our own people sometimes. But yes, there was a disfranchisement of people by color, right? They started disfranchising people by color, creating this fake white privilege, white superiority. That was after Reconstruction, guys. And then the World's Fairs and all that, a lot of things are happening late 1800s, early 1900s, right? This is when they start bringing out the textbooks and everything, early 1900s. They start rewriting history and brainwashing us in school, right? And then creating this black and white crayon color paradigm, So, but I'm glad you guys are here. Hopefully you enjoy. You know, we're not too far from the goal I try to reach today, guys, on the live chat. You know, whoever like to help out, you know, if you're willing and able to, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so we are on chapter 1, and you know, I don't know how you guys are feeling. You guys still up? You guys want to continue? We can get a little bit of what constitutes a mulatto if you guys like. How long is this chapter? I'm just afraid it's long. I don't want to. Let me see.
Do it, Kurimeo, do it.
I think you guys want me to read it. 14 minutes. Well, I mean, maybe, yeah, by myself, but hey, man, as I'm reading and I'm here and I'm just like, you know, all right, here we go. Here we go. Chapter 1. All right, that was a very interesting preface and introduction, Mr. Arthur. Thank you. Again, we're in the book, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. And again, you know, just want to make sure we acknowledge this is not our book. This is by the author. Let me see. We got Lawrence R. Tenzer, ED. I had forgotten your name, man, but thank you. All right, let's go back. Bear with me, guys. Just in case, again, we got new people. They want to know what we're reading. All right, I think we passed. So it says here, what constitutes a mulatto? I mean, we've gone over this a lot. Let's see what he's got to say. It says our canon considers 2 crosses with the pure white and a third with any degree of mixture, however small is clear in the issue of the Negro blood. But observe that this does not establish freedom, which depends on the condition of mother, the principle of the civil law, partis secutor ventum being adopted here. Thomas Jefferson. In our American history, the story of the mulatto begins in the early 1600s. Shortly after the first Negroes were brought to the colonies, mulattoes, strictly defined as persons with one unmixed white parent and one unmixed black parent, and loosely defined as persons with any degree of white and black admixture. Product of mixing appeared early on, and questions arose as to the legal status of individuals born of white fathers and black or mulatto slave mothers. All right, again, you know, just like he told us to dodge the hijack, how we want to picture slavery being only so-called black people. Well, he should have done the same when, you know, he's studying and researching the masters, or, you know, it's not right to only picture only white masters, Miss Utter, just like it's not right to only picture black people as slaves. So if you were, you know, if you learned that that was incorrect, then maybe the other incorrect too that you're saying right now, all right? Even though it did happen, but there was also, again, so-called black slave owners, black masters, right? Who had nothing to do with mixing or anything. Again, the word mulatto many times just meant of 2 different nations, not complexions, 2 different nations, 2 different nations. As Jack Forbes let us know in the 1700s, many of those people being called mulatto had no African ancestry. You can prove this. You can prove this.
Yep.
All right. Appreciate everybody that's tuning in, everybody in the chat. Hope you guys enjoying it. You know, this book, again, is very hard to get. It's from 1997. It's a little outdated, but we, you know, we dodging the hijack. We pulling the babies out. Hope you guys enjoying this. All right. Just want to make sure we understand we can't go backwards when we're reading some of the hijack in here. All right. Mulatto strictly defined as a person, one of them. Okay, so that's what they say. The product of mixing appeared early on. It says here, the Southern colony of Virginia was the first to pass legislation which attempted to regulate interracial fornication and marriage. And unquestionably, this early legal precedent had far-reaching effects. The first blacks to land in the colonies were 20 and odd, who were brought to Virginia in 1619. All right. So this is why this is why I just like it's, I find it hard, you know, it's very hard for me to read these things, you know, because I'm like it's so behind, you know, and it's so you know, as much as he may not know, he's also being just like the people he's criticizing, you know. So governor, let me see, governor calls first slaves indentured servants. All right. Governor Ralph Northam, BBC. Blackface Governor Ralph Northam calls slaves indentured servants. Indentured servants. Northam, who was admitted to wearing a blackface, told PBS a historian told him indentured was a more accurate term for America's first slaves. That's more accurate. Indentured, indenture, an indenture, right? An indenture is a contract. I believe it's a contract. Written formal contract for services between master and apprentice.
Between master and apprentice, guys. And this is the thing, depending on who the person was, they were either label him a slave or an apprentice in history to us. So if they're from a well-known family or they want us to believe they were white, they will call them an apprentice, right? If they wanted you to believe the whole African fake, slave story and that all blacks were slaves, then they call them a slave. You got to understand, guys, we have gone over this so much in my channel in the last 8 years. We've broken all this down. Again, this is just a little review. This was live. I was doing this, 3 years ago. So you guys must understand. All right. And those first so-called slaves were coming from a ship off the coast of Veracruz that got raided by crypto Jews, so-called pirates, who brought them over to Virginia. They didn't grab them from Africa. And then we read recently, guys, remember? I don't know if you remember. We got the whole drop. And I'm going to do a future video on this because I was like, I'm going to follow up on this. They were most likely Indians from South America. They were calling these first 20-odd Negroes that came to Virginia, 1619. And we already debunked that was the first time because there was Black Indians here. There was Black Europeans here before that. So that's a whole lie anyways. But just for reference, just remember that, guys. I know a lot of people, they hear this for the first time, like, what you talking about? No, man. What are you talking about, man? Let's keep going.
A deed with mutual covenants. A deed. An indentation from indenter. All right? All right? Indenture as a verb, it says enter into a covenant, into an agreement. 1650s. This one is from the 14th century. This is from the 1650s. What are you talking about, slaves? What slaves? What slaves? What slaves? Bind by indenture. From indenture. Was an indenture a contract for services?
So these first so-called, well, they weren't the first, but these people who came in 1619, Virginia, most likely Indians, possibly might be some Black Europeans that were bringing, this ship that they got raided, this ship was coming from Portugal. It wasn't coming from Africa, guys. The Sao John Bautista, look it up. I mean, I've shown it. I have videos on this, right? They came in with contracts. So these so-called slaves, right, they had contracts. And once they completed their contracts, some of them in 4 years, some of them in 7 years, they were free and had their own land. They got their own so-called slaves or indentured servants to work on their land. That's how it was. I've shown examples of some of these people who became free and had, yeah. So you think somebody who's coming in chains from Africa would actually do the same thing to others? Yeah. This is what I'm saying, guys. That whole Alex Haley thing is fake. That whole, you guys got to really empty your cup and know real history. It makes a big difference.
A mutual covenant. All right. He said that America's first slave, a more accurate term, is an indenture, a person with a contract, a person who actually got their freedom in 4 to 7 years. They weren't slaves for lives. They weren't slaves for life. I got something interesting right here. Good thing we got into this. Let's see if we can get into this. You know, make this interesting. Make this more interesting, all right? Anthony Johnson. You guys know Anthony Johnson, right? This is from the Virginia Pilot, 1994, by George Tucker. It says, Anthony Johnson was Virginia's earliest known, dodge the hijack, so-called colored person, agricultural entrepreneur, and is believed to have been the first black slave owner in the Old Dominion. Johnson's story is a textbook example of what ambitious former bondsmen, all right? Former bondsman. Hold up. So I think Mr. Governor, hold up. Sorry, I got mad windows open. He was correct. The first were actually indentured, people with contracts. All right. Now they're trying to, make him controversial and all that, but that's just a hijack. All right. Could accomplish before, I said, so a former bondsman. So he was an indentured. Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant. This is in the 1600s in Virginia. All right. Johnson most likely is from England or Spain, a Sephardic Jew. Johnson, the sons of John. Juan. Story. All right. Johnson's story is a textbook example of what ambitious former bondsmen could accomplish before estrangement late 17th century legislation by the Virginia House of Burgesses precluded further advancement for enterprise and African American. The Virginia's phase of Johnson's story began in 1621 when, under the listing Antonio, a Negro, he arrived in the James River aboard the ship James. All right.
So we went over that ship, guys, and that ship was coming from England. And I got a whole video on Anthony Johnson. I think we're due for doing a recap on Anthony Johnson. Yeah. He was the very first person to make somebody actually an indentured servant for life. He was a black man made another so-called black man a slave for life or an indenture for life. He was the first one to actually legally do it. He went to court to get his indentured servant back, and he won the case, and the judge ordered the guy to serve him for the rest of his life. That was the very first case. Okay? Not the so-called white man. A lot of people have very touchy feelings about this Anthony Johnson video I did, but it's real history. And we showed way more sources on the actual video, not just a little internet page, okay? Even though this is from a college.
I want to just tell you something here. That ship, the James, was coming from England. All right? It was coming from England. We showed the primary source listing this. All right? Bear with me here. Bear with me here. Let's see if we can get it. We need to do this live. We're surfing the wave live. Oh, hold up. Hold up. I got it in my other browser. Hold up. This is the YouTube. 1 second. Let's add some music here. Get a little bit of water if you guys are thirsty.
Sorry, I'm trying to get it. There we go. This is the book right here.
I think it's in this book, Biography of Ship Passenger List, 1538-1825, being a guide to published list of early immigrants to North America. All right, let's see if we can...
So again, I was live when I was doing this. I don't know if this is the exact book, but it's one of these books that has the, the ship manifest and who was on them and stuff like that. And we showed it, the James ship, when it came in, and the passengers in that ship. And Anthony was there, yeah, listed as Antonio the Negro. Okay, the James, right? The ship James. Ship James. Okay. The ship James made several trips in the early 17th century Great Migration out of England to the New World. It is unclear how many ships were named James during the Great Migration, as the name James was very popular in England during the reign of James I. It appears that James landed right around the New Year because some of the passengers report as landed in 1621. There we go. All right, 1621 when Anthony got there, and others in 1622, most likely due to winter conditions. The first few of the ship were servants to Edward Bennett. All right, so yeah. All right, so I'm glad that reminded me. So this is an actual copy of what is in in the book. It's just like this. And it says, Antonio, a Negro servant to Edward Bennett, right? And then also his wife was in here later on in 1624, I believe. She came in the same ship. And, she was also from England. So Anthony, Negro servant to Edward Bennett. Now, Bennett, we already know. I mean, I've done this. I mean, let's go back. Hold up. Bennett is actually a Sephardic Jewish name. Yeah, he was a Sephardic Jew, Mr. Bennett, which went to Baruch or blessed in Hebrew. It actually anglicized way. I don't know how it became Bennett, but it was Baruch before that. So again, as it says here, the Virginia phase of Johnson's story begins in 60 when in under the list of Antonio a Negro, he arrived in James River aboard the ship James. He was coming from England. All right? He was coming from England. If you want to say he's African, then you got to prove that to me. They want to say he's going to be from Angola. They're going to try to say he's Angolan. It says it is not known if he was brought to Virginia directly from Africa or was picked up elsewhere by slave traders. They don't know. They don't know. But you just told us he arrived on the James. If you look at the voyage the James took, it's going to clearly show you it didn't make no stops. There's a clear voyage. It's recorded. Stop trying to add that Africa thing into this. Stop trying to do that. One of his grandsons named his farm Angola, which suggested that either the Johnson or his forebears were from the southwestern coast of Africa. That's conjecture. Was conjecture. Angola was colonized by Brazilians, Portuguese, Sephardic Jew, and Brazilians. Check out the book Jack Forbes, Africans and Native Americans. They brought many Native Americans over to Angola for free labor and to be soldiers over there in the Angola Wars. Did you know that? Many Sephardic Moorish people, they colonized Angola with Indians. In any event, Johnson was immediately sold to the overseer of Bennett's Welcome, a tobacco plantation on the south side of James River. A year later, on Good Friday, March 22nd, 1622, hostile Indians massacred more than 350 colonists. 53 of these fell at Bennett's Welcome, but Johnson escaped. Later in 1622, another ship, the Margaret and John, arrived in Virginia. Okay, that was the one where his wife was on, and also coming from England. Again, you can research all these ships, all right? What African slave ships? These other ships arrived in Virginia. On board, among others, was Mary, a Negro woman. Again, I've shown the primary sources of this. I believe it was in either my Swarthy Europe videos or my indentured servitude videos, one of those. And I've shown the actual book listing, primary sources, Library of Congress, official book listing all the voyages from these times and the ships and who was in there. And this is what they're talking about. We actually shown that primary source. Even though there's no record to prove it, it is supposed that someone with the surname of Johnson helped Antonio, a Negro, gain his freedom. Look at what it says here. Now you see they're making up stuff. This is the Virginia pilot, right? They just said, please pay attention to this, right? Even though there's no record to prove it, it is supposed that someone with surname of Johnson helped Antonio Negro gain his freedom, and that the former slave then took the name of his benefactor. Do you see that? Oh, hey, I'm gonna take your last name. I really like it. I think you did. I'm not gonna name myself after my Angolan heritage.
I think I like you because you helped me, Mr. Johnson. So I'm gonna be Mr. I like that. I like that. I like Anthony Johnson. I like that. It sounds nice. I like that. Anthony Johnson. Yeah. Yeah, I can make this work. No, sorry. Nah, see, no, you weren't baptized a Johnson. See, somebody told me, see, I'm going back and forth with a lot of people these days. A lot of people just want to be Indian, and that's okay. You can be whatever you want to call yourself. But if your genealogy doesn't state that, and you know you got Europeans, or, you know, they weren't white. A lot of these were so-called black Europeans, and Johnson and Jackson and all these are not only baptized names. Those were actually names that colored people carried over here from Europe. Johnsons, yeah, these were black English people. Yes, yes, yes. No, it wasn't just baptism, even though it might have happened in some cases. You got to show me that, though. Show me the record where it says this Indian got baptized Johnson. Because if not, it's just conjecture. And it's okay. If that's what you just want to be and believe, that's fine. That's fine. But don't leave comments on my thing like you're mad at me because you're saying the books I'm reading is like Walter Plecker trying to kill the. That's what they told me about the Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. That's what they told me. You know, I know it's hard. Truth hurts, I know. But you should embrace all lines. You should embrace all the lines. You're not responsible for what happened in the past, who your ancestors are. On your 10th generation, you got over 8,000 grandparents, not just one grandma and one grandpa that you want to acknowledge and remember. You had many. These were blood. These were your blood ancestors, blood. Just like any other grandparent, blood. All right? So Johnson wasn't no baptized name given to Indians, okay? Please. And if you believe so, show me the proof. Even though the Johnsons of England, these black Johnsons, married into Indians. Yes, that definitely did happen. It wasn't just through baptism, though. That's conjecture. These are your last names. These are your surnames. These are your family crest. This is your history. American Indian and these Europeans, both. All right? Breaking it down right here, okay? Johnson came from England. They just made up a whole lie saying that he took the name from somebody. This is always the story. It's somebody they admired. They just admired this guy, so they took his last name, Kurimeo. You know, that's probably what happened, Kurimeo. That's what somebody told me in the genealogy, their aunt, who didn't watch me. She couldn't believe I found that the slave owners weren't actually slave owners. They were her mother or family. But let's continue, man. It's getting late up in here. It says during the late 1640s, Johnson moved with his family to Northern County on Virginia's eastern shore, where he acquired property on Pungotee Creek and began raising livestock. All right. I believe today that is called the Isles of Wight, the Isles of Wight in Virginia. By July 1651, he had brought his holdings, which he referred to in the court record as mine own ground, to 250 acres and a considerable tract of eastern shore standards. Meanwhile, he had acquired at least one black slave, as well as several white slaves, white indentures. At least one of them. He had one. No, he had a lot. He didn't care about complexion. He cared about his family's well-being and running his farm. He already went through that. He's like, I've been there, man. You got to figure your own problem out. I'm out of that. I got my freedom. I'm hustling now. Now you work for me. You work hard. In 7 years, you might end up like me. That's what it is, you know? Yeah, Mighty Lola, we actually showed that video. That's the controversial one that I got in trouble with YouTube because the lady's reading a census, right? I repeated what she said and they told me I couldn't say it. All right, that lady's full of hijack, honestly. I had to correct her many times. You know, I didn't even want to show what she was saying, even though she's giving a lot of drop. She's making everybody Africans, even though she's reading the census, and the census doesn't say African at all. She added that part. She added that part. Okay. So we got a black slave owner, Mr. Johnson, who came from England, got his freedom in 7 years. He wasn't a slave for life. He ended up having his own so-called black slaves and white. Now, see, they want to say black slave and white indentured servant. They don't want to say white slave, right? It was the same thing, because why? These blacks were indentured servants too. Again, they were indentured servants. They were indentured servants. Okay? 1 second here. Get a little bit of this. This is the illegal beginning of Negro slavery. All right, by William J. Wood. This is actually very scholarly. This is from the American Bar Association Journal, volume 56, number 1, from 1970, pages 45 to 49. I just want to go to the part where they're talking about these so-called first 20 odd, people that arrived. I'm gonna let you know where they were coming from. Such was the situation. All right, let me just zoom in a little bit more for you guys. Oh, I can't zoom in more. Here we go. Okay. Such was the situation when the first 20 Negroes arrived in 1619 as part of a prize taken by piracy from a Spanish ship in the Indies. So remember who the pirates were? These so-called English pirates were, Francis Drake, all these people. This is the people we're talking about. And his the other one, I forget his name, Hawkins and all them. These pirates, they went to Veracruz, Mexico. They found a ship there off the coast. And Veracruz, Mexico, a Spanish ship, meaning a Catholic ship. The ship was called the San João Bautista. The San João Bautista ship.
It was actually coming from Portugal. Lisbon is a Portuguese, but they call it Spanish. And most, they do that a lot with history.
San João Bautista, we've already shown this as well. I've shown it in one of my videos that it left Lisbon. I believe it stopped in the Azores and went straight to America. It didn't stop in Africa. And I don't think it even stopped in the Azores. I mean, I'm just saying, but it was en route there and it didn't pick up anybody. Like, they have this recorded. It went down to South America, Venezuela, and then it went up to Veracruz, where it was going to drop off these people, supposedly. And that's where it got intercepted by the Sephardis, the Huguenots, the Jews, the pirates, the Jewish pirates of the Caribbean. Remember? Colored people. And what did they do? Again, this ship was where? In the Indies, not in Africa. In the Indies, in the Caribbean, not in Africa, off the coast of Veracruz, in the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. They were simply what? Indentured. They were indentured for their passage. The proceeds of the auction went to the owners. The pirate ship, all right? The pirate ship, they made money off that. Had future arrivals continued on a casual basis, they might all have been absorbed as indentured servants and ultimately have become free Americans. Free Americans. It wasn't about life and slavery. It wasn't about Kunta Kinte. That's a lie. Alex Haley lied. He got sued. He made it all up.
And we recently did his genealogy. We showed it was all a lie. He had no Africans there. We showed it.
He made it all up. So what's going on in the chat?
So the goal I have today, guys, is a $10 donation. If you guys like to help, support, appreciate it. Only if you're willing to, all right? Either if you can't, I still appreciate you. Thanks for being here. I hope you guys enjoying this recap.
All right. Make sure you guys are giving opinions that can be verified. with sources, Again, that's what I try to teach you guys, at least. Let's talk with sources and historical facts from now on, Let's talk with sources, and let's not do like 1997 or 1993 that people used to just randomly just say so many things and just make up so much conjecture and give so many opinions and never show one source. It's okay to have opinions, and it's okay to chat, But if you're repeating hijack, it ain't anything worse than, the hijack. So again, the reason I came here, I just wanted to remind you that these first 20 odd, what they call them, they were indentured servants. Just like the governor said, they were indentured servants. He was right. Calling them indentured servants in his first TV interview since they raised him scandal, bro, all right? So he don't care. He's telling the truth. He's like, you want to label me racist and everything? Yeah. Hey, I know how that is, man. Don't worry, man. They're trying to do the same to me, man. So how did we get to all that, right? Let's go back. How did we end up all the way with Anthony Johnson and the 20 odd, the 20 odd, right? It means 20 something, which I learned later on. I used to be like, 20 odd? Why were they odd? Hey, man, sometimes I just don't, I didn't use my common sense. The first blacks to land in the colonies were the 20 and odd, right? Who were brought to Virginia in 1619. And again, they weren't the first so-called blacks. First of all, there was already black Indians here, right? There was already black Indians here. So how could they be the first blacks, right? The first crayon colors. Well, if that's what you mean, yeah, they might have been the first crayon colors that got here. The first crayon colors that had feet and hands and all that. So yeah, Indians, you guys were already here and you came. You guys were already here and you came. And even before this, we got this recently. I don't know if you guys remember, right? Ellison came up to South Carolina in the 1500s, 1520s, right? Remember the Lost Roanoke Company? Remember all these Spaniards and the Sephardic Jews and then these indentured servants that were being left behind by Cortez and all these people. Ellison brought up Caribs and Sephardic Jews, and he left about 200, 150, 200, I believe, 250 here. When they left, they just left them here.
So did De Soto. He came up with 600 soldiers. He left many here. A lot of them were black Europeans. So did Juan Pardo, him and his crew. And a lot of these people became so-called Cherokees and all that. They mixed in with the Indians, created their own tribes, their own clans. They became chiefs of a lot of the 5 civilized tribes because they were half this and half that. So they were, both worlds. They had connections. So that's why they were picked as chiefs more than others. Hey, this is real history. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this because Kurimeo, now we just ended. Nah, man, what are you talking about, man?
You think they all died? None of them got assimilated or, none of them amalgamated or just became Indians? Is that what you're saying? But these were so-called black people too, and this is historic. So how are you even saying these are the first blacks when you yourself told us, you recorded that Ellison brought so-called Negroes up from the Caribbean? So mainstream contradicts itself a lot of times. You guys got to remember, gosh, the hijack, and then throw another blow. Wow, hit him with the facts. You're wrong. It's not the first so-called blacks. Been here. Been here. The exact number and location are uncertain. In September 1630, little more than a decade later, the first court case regarding interracial sex appeared. Hugh Davis to be soundly whipped before an assembly of Negroes and others for abusing himself to the dishonor of God and shame of Christianity by defiling his body and lying with a Negro, which fault he is to act next Sabbath day. In October 1640, another case involving a white man and a black woman was recorded. Only this time, it was a black woman who was whipped. All right. So, again, they're trying to make a black and white world here. This author. And at the same time, Anthony Johnson is a slave owner with white indentured servants. Says, whereas Robert Swett hath begotten with child a Negro woman servant belonging unto Lieutenant Shepard, the court has therefore ordered that the said Negro woman shall be whipped at the whipping post, and the said Swett shall tomorrow in the forenoon do public penance for his offense at James City Church in the time of divine service, according to the laws of England, in that case provided. So who was this so-called Negro woman? Was this the Indian? Was this the Indian they were whipping? Let me see her genealogy. I hope you're not trying to say that's a so-called African person without any proof. Robert Swett is described as a gentleman in a land patent received from Virginia in 1628. All right. So he's described as a gentleman, not as a white man. He's described as a gentleman. Again, the word white didn't exist in Virginia until after 1670s. This is in 1620s and 40s still. All right. So again, let's not just assume because the other lady is being called Negro that she's, first of all, from Africa. Let's not assume that. And let's not assume that this person who didn't get whipped is not a so-called black man too. He's just a prominent community, European maybe, colonist, that doesn't, it's not about complexion at this time. Okay? Such behavior was not uncommon, and so many white men were impregnating black women. So many white, you mean pale skinned people? What do you mean by white? All right. Now, that the legal status of their mulatto offspring became an issue. In 1622, Virginia, see, that's a whole, they're lying. See, there's no sources on this part. You see that there's no sources where he's saying that. He had a source when he's saying Robert Swett is described as a gentleman. I can believe that. I can believe there's a source for that. Now he's saying that there was only white men impregnating, you know, when the word white never existed before 1670. So how would they be distinguishing between races? If that wasn't even a word back then, what would they call them? We're saying no marriage between a European and, you know, they weren't being called white. Remember, it's either Christian, it was Christian, right? Christians, right? And then they were grouping who? Negroes, Moors. Now listen, Indians, Negroes, Moors, and servants together. All right. So, gosh, to hijack. In 1662, Virginia passed formal legislation which resolved this question, and the process became the first kind to legally address interracial sexual relations between whites and blacks. And again, this is, I believe, the time that they started talking about race in the 60s. This is almost 40, 50 years later. All right. Whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro. Okay, Englishman. It didn't call him a white man. Englishman. You see what the records really say? See how they switched the narrative. Upon a Negro woman should be slave or free. Be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother, and that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, all right, Christian, again, not a white man, if any Christian, remember, who's the new Christians? I'll wait. Who was being called new Christians? I'll wait. Come on, tell me. Who was the new Christians? Who was the Protestants? Who was the Presbyterians? Some of these so-called converted Catholics. Who was these conversos? Who was the crypto Jews? Who was the crypto Moors who were going under Christianity? So a lot of people were Christians. A lot of so-called black people were Christians too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, but no, Kurimeo, they mean white people. No. Prove that to me. Prove that to me. I'm sure there was white people in that, but not all of them were white people. All right, again, they're being very specific. They're not saying white, they're saying Christians. All right, stop changing the narrative. Stop changing the word Negro into African. Stop changing the word Englishman or European or Christian into white. That's all you doing that on your own. That's all you guys doing that on your own. I know it's from doctrine that we received, and we're so used to thinking of that. We got to break the spell. We got to break that spell. he or she or offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former act. This was very important law because it was the first to adopt the ancient legal doctrine of partus securitative ventrem, which held that the child followed the social status of the mother. According to the, all right, so who talks with Latin? Who brings all these laws? Come on, man. Who's very good at this stuff in this community? Starts with an M, and then it has an O in it, and possibly an R and maybe an S. Who speaks this stuff? Hey, I see people's titles with this kind of language all the time. Asir, hey, my shout out to Asir with the Latin titles, yo. Which held that the child follows the social status of the mother. According to Virginia law of 1662, if the mother is a slave, her child will also be a slave because of the property of the slave owner. That child would be a bastard with no legal father. What this law did, very subtly, was to provide the means for white men to be able to deny the responsibility of their paternity and keep illegitimate interracial children with the slave status of their black or mulatto mothers. All right, so again, just be very logical. Why do you think they picked the mother? Who is the mother in most cases? It wasn't no African mother. Who was the mother in most cases? Especially in these colonial times, it was the indigenous person here, the local. It was the indigenous, yeah. Who were they marrying into? Who were they taking on as wives? Who were they doing bad things with at times? You know, unfortunately, raping sometimes. Yeah, and or simply who was just the Indian wife that they loved and had a family with, that people today are calling his slaves. So yeah, they was like, yeah, let's just put the mother, because most of the time it's going to be an Indian, and the Indians are slaves, you know, the status, you know, indentured servant, whatever you want to call, you know. So, you know, it worked out for them. That way, you know, most of the males, the Europeans were coming, you know, most of them, not all of them, right? If the mother is a slave, her child will also be a slave because the property of the slave's owner, that child would be bastard with no legal father. What this law did very subtly was to provide the means for white men to be able to deny the responsibility of their paternity and keep illegitimate interracial children with the slave status of their black or mulatto mothers. In his 1858 treatise on slavery, Thomas R. Cobb confirmed the legal principle held throughout the South, that the issue and descendants of slaves in the maternal line are slaves. The rule partus securiter ventrem has been adopted in all states. He cited writers who explained the reason for the doctrine as follows. From principles of justice, the offspring, the increase of the womb, belong to the master of the womb. The owner of a cow, for example, owns the calf in the cow's womb. So too, the owner of a slave owns the child in the slave's womb. All right. So now again, we're thinking slavery like Junta Quinte. We're talking about indentured servitude. That's what's going on. Indentured servitude. So yeah, they belonged to the master of the indentured servant, I guess. You know, that was their servant because they had a contract. You have a contract. You're under me for 7 years. If you have any kids in those times, I own your kid. You know, it came out of during the time you were under my contract, you know? So, yeah. George M. Stout, another antebellum writer, emphasized the point that the partis rule was applicable through many generations. By this law, any person whose maternal ancestor, even in the remotest degree of distance from him or her, can be shown not free at the date of the law, although the paternal ancestor at each successive generation may have been a white freeman, is declared to be the subject of perpetual slavery. An anti-slavery pamphlet published in 1855 related to readers that there were 1.5 million of slave women, some of them without even the tinge of African blood. All right, some of them didn't even have African blood. Hey, oh, now you want to drop? Now you want to give us a drop? Okay. Their white children would also be slaves. A year later, Judge William D. Kelly of Philadelphia spoke of how subsequent generations of admixture produced white slaves and their subjugation under partis after the mulatto. The second cross is a quadroon. Trace it in geometrical progression. In the next, there is but 1/8 of Negro blood. In the next, only the fourth cross. There is but 1/16 of Negro blood. And where the taint is so slight as that, who shall trace it? Who shall discover it? It has reached a point for many of their slaves have less than 1/16, have but 1/32nd part African blood in their veins. Do you see what they're literally telling you right here? Now they're making up a conjecture that they're saying is because of all the admixtures over the years, but they're starting to see that none of these people have really any trace of African blood still left, supposedly. Is that really African blood, or do they mean the indigenous blood, or even these runaway Black Europeans indentured blood? Europeans, like the unwanted, all the ones they didn't want over there, they were sending over here since since Columbus. But again, yeah, many of those are really the indigenous population of America. So they're saying like, wow, man, you're talking about 1/16, 1/32th. Like, come on, man, you're ridiculous. 1/16th, 32nd part. Come on, man, 32nd part. Come on, man. In their veins, but so long as the mother's a slave, though she has but 1/32nd part of African blood and the father have none, the child is still a slave. So they're trying to literally telling you straight up, being African has nothing to do with being a slave. Because none of these people were showing blood of it. None of them really had the blood. His condition following that of his mother on the principle partis securita ventrum, the doctrine of white slavery, is no mere abstract theory of the South. It wasn't because they were African that they were automatically born slaves, because the mom usually had that status, whether she was an indigenous woman or Black European or even a pale-skinned person. Speaking before the House of Representatives in 1860, Congressman Harrison G. O. Blake of Ohio said, "You hold a man in slavery who is born of a slave mother, without reference to the amount of Negro blood in his veins, a man having so slight an admixture of Negro blood that you can discover no difference between him and the pure Caucasian, is to all intents and purposes a white man, and just such men are held in slavery." All right. In the words of James M. Ashley, another congressman from Ohio, in every slave state, I believe without exception, the fate of all offspring born of the servile race is made by statute to depend on the condition of the mother. If she be a slave, her children, though white, are also slave. Her children, though white, are also slave. All right. They're also slaves. The laws and judicial decisions of all the slave states on this point are uniform. White people were enslaved under the partis rule, and this was to have a profound effect on slavery in the antebellum period, especially during the decades leading up to the Civil War. Now, I don't want you to get it twisted again. Remember, a lot of times, the Black master benefited from this. He had a white indentured servant or slave. He had kids, right? And those were his. Now, he owned them because of her status. Same thing. Reverse roles, but it was the same thing. Again, both cases happened. Peace to the chat, everybody there tuned in. I hope you guys enjoying this. Got 500 strong here. Wow. The laws and judicial decisions of all slave states on this point are uniform. White people were enslaved under partis rule, and this was to have a profound effect on slavery antebellum period, especially during the decades leading up to the Civil War. In addition to the white partis slaves, another way the institution of slavery was not based on color had to do with the fact that there were free blacks and free mulattoes who owned slaves. Oh, so I'll give it up to him. 1997, he's kind of advanced. He's actually very advanced for his time. No wonder, Mr. Author, they didn't want your book to come out until, they probably thought they would never, they never gonna care about that. They think they're African. They will never try to research this because they think they're African. We already got them where we want them. They even promote and fight about it. They're passionate about being African. They fight their own people to be African. They ignore their own grandmas and family and genealogy to be African. We already got them. They will never research this. But the fact is that there were free blacks and free mulattoes who owned slaves. And this is what we've been learning a lot, right? I'm not trying to make people un-Indian. I'm just telling the truth. There were so-called black slaves here. And a lot of those were not, they didn't mean they were actually slave masters. A lot of them just owned their family. A lot of them just had a farm. They called farms plantations. A plantation is just a farm. They want you to think plantation means Kunta Kinte slavery. Alex Haley lied. He got sued. Break the spell. Although they were not very many in number, no, there was a lot. The slavery system in the American South allowed free people of color to be slaveholders and validates the lack of emphasis on color that much more. And a lot of times they say, even though there was less black slave owners, well, the thing is, see, a lot of those people you're calling white were also colored. If we really did the numbers and really figured out who these people were, I think the numbers would change drastically. Just as a slave could have either dark skin or white skin, the same held true for the slave owners. All right? It was the same for the slave owners. On many genealogies, we find many black slave owners, and it turns out their family or it turns out they just had workers. They just needed to run their farms, Indentured servitude was the way to get free labor. That was the way to legally get help, head right system and everything. It was regulated everything. So, slave owners were also white and dark. George M. Weston wrote the following in 1856: Negroes legally may be and often are slave owners. Often, 1856, often are slave owners. It is popularly supposed that masters of the South are whites and the slaves blacks or Africans, in quotes. It is supposed, right? That's not true. The truth is, the law of Southern slavery does not prescribe any color or race for either masters or slaves. And in point of fact, the institution does not rest upon distinction of race at all. At all. It's not about color. I've been telling you, it's not about the complexion. In comments directed to Southerners in the House of Representatives, Congressman Harrison G. Blake, cited above, observed in some of, if not all of the slave states, you permitted a man of Negro blood, and even a full-blooded Negro, if free himself, to hold slaves. In some instances, the master has a much larger proportion of Negro blood in his veins than some of those he holds in slavery. Who's more Negro? The slave master than the actual slaves. In many cases, from the historical perspective. See, now when he was talking, all this stuff he was saying right here, it's all verifiable. He even has a source here at the end. He has quotes from people you can verify. This whole, he sounded really intelligent and no hijack involved in all this whole paragraph when he went with facts. From the historical perspective, social custom and convention did not accept sexual relations between white women and black or mulatto men, a double standard that was able to be maintained because of colonial laws based on the Virginia precedent. Interracial children born of white mothers followed the social status of their mothers and were free mulattoes, while slave mothers were mere chattel property with no legal standing whatsoever, so their interracial children were illegitimate and retained the same social status as slaves. The system of slavery thus remained fully intact and uncompromised. This policy had its most virulent consequences from the late 1700s through the pre-Civil War antebellum period. For those readers who are unfamiliar with this time in American history, and particularly the history of the southern states, objectively speaking, it may be somewhat difficult to truly comprehend the vast extent to which interracial sexual relations occurred. Nowhere can the sexual double standard be seen more clearly than during the period of slavery, when tens of thousands and ultimately several hundred thousands mulatto children were born of slave women and white men. Abraham Lincoln said in 1850, remember, Abraham Lincoln, the colored man, so-called black man, in 1850, right? What did he say? There were in the free states 56,649 mulattoes, or they had them all counted, I guess. But for the most part, they were not born there. They came from the slave states, ready, made up. Mulattoes, right? Mulattoes. Now, real quick, I'd like to take a break here, and we're going to go back here real quick. Let's see. Mulattoes, right? So mulattoes, what are we supposed to interpret from mulattoes, right? Well, I made a video once. It's very short. It's very short. We're going to get it like it's the first time here. We're going to get it like it's the first time here. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it here. All right, 1 second.
Author regarding this stuff, primary source, actually.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah, excuse my, I'm trying to get to the, it's hard navigating through this, it won't let me put it right on the spot I want, but I appreciate your patience, guys. All right. All right, here it is.
So we're in this book now. This is a major drop. Well, to me it is. I was looking for something that basically defines mulatto, you know, the way I'm trying to explain they were using it, right? So it says here in this book, the statutes at large being a collection of all the laws of Virginia from the first session of the legislature in the year 1690. All right, so beginning there, and even before that, they got all the records of what they were doing since 1606, 1607. So it's published pursuant to an act of the General Assembly of Virginia passed on the 5th day of February, 1808. All right, they made this book. This is volume 3 of William Waller Henning's Statutes at Large. All right, very famous author regarding this stuff, primary source, actually. All right. So I found, this was a hard book to find. I usually go to archive.org to get most of the books that are there for everybody publicly, right? I also have this library, this digital library, the Hati Trust Digital Library. All right, and that's where I found this statute book that we're going to read, because I couldn't find it in the archive. It was, so I use a lot of different alternatives sometimes, but I'm glad I found it. We're going to go to page 250 to 252. So we're on page 250 of this volume 3 of the Statutes of Laws of William Henning, and this is regarding chapter 4, right? And it says, an act declaring who shall not bear office in this country. All right, so they're letting you know who can run for office, like mayors, governors, president, all that, and who can't. all right, in this part of the book. We're going to go all the way to page 252 because it starts talking about, well, let's read this part. So, be it enacted by the governor, council, and burgesses of this present General Assembly, and it is hereby enacted by authority of the same, that no person whatsoever already convicted, or which hereafter shall be convicted in Her Majesty's Kingdom of England, in this or in any other of Her Majesty's dominion, colonies, islands, territories, or plantations, or in any other kingdom, dominion, or place belonging to any foreign prince or state whatsoever, of treason, murder, felony, blasphemy, perjury, forgery, or any other crime whatsoever, punishable by the laws of England, this country, or other place wherein he was convicted, with the loss of life or member, nor any Negro, mulatto, or Indian shall from and after the publication of this act bear any office, ecclesiastical, civil, or military, or be in any place or of public trust or power within this Her Majesty's colony and dominion of Virginia, and that if any person convicted as aforesaid or Negro, mulatto, or Indian shall presume to take upon him act in or exercise any office, ecclesiastical, civil, or military, or any place of public trust or power within this colony and dominion. So basically, they're letting you know anybody who's been convicted of crime, ex-criminals or whatever, are not eligible for office. Again, they also put Negro, any Negro, so-called Negro, mulatto, or Indian as well. So they put criminals and put them together with a Negro, a mulatto, or an Indian, right? They're saying these types of people cannot run for office or be president, governors, or anything like that. And then there's a fee if they even try to, or they get caught doing it. All right. But I wanted to go to page a little bit more down, 252 here. All right. Because it's going to tell us straight up what they mean about who's mulatto. All right. You ready for this? So it says, and for clearing all manner of doubts, which hereafter may happen to arise upon the construction of this act, or any other act, who shall be accounted a mulatto. All right, so there's no, confusion or disagreements or any things come up, any issues saying, hey, I'm not, who's mulatto? Then so they're gonna make it clear for you, all right, who they talking about when they're talking about mulatto. So it says, be it enacted and declared, and it is hereby enacted and declared that the child of an Indian, all right, the child of an Indian, and the child, grandchild, or great-grandchild of a Negro. So they're separating. They're not saying, they're saying the child of an Indian, and as well as a child or a grandchild, great-grandchild of a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto. You've been classified as a mulatto. Indians and Negroes are the mulattoes. All right, and I know we've been trying to show you that that's a code word for Indian. When you see that in the census record, this is more correlation, more proof. This is from 1705. They were making it clear. All right, so where's the Africans in all this? Don't tell me it's the Negro, so-called Negro, because they're calling Indians Negro. We already have those accounts, historic accounts. We know at some point Negro was synonymous with slave. We have this, we've read this in primary sources. All right, so again, who is the mulatto? The child of an Indian and the child of a Negro. All right, they shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto. And it be it further enacted that all and every other acts and every clause and article heretofore made for so much thereof.
All right. Hey, wow, I didn't realize they were trying to mess with my audio. My video never sounded like that before. Like they're trying to take off the audio, literally, of this video right here. So again, just wanted to come to this video just to remind people, mulatto means a lot of things. It's not just what they're saying, white mulattoes, black mulattoes. No, it means a lot of things. All right. So it's real quick. All right. I think I'm gonna end today's presentation right here. Especially since we're a little off topic right here, talking about Bible stuff in here and religion. All right. So we're gonna go to part 2 now, guys. We're gonna go to part 2. Again, this is a marathon. We're gonna continue. All right. It's, again, I just want to say shout out to everybody who has donated. All right. Today I got a little goal going, see if I can get a little help today with something I'm trying to, I got a lot of repair stuff to do. And I'm trying to, yeah. Well, you guys will see. I want to kind of surprise y'all. I got something planned for August. I might show up in your country. I got something planned for August too. So, if you'd like to help out, thank you. If you're willing and able, appreciate you. And if you can't, I still appreciate you. I still got love for you. I know a lot of you can't. So I know that. So we're gonna go on to part 2 of this Civil War, the truth about the Civil War marathon we're having today. We're going on to another video I got about it. Okay. Don't go anywhere, guys. We still got a long night. All right. So get cozy. It's going to get real good when we're going to get more specific on the Civil War stuff. You'll see. All right.
Black slave owners, free black slave masters in South Carolina, 1790, 1860 by Larry Kroger. So I bought the Kindle version so I can have access to the whole book. And this is the book right here. This is the cover, Black Slave Owners again, Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina by Larry Kroger. It says here in the foreword, in South Carolina, free Negro masters were similar to white slave owners. Both exploited the labor of slaves with a desire for profits. Continuing the introduction of the book, it says here, black slaveholding is a historical phenomenon which has not been fully explored by scholars. Graduate students of history are often surprised to learn that some free black owned slaves. Even historians are frequently skeptical until they discover the number of black masters and the number of slaves owned by them. All right, so even historians are surprised to find out there was actually people of color who owned slaves. There's still people trolling me, giving me comments like I'm making it all up. Like people of color could have never been a slave owner or a plantation owner, an owner basically of indentured servants. To many readers, slavery was an institution exclusively utilized by white slave owners. The fact that free blacks owned slaves has been lost in the annals of history. It has been lost in the annals of history. The fact, all right, this ain't people's opinions, this ain't make-believe. This is nobody adding a narrative. This is a fact that free blacks owned slaves, and it has been lost in the annals of history. Yet at one time or another, free black slave owners resided in every southern state which countenanced slavery, and even in northern states, all right, every southern state had what? In Louisiana, Maryland, South Carolina, and Virginia, free blacks owned more than 10,000 slaves, according to the federal census of 1830. And we saw that census, right? We got the book. Many of the black masters in the lower South were large planters who owned scores of slaves and planted large quantities of cotton, rice, and sugar cane. Again, black masters, so-called black masters. All right, and they had plantations, cotton, black masters, cotton plantations.
In 1860, for example, Auguste Donato, a free-colored planter of St. Laundry Parish in Louisiana. All right? And I've done people's genealogy that their ancestors go back to the same place, and they also owned farms. And these were people of color as well. So again, we got this person, Auguste Donato, just like if you saw my video, Antoine Decour, the Decour family in Louisiana, free people of color who owned, a lot of slaves, and they lost it all. When the slaves got emancipated, they lost all their plantation.
Yeah, wow. Oh, I wasn't live yet. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good. We were just doing a little replay of one of my videos just to let people come in. We got 86 right now, still, I believe. Let me see. Trying to get a little more before I begin. Share.
Remember, this is videos from 3 or 4 years old, and so we're doing a recap. Thanks for being here today, guys.
The video, hit the like. All right, got another book today. We're gonna read, the same book we read the other day, but I got another one that's very related to this, and we're gonna, so you can see it's not just about race. We got a little bit of that in the last one, when they were talking about Abraham Lincoln. He didn't really care about. It was more about the Union, what he felt about the Union's status and power. So again, it's not just about colors here. There was a lot of special interest involved, and shout out to everybody in the chat for coming today. Just, so again, if you didn't see part 1 of this presentation, make sure to catch that part 1 so you can understand the whole journey we're going to take on this series. All right, I'm going to try to break this down, the Civil War and all that. We're going to see what historical sources really say. A different look at it, information that was kept from us, so we can discern and put it all together with our own conclusions. Much love and respect to everybody in the chat. We got 100 strong. I think we're ready. Yeah, I think we're ready. So that what we just seen right now was a clip of my South Carolina video, the DeCours. Oh, I'm sorry, the DeCosta family, the DeCostas who turned out to be so-called Black Irish. I actually showed the census. I showed the census where they're being listed as mulattoes and blacks, right? And these are the DeCostas, the free people of color family, South Carolina. DeCosta, we already know, it's their Sephardic Moorish Jewish name, all right? And it's not just from baptism. A lot of people trying to say, well, all these names got, Indians got baptized. All these names, no, not in every case. No, sorry, that's conjecture. All right, a lot of these families did marry into Indians, but you got to show me, your record that says they got baptized. They were an Indian that got baptized. Show me the baptized record. Other than that, it's just conjecture. And again, you got the Indian in you. That's wonderful. Nobody's denying any of that. And we're just trying to tell the whole story, not just part of it. We're just trying to tell the whole story, no matter, no feelings or emotions involved. We're going to try to tell the whole story. And hopefully those real ones out there appreciate what I'm doing and, like to learn, just go with truth and info over feelings and emotions. All right. So, let me just show you guys this. This is a video I'm going to be working on, So what is this? Hold on, let me show you guys. Let me zoom in again. So basically, this is the state of Louisiana's distinguished members of the convention and assemblies. Basically, their Congress or their state senators or whatever they called it, distinguished men. But these were the people in charge of Louisiana. O.J. Dunn, he was actually lieutenant governor of Louisiana. All right. As you can see, this is actually in Here we go. This is in 1668. Almost like 2 or 3 years.
I messed up big time there. I didn't even notice that when I did the video. I meant 1868. Not 1668. Sorry about that. 1868. This is 3 years after supposedly slavery was over. And all you see is colored folks in the Louisiana Congress. So all of a sudden, all the slaves just got power and took over all of a sudden. What happened to they just took out all the so-called white Congress people and government people in Louisiana? You guys really think that's what happened? No, nothing changed. These were the people already, a lot of these were already politicians, even during slavery times. Because slavery, again, wasn't about being black, so-called black.
Years after the so-called Civil War. So you got all these so-called, black men as, in charge. So what happened to all the so-called white people? They just I was like, oh, we'll let you guys just, take over every seat, so are we supposed to assume that, when they got freed, people of color got freed, they just, they worked hard and they all became governors and all that, and senators and distinguished men, and not one white person survived, right? Maybe this guy Pinchback, but he's a little swarthy too. He's very swarthy. He's pretty swarthy. All right, so I'm gonna do the genealogy of O.J. Dunn, a future video in my genealogical stories series I'm building for you guys. Does take a lot of time because there's a lot of hijack, when they try to add that whole descending of one slave who's a descendant of a prince and a king always. All right, so we know how to dodge the hijack with all this secret society talk. Yeah, and in that video I was playing earlier, I did mention the Decors, Louisiana family that I got, free people of colors. They also were slave owners. All right, and I just wanted to go ahead and remind everybody, we've been on a long journey, got a lot of videos. I'm getting asked a lot of questions that I answered like maybe 3 years ago in a video, and the information is still relevant. Nobody's really talking about it yet still. All right, so there's a lot of different topics. I got a lot of different topics, a lot of very good information filled with sources, so you can verify yourself whether you want to believe in things or not. I'm not about beliefs, I'm not about beliefs and none of that. So, we try to go with the facts. If I do have a belief, I'll let you know this is my belief, this is my opinion, and I'm getting a lot of heat. I'm getting a lot of heat, not just from YouTube, but from people. It's okay, man. I'm not your enemy, man. I'm not your enemy. I'm don't kill the messenger just because I'm reading these books and stuff. And whether you want to consider them, sources or not, they're sources. Over emotions and feelings and conjecture and opinions, I'm gonna go with sources, man, because I'm done with all that, talking, all the talking in the streets and in videos for 5 hours and in streets talking and this and that. All right, so I invite you again to take the journey with me. If you haven't, go back, a video a video a day. You never know, you might get through it. Hey, before I got on this, I binge watched 42 The Draw Radio. I had to, man. And I'm like, and I'm gonna go to his first video and I'm gonna catch up, and then I'm just gonna watch them all. And it's still going on today. Still trying to catch up. A lot of good info from Drop Nation, that brother. So why can't it? If I could do it, anybody could, because I wanted to really learn and understand and overstand and discern, make my own conclusions. And here I am, and Hawa was great. The Great Spirit is great. All right, so yes, again, this is my channel. I invite you to go back. I got so many different topics, so many different topics, so many different things, dealing with mostly history, so if you're into that, go ahead and check it out. I want to move on to, let me see, the Decor family. All right, let me see if we can go.
Then other, but now from autumn of 1989.
All right, so this is again from my video of Louisiana, the Decors family. Just gonna get a little part of it real quick.
Long after the enslavement of Native Americans or
So that part was talking about the enslavement of Native American or American Indians or indigenous people of Louisiana. So again, I was just trying to let it know before we read what we're going to read, that, it's not just so-called whatever they're saying as slaves, Africans or they also got American Indians as so-called slaves. All right. So now we go into this part of the video just real quick, and let's just get this like it's the first time.
For a book, it says Louisiana History, the Journal of the Louisiana Historical Association. I'm reading from volume 30, number 4, from autumn of 1989, pages 345 to 364, if you'd like to follow up on that. And the article is called Antebellum Free Persons of Color in Post-Bellum Louisiana, all right, by Lauren Schwarzenegger, University of North Carolina at Greensboro. All right, now it says here, it seems as if it were a dream. The arrival of the sheriff, the gathering of friends and neighbors, the high-pitched voice of the auctioneer, the shouts and greedy excitement of the bidders. But for Josephine DeCour, it was not a dream, but a harsh reality. Only a decade before, she and her husband, Antoine DeCour Jr., had been among the wealthiest free people of color. So what happened? So just a decade before, they were the wealthiest free people of color, right? There's Antoine DeCour Jr. and Josephine DeCour in the South, right? Not just in Louisiana, but in the South. They had owned more than 1,000 acres of fertile land along the river in Pointe Coupee Parish, raised sugarcane, right? Sugarcane, corn, and rice, and produced wool and molasses. Their total estate, including real property, machinery, livestock, and 112 slaves. Yes, people of color, the DeCours. Who are these DeCours who have so much wealth? And the 112 slaves had been worth in excess of 150,000. We're talking about, what is this, 1800s? That's a lot of money today.
My fault. I think right here I was talking and I was muted, so bear with me. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, we're going over the history here, the true cause of the Civil War. And before I started even actually reading more stuff on the Civil War, there was a lot of context I wanted to talk about. So, a lot of people think it's about just slavery, and I could just read these books and say it was about preserving the Union, which we're going to get into. But people still
Again,
okay,
remember,
sorry. I'm back.
We don't know, out of these 112 slaves, we're supposed to assume these were all so-called African slaves, right? But that was a false story they told us. We know better now. Indentured servants and aboriginals, Native Americans, American Indians, aboriginals and indentured servants, both black and white indentured servants from Europe and white. So these people of color could, in this 112 slaves, could include people of color, both Europeans, aboriginals, and pale-skinned people.
Yes. I was muted, of course, like always. What I was saying when I stopped it there is, I mentioned, who are these DeCours with all this wealth? And, later on, this is before I started really understanding the role the Sephardic Moorish people played in American colonizing and as slave owners and just plantation owners, very wealthy. Even a lot of them did their indentured servant time, and they got their own land after that. So this is one of the families. Trace them back to Huguenots and Sephardic Jews at the course. This is something I found out later on. And I hope you guys enjoying it. We're just about to get into the real information. I just want to make sure people understand the journey where we've been. If we're trying to understand the Civil War, I'm just showing you right now there was black slave owners, right? That already doesn't make sense in the Civil War, right? Story, narrative. So I don't know how you guys talking about gods and God and gods right now. You guys are off topic. Hopefully it helps with the build we're going to do today. So again, I appreciate if we just stay in topic and, we don't get no distractions out of here, because it goes, you guys are going to start talking about religion and all this other stuff. You guys are going to go sidetrack and are going to be paying attention, So let's keep focused here. What is the main objects of the, the video today, the untold story, the forgotten story of the Civil War. All right. So again, we're going to continue. So basically, I'm not going to continue with the DeCour video. I just wanted to show you guys there was, they had so much acres, 112 slaves, it says here. And what happened? They lost it all. When Abraham Lincoln, another so-called colored man, the president, right, emancipated people, ended their contract, an emancipation, right? An emancipation. Now, real quick, let's see, let's see what we get. Etymology online. All right. Etymology online. Yeah. Shout out to the one hater, the dislike. We love you. Emancipation. Let's see what we get over here. All right. Well, yeah, in modern use, especially of the freeing of a minor from parental control, specifically in reference. Okay, so what are we saying? Emancipation, emancipate. All right, let's go to emancipate. Verb, set free from control. All right, past particle, emancipate, put a son out of paternity authority. Okay, well, that's in Roman law, freeing of a son. Okay, so this is freeing of a son, huh? So this is starting to sound different to me. Freeing of a son. So it was family? Are you saying it was family mostly? We already know a lot of these so-called slave owners were actually the husband, the dad. It was family. I shout out to Wanagi for putting out that video. I feel like putting that video on today. Might possibly Wanagi, So let's see. What else does it say? Declare someone free, give up one's authority over in Roman law. Is freeing of the son and the wife, legal authority of the pater to make his or her own way in the world, from assimilated out of way, emancipare, deliver, transfer, or sell, from manusbum, ownership, from manus hand, to take, emancipated. All right, let's go to emancipated. All right, let's see. It's freed from custom or social restraints. I could have sworn I saw a contract here once. They switching up the definitions, but either way, it doesn't say nothing about slavery. Now, if you're an indentured servant, you do have a contract, right? You have to abide by that contract 3 to 4, 7 years until you get your freedom dues. You signed it most of the time, a lot of times voluntarily, many times involuntary. They put Indians under that. They put, prisoners of war. All right. Okay, so the point is Lincoln is president. We got a black man as president, right? So-called black man. A black man as president. And we got so-called black slave owners. So right now, the Civil War ain't making sense, right? It's not making sense. We're going to hit up this video. This is my William Ellison video. I'm showing in this part of the video this interview with this beautiful elder queen, and she remembers. She has good memory. She's like, yeah, we had a plantation. Yeah, that was my dad. Oh, my granddad. Yeah, I was there. We were working in his plantation. That's family. All right. I know people always, when they're interviewing these people, they try to make turns. They try to turn things into like a slave narrative. Like, so who freed you, and was he half white, and was your mom the slave, and so let's just hear what she's got to say real quick. Let's get that like it's the first time in my video today. So again, if you like the video, go ahead and like it and subscribe if you like his content. I just want to play a part of this video. Listen to what she's gonna say about her family history, so you can know this is actual real stories. All right, so here we go.
Hi, Granny. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Can you, I've always known you as Granny. Can you say your full name and how to spell it as well, please?
My full name is Christine Garner.
And where were you born?
I was born in Ringo, Louisiana.
Ringo, Louisiana. And is that near New Orleans?
It's quite away from New Orleans.
Okay, and do you know where your parents were born?
Hey, pardon?
Do you know where your parents were born?
They were born in Ringo, Louisiana.
What did they do for a living?
Oh, they worked on a farm. They raised cotton, corn, peas, potatoes, all things like that. What we had to eat, we mostly had to raise it.
Do you remember living on the farm?
Well, sure, I remember living on the farm.
Do you remember your grandparents?
Yes, I remember my grandfather. I don't remember my grandmother.
What do you remember his name?
William Gibson.
And what did he do?
He's a farmer too on a plantation.
So do they own their own?
He owned his own plantation, his own place he lived on, and that's where he did his work from, like planting different things for to have to survive. But yeah, I just remember him being a hard-working man, raising his family and make sure that, everything went well on the plantation.
And he raised the same thing, peas and...
Oh, peas, corns, and potatoes. Cotton. Peas. Everything mostly we ate, we raised it.
Was there any livestock as well, or was it just things that you grew?
Beg pardon?
Was there any livestock? Was there any cows as well?
Oh, yeah, he owned cows and horses. He owned all of that.
All right, so I just wanted to basically show you that this is a real story, just letting you know she was raised on a farm. Her parents were farming. They were living off the land, and she remembers that her grandfather, owned a plantation. It was his plantation. He didn't work for nobody. He wasn't a slave. He owned the plantation. She let you know straight up that he owned the plantation, a person of color, right? In Louisiana, you're gonna find many instances of this in Louisiana. And doing genealogy with a lot of people, we found this to be very true. And not just in Louisiana, but all over the US. All right, real quick, I just wanted to show you this book as well.
All right. So that's from this video. Again, this is the William Ellison video I did. Let me just see if I can get to a certain part right here. Yeah. So shout out to the elder right there, telling her story. We honor that and the memories. Nobody's gonna try to label her, a slave or a descendant of a slave. How can you label her a descendant of a slave if she clearly knows her history, right? Like, this ain't personal. It actually gets personal when you are trying to label that on somebody who knows her own history.
Yep.
And who her family was.
Yep.
Now that's personal.
Yep.
All right. Point the finger at yourself.
All
right. So let me I get passionate about this, man, because I get a lot of comments. You guys don't understand how many silly comments I get. Let me just call them silly. All right. Let me just call them silly.
Like recently, right? Somebody's saying I try to make everybody
this is
black.
a William Ellison documentary. I don't want to get copyrighted and all that, So that's a genealogy. We did his genealogy, and he was actually owned by his dad. It was his dad. It wasn't no slave master, and he wasn't even in a farm working in the fields. He was actually just apprentice for a couple of years. He was apprenticed to take over the family business of gin making. He was one of the biggest gin producers in the South. William Ellison was very wealthy, one of the biggest slave owners in the South, so-called black man. And we got the records, the census. We proved it. People say I copied their video. People say I copied their video. Please, you tell me if the video is the same as my video. I honor that you made it a video like this too. I mean, I didn't know. I don't watch you, man. I don't know. I'm not following you. I'm not copying you, man. And I got so many other videos that you never have done. So what about all the rest? How could I be copying all your videos? All right. So as it says here, around 1802, Ellison apprenticed April to William McCride. So he apprenticed his son to this other guy, apprentice, a gin maker in Winsboro. All right. He was never a slave. He was an apprentice. That was his dad. All right. They lied. If the records were never found in this basement, then they would have made this guy a so-called white person through history. They would have told us this was just another white slave master. But because they found, that's in the documentary that the people are telling, that they found these letters in the basement of this house where was the plantation, and it proved that he was a colored man. It was a colored man, all right? And he was a slave owner, all right? So this is the video, and I just want to show. Second.
on here. All right, so I want to bring you to this book. All right, very good book right here. I found, luckily, on archive.org. Fair use. It's called Black Masters, A Free Family of Color in the Old South by Michael P. Johnson and James L. Rourke. Now remember, this book is actually like the main source for this person's story. All right. So I just wanted you to see the actual source, and we're gonna, read into this, see what sources they have, what are they telling us, if this is the main source, right? So it says in chapter 1, April's story. It says on June 20, 1820, April Ellison appeared on the steps of the Sumter District Courthouse in Sumterville, South Carolina. He had left his home and traveled 12 miles east over dusty, rutted roads to present a petition to Judge William Henry de Saucer. April had a simple request. He wanted a new name. April Ellison, his lawyer, explained at the hearing, was a freed yellow man of about 29 years of age. Emancipated 4 years earlier, he had moved to Stateburg in Sumter District.
Okay, so we got that's the hijack. I mentioned it in this video. Again, we already did the genealogy. They can't lie. Like, they're adding a narrative here that he was emancipated, but they're not telling you what. They're not telling you who owned him. They're just trying to make you assume this is an African getting freed. All right, he's the actual son of the other William Ellison. There was two.
Hey guys, whoever deleted Paco's message, I don't see why he didn't say anything bad. He's saying truth. Okay, Moreno, that's where they get that from. Moreno means come from, right? It's the same thing.
And his brother and all that. So, that's the video I wanted to show. So what I'm trying to show is that, there were so-called black slave owners, right? And we got a black president. We got Lincoln. So like what I'm saying.
So I hope you guys are understanding why I'm going through all this context before I get to the reason Lincoln went to war and his people. There's a lot of context you got to know. So I'm trying to show you guys, right? As I've been showing, that whole reclassification is bad. There was white slaves. There's black slave owners. I just showed you a lot. William Ellison was one of the biggest cotton plantation owners in the South. He was the biggest plantation. He was a black man. Okay. And if he wasn't, if they didn't find these papers in the basement, we would have never heard of him, like being a black man. They would have just kept the lie that he was a white plantation. That's literally what they were teaching people before they found the papers. All right. So let's continue. But I just want you guys to be, to understand why I'm showing all this stuff before we start talking about it. Right.
Again, it's Civil War is not making sense. All right. Shout out to Wanagi. Like, subscribe. What I already had. Oh yeah, I'm not signed into this browser. That's why. But I'm already liked and subscribed. Make sure you do it. All right. And again, this is Wanagi. He uploaded this video. Great interview. It says here with Lucy Allen, and it's about the term freedman. Right. So let's get her version of the term freedman and what it really, for her, what it means for her, not what we assume it just means, or what they want us to just think it means, like, certain people from another continent getting freed from so-called slavery of a white master, totally off on this case. All right, so let's get it like it's the first time. Shout out to Wanagi. Like and share his video, subscribe to his channel, my Catawba brother. Let's go. So again, just I wanna emphasize something before I play this. So the guy's gonna start with the lady, I forget who's interviewing her, and they're going right away with a slave narrative, and that's how they're asking her the questions. And right away, when the first question hits her and she hears that word African, watch her face, watch what she does. She rolls her eyes up. She's like, oh no, here we go again. Let me explain this. All right, so check it out. We're gonna pause it, maybe pause it a couple times just to let comment on what she's saying. All right, let's get it. Good looking out, Wanagi.
And for clarification, will you tell us, besides the fact that freedmen were designated as such because of the color of their skin, what is the history around that word? Maybe what you can do is just tell us about the enslavement of Africans by the Cherokees when the enslavement began, way back when, in the 1800s or 1700s or whenever it began, and when did it end, and how did this whole freedmen issue come about?
Well, now, I really can't tell you all about it, but I've looked, and around the time of the Civil War, okay, they were all living together, but this great-great-grandfather, okay, he had supposed to have about 103 slaves, but
your great-great-grandfather.
Great-great-grandfather,
Yes.
second grade.
Okay.
But what I'm seeing and what the parents told me, these were not slaves. This was his family.
Okay, these were not slaves. This was his family. All right. So don't be asking the question with that narrative, because these were her family. These were her family. She's gonna explain everything. All right. And now we'll address Lisa soon. We're about to address Lisa. Don't worry, Lisa.
But when they come to question them, they numbered them as slaves. Okay, then he moved them up to up around Kansas to get away from the war. And that's where my grandfather was born, up in Macon, Kansas. And then after the war, they came back to Oklahoma.
So they did not want to clearly integrate themselves into that whole Southern way of living pertaining to slavery. Is that what you're saying?
I have seen a few records where my great-great-grandmother was a slave of Joe Morton, and this is my great-grandfather's daddy.
I see.
So she just said she saw a record of her great-grandmother who was enslaved by her husband's daddy. Now, what is your husband's daddy called normally? A father-in-law, right? That's family, father-in-law. So now when I read earlier, emancipated from father to son, it's starting to make sense to me. William Ellison, all right? Father to son, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin. Do the research. It was their own parents. They ran away from their own parents. All right, so she's like, is that what you're saying? No, that was not what she was saying. You're not paying attention. All right, so yeah, she found a slave record. That didn't mean, this is very important. Just because you find a slave schedule, she's about to explain something deep right here. Just because you run into a slave schedule doesn't automatically mean, oh, you found a so-called white master and a bunch of, people from another continent as slaves. No, it's not that simple. All right. Again, this is her family. So far, it's her family. That was her father-in-law who owned her. Literally, she worked for him. Indentured servitude. Why would you have strangers working for you when you can have all your family working in your plantation? You got hundreds of cousins, maybe, possibly. One family be having 15, 20 kids. I've seen it. So yeah, you can have a lot of workers just in your family nucleus, your tribe, right? Let's go. Let's continue.
Joe Morton, was he a Cherokee?
He was Cherokee. Yes.
Okay, so the Cherokees had black slaves.
Yes.
Yes. And was their way of slavery similar to, for example, the English?
I don't think so.
No.
I think it was more like you were family.
Oh.
And
you were family. So listen, right? She did sign deep. She said, so was he Cherokee? Yes, he was Cherokee. Remember who they're talking about? Her father-in-law. Her husband was a colored man, meaning his dad was colored too. He was a Cherokee, and he didn't own. It wasn't. See, this is what they want us to think. They want us to think Native Americans, Asian-looking, light-skinned-looking Native Americans owning people from another continent as slaves, or as she called them, blacks, crayon colors. And she's like, no, actually, it was more like family. She's like, oh.
He had a child by my great-grandmother. And, but as far as I can tell, they were all still just family.
They just family. He had a child with her grandmother, meaning they were in love. They were in love. They had children together. It's a family. Stop with the false narratives and stop trying to interview her in that way. He's correcting her so far. Let's go.
I see. I see. So they were allowed to, they had the same opportunities that the other Cherokees had? And were they allowed to intermarry and read and write and all of those things?
Oh yes, they were allowed. My folks, my grandfather, my mother, well, my two grandfathers and my mother and father, they could read and write because they had been to school.
I see. I see. So they were allowed to get an education.
Yes.
All right. Shout out to Wanagi. Hey. Shout out to Wanagi. All right, for the drop right there. Again, that was her family. All right. Just real quick. Oh man, just real quick. Let's go. Let's get out of here. What are we looking at here? All right. So real quick, this is homework for Lisa. This is homework. She's not gonna do it. She's gonna run away from it, right? She's gonna run away from it. But she got homework. She's gonna have homework. So Lisa, right after today's presentation, or anybody else who doubts that Lincoln, so-called Abraham Lincoln, was a black man, I got all the primary sources of his parents, how they're described, how he describes himself in his autobiography, and how people that knew him described him. All right.
This part, guys, I'm going talking to somebody in the chat. Remember, this is a video from 3 or 4 years ago. We're showing different videos, and we're doing a review here today. Just get to the Civil War stuff. Yeah, anybody new to my channel, you know, you come here, you know, with biases and one-sided history, generalizations, you know, I'm going to correct you. And don't take it personal. It's just maybe you don't know. It's either you don't know or you're just choosing to be biased, you know?
All right. So let's go. That was Wanagi. Again, shout out to Wanagi for that. We're talking about Confederate clothing here. Whoa, what's this? It says here, sons of Confederate veterans protest Fort Myers' decision to send General Lee bust to a museum. Wait a minute. Kurimeo, that's a so-called black man. Why is he holding the Confederate flag? And why does it say he's a son of a Confederate veteran? Oh wait, you you didn't know there was black Confederate soldiers, huh? Huh?
I mean, you guys got to understand the whole history of the flag, who really had that flag first. It was literally part of the 5 civilized tribe Indian tribes. That was their flag. Many of the clans and tribes, you know, who was in general the wealthy landowners of the South. It was people of color. History has been told to us wrong, guys. Again, if you're new to my channel, just catch up, please. We've been here 8 years. You might not have to go all the way back, but I mean, I recommend it. But catch up, guys. That's why I'm doing this review, because a lot of you guys are new, and I wanted you guys to have this drop in the context, okay? You guys are both, a lot of you, you know, are both, you know, I mean, in general, this is your ethnic makeup. It's not African, but it's the American Indian side and the Black Europeans who came, you know, the Swarthy Europeans who came. And that's in general your ethnic makeup. Now, some people may be more Indian than others. Some people may be more Black European than others. So you can't try to group yourselves into one category and think you're all the same. Each individual has a different story, okay? And also with white folks, they're not all the same. So stop trying to group them into the same category. All right, we got to empty our cup when we're learning all this stuff, because as you know, history has been told to us wrong. So you got to have an open mind. All right. Yeah, I know you're not African. Okay, we're way past that, Rice. We're way past. Don't worry, nobody here is gonna call you African. We're very informed here. Okay. But welcome to my channel. I hope you enjoy the presentation.
It says a group of protesters who support the Sons of the Confederacy gathered on Monday, September 28, 2020. Who is this guy? This is H.K. Edgerton. What's his story, man? Oh, yeah. You know, everything that's in the dark must come out to light. Eventually, everything comes out to light. SouthernHeritage411.com. Learn the truth of our shared Southern heritage. All right. So, shout out and honor to this elder for never forgetting his genealogy and history and what his ancestors did for this country. Says here, Southern Heritage 411 Inc. is a corporation founded to inform the public about Southern heritage from the perspective of hundreds of thousands of Black people who love and support the South, its people, and its customs and its history. The president of Southern Heritage is H.K. Edgerton, a Black Confederate activist who works tirelessly to bring the real truth of our heritage to people of all races. H.Q. Edgerton has walked thousands of miles carrying his large Confederate battle flag through cities and towns and down country roads. Listen to this. He speaks at venues all over the South, exposing the many myths of janky history and setting the record straight regarding Black role in history of the South. The history of the South. H.K. Edgerton and the Southern Heritage 411 strive to illuminate the truth as it pertains to the relationships and experiences of Blacks and whites in the South as they struggle together. They were all indentured servants or plantation owners. They struggled together against the Union bullies that were coming. They struggled together. It wasn't about complexion. It wasn't about protecting their, not getting rid of this. It's bigger than that. All right. To maintain the principles of limited democratic and representative government as espoused by American founding fathers. All right. You don't play, man. You don't play, even if he's the only one repping. He ain't ashamed, man. See, people like this would always get looked down upon. You know, why is he a Confederate? Like, why, you know? But a lot of you know the history. A lot of you got it in your family. You know, you're proud of it. He's very proud of it, and that's just a part of history that gets neglected. A very part of history that gets neglected. All right, and even now, man, we're just thinking. We just want to find Indians, you know. All right, hold up. There's a whole history here too, though. You know, there's another whole history here too. You know, like, man, when you're talking about an American, a true American, man, trust me. Like, when you do your genealogy, you realize what that really means and what has happened before. When we're talking about Black Confederates, truth, legend. Battlefield, Black Confederates in the War, Southern Independence. All right, this is the cover of the video today. On the left here, this is the Confederate soldiers, all free people of color. This is the 1st Louisiana Native Guard. That's the interesting thing. It says Native Guard in the bottom, whatever that means. Let's go back real quick. And I colorized that picture. Hold on, where were we? Okay. So you can see in the picture right here, it says 1st Louisiana Native Guard, 1861. You know, Confederate soldiers. And, you know, not the only ones. There was many. And, of course, a lot in the Union, too. Black Confederates. We got this book. I got this on Kindle. All right. They try to make them, they call them camp slaves. They call them camp slaves. They try to say that even though this guy looks a little swarthy to me next to him, honestly, he don't look like a straight up white man to me, but hey, maybe. And maybe they altered the pictures or something. Why does he look red? You see how he looks red? So what they're trying to say, I read this, they're trying to say that this guy right here on the right was his servant. So he brought him with him to the war to fight with him. Even though he was, if you read the book, you see all the things he did and everything. They were all being treated the same. There was no difference. So, you know, so dodge the hijack and dig further than these books, you know. But at least we get in a little drop. You know, we pull out the babies and we dodge the hijack big time. Like Tyson, right? We dodge the hijack and then we come back with the truth. Big uppercut or something. Knock them out with the truth, with sources. Sources. First Louisiana Native Guard, Confederate. The first Louisiana Native Guard was a Confederate Louisiana militia that consisted of free blacks, formed in 1861 in New Orleans, Louisiana. All right? By who? Free blacks, not slaves. Free blacks. Not slaves that were forced to fight in the Confederacy. It was disbanded on April 25th, 1862. Some of the union's members joined the Union's Army, First Louisiana Native Guard, which later became the 73rd Regiment of Infantry of the United States Colored Troops. All right? It says here, in response to the governor's request, a committee of 10 prominent New Orleans free blacks, prominent, not slaves, free, not slaves, free, prominent, so-called blacks, right, called a meeting at the Catholic Institute on April 22nd. Hey, let's have a meeting. We already saw, right? Let's go back in case you guys don't remember. Hold up. In case you guys don't remember. All right, that was... There we go. Louisiana's Congress and stuff, all right? All Swarthy, 1868. Let's go back, hold up. Right? These are all Republicans and most likely Confederates too. Well, or were Confederates. Supposed to be over by now. Constitution of Louisiana, look at that. Governor, Lieutenant Governor O.J. Dunn, who was a Freemason as well. We got a future video on you, Mr. Dunn. You know, Dunn's an Irish name. It's an Irish surname, and the Dunns were Black Irish. We're going to prove all this, man. Dunn's River Falls, Jamaica. Dunn's River Falls. You think that was owned by people, pale skin complexion, you know? Black Irish. How do I know? Because it's in my wife's genealogy. She's from Jamaica. She told me the story that they had about their family owning Dunn's River Falls and how he lost it because he was a drunk and he lost it. Not because white people took it, because he got drunk and he lost it. I was like, wow, that sounds interesting. So then guess what? When I was doing her genealogy, looking for certain people, I found the actual owners, and this whole story came up, how it was owned by these Irish brothers. And then they lost it with some bad business deals or gambling or and alcohol. And it explained everything she said. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe I was confirming her oral history. All right? Yeah, you got to embrace all your lines. Yeah, Arawak, Carib, you know, Taino. But then there's another bloodline there that they told you was so-called African. There's another bloodline there, and it wasn't African. Irie, man. Irie. Yeah, Irie. 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 Ireland. Irie. Ireland. Ireland. Yeah, Ireland. Yes, man. Yes, man. Yeah, man. Yay. Yeah. Oh, we got a future video on that. We got a future video. That's another video I'm doing about Jamaica, and it's Black Irish, Black Scot ancestry. I hope you guys are going to enjoy that one. All right. Let me go back here. So again, we got 10 prominent New Orleans free blacks starting a Confederate troop, how do you say that? Regiment. There's about 2,000 people attended the meeting where muster list were open with about 1,500 free blacks, all right? Not slaves, free blacks signing up. Nobody forced them, signing up. Why would they do that? Why would they be fighting to enslave their people even more, for longer, forever? Why would they be doing that? Again, Civil War don't make sense when you really study it, when you really research. You get over feelings and emotions and opinions and conjecture and cognitive dissonance. Break the spell, my people. Break the spell. Governor Moore accepted the services of these men as part of the state's militia. The new militia regiment was formed during May 1861, consisting mostly of free persons of color, Creole Francophones. Oh, Franco, gens de couleur. Oh, don't tell me there's Huguenots and Acadians here. Oh, man. Yeah, Sephardic Jews, Moorish people. Yeah, what you talking about when you say Creole Francophones? Huh? You trying to put them in West Africa. I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. Sorry, show me the sources. It says, while some members of the new regiment came from wealthy, prominent, free black families, wealthy, prominent, wealthy, break the spell. Stop thinking slave equals black. Stop. Break the spell. If black lives really matter to you, this should really matter to you. All right? This should really matter to you. If that's what it really is. If you really care, this is the real one. I'm not talking about no fake marches on TV, organized, funded stuff on TV and the news broadcasted for you guys as entertainment and doctrine. Break out of all that. Turn off the TV. Stop watching the news. I did that years ago. And look what happened to me. I got my mind on other things, real stuff. Break out of that. A majority of the men were clerks, artisans, and skilled laborers. All right. Guess what? We got sources for that one, right? We got sources for that one. Let's see what it says. And as bringing us to New York Times. All right. Yeah, they were free. The part where they're trying to link people like this as West Africans. See these West Africans, they're trying to link them. Where's the source for that? Show me the source. I don't see a number here. Where's the number? Where's the footnote? Oh, but they were free. They were clerks, artisans, skilled laborers. That has a source. Oh, and then guess what? Guess what? New York Times took it out. Let me show you what it was saying. It says, the free men of color. This is from 2012 by Terry L. Jones. They go to war. The free men of color go to war. NewYorkTimes.com. They took it out. All right, they took it out. I bet you we can find it. We'll get it in the next video, part 3. Don't worry. All right, so I just wanted to read this. You guys can see this is not, this is them right here, the 1st Louisiana Native Guard guarding. So you see how they say Native Guard with parentheses, right? Native Guard. What do you mean by that, Native Guard, huh? Huh? Why ain't you telling us, right? So you see who's in the pictures, right? All colored people. Confederates, right? Black Confederates is a term often used to describe both enslaved and free, so-called, right? I'm not even Americans who filled a number of different positions in support of the Confederate States of America during the American Civil War. All right, most often this assistance was coerced rather than offered. All right, we didn't, okay, so look, show me the source for that, right? We already got a real source and we already know that these people were free. They're from wealthy. This is like Wikipedia, but if you want me to do a video on the 1st Louisiana Native Guard, you know I'm going to do it. You know I'm going to do it and what I'm going to find, right? You know what I'm going to find when I do it, right? It's going to prove what we're reading here. I wouldn't even be reading it right now. I don't deal with opinions and beliefs. We deal with facts. The diaries left behind by Confederate soldiers. This is the Smithsonian Magazine. The diaries left behind by Confederate soldiers reveal the true role of enslaved labor at Gettysburg. All right, so again, they're going to try to say these were emancipated or forced slave, but what I'm trying to show you is they were on both sides, and a lot of them volunteered. They weren't teaching me this in school either, man. All right? They weren't teaching nobody this in school. All right, I think we're gonna get a little bit of this. Okay. All right, this is my little Kindle collection I got going. My little Kindle book collection is very, Very interesting. What we got here: Kurimeo, black masters, black slave owners, white slave, the mystery of the Olmecs, ancient America. Oh, we got a lot of videos coming, guys. That Sahel or Barbados, the ethnic cleansing of Ireland, ethnic cleansing of Ireland and Barbados and Ireland and all these places. Look at this: Proclamation, America's enslavement of the Irish. Oh, look at this one: Indian tribes of the lower Mississippi Valley. It says here, African Americans of the Civil War, an album. I got an actual album. Man. Like, we got info for days coming. What you gonna do about it, YouTube? You just gonna shut me down? The Negro question, the Black Pentecost. Oh, the Black Pentecost? Kurimeo, stop trying to make everybody black. All right. But what I wanted to show right now was this book, since we're going to stay in topic, right? Slavery was not the cause of the war between the states. The irrefutable argument includes Lincoln and Fort Sumter, the famous treatise by Charles M. Ransdell. This is by Gene Kaiser Jr. Let's see what he got to say. Thought it was very interesting. Just going to read the back cover. It says, this book proves beyond the shadow of a doubt. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit here. All right, come on, Kindle. All right, Kindle ain't helping us right now. Oh, hey, guess what, guys? They shut my Kindle down. They shut my Kindle down. Oh, wow. Let me reopen Kindle real quick. Wow. Hold up, guys. Amazon. Who owns?
Let me just get to the book, guys. Here we go.
Whole app.
Okay, so this is slavery was not the cause of the war between the states, the irrefutable argument. All right, we're going to read this real quick.
That's never happened to me. I've had Kindle for a while. I've never seen it close like that on my Mac, honestly. It says here, this book proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that the North did not go to war to free the slaves or end slavery. All right, fair use. This is for educational purposes. Don't shut us down, YouTube. We're not being offensive. We're just reading books. The North went to war because it faced economic annihilation and a southern competitor that controlled the most demanded commodity on earth, cotton. It was about money, all right, and control, competition, economic. The North's economy was based mostly on manufacturing for the South and shipping southern cotton around the world. So now picture this, right? We're talking about a lot of these people, again, like William Ellison, all these people were cotton farmers. They were making a lot of money shipping around the world. Somebody was getting jealous or fearful of the power they would gain. Again, who was a lot of these people? We saw the beginning of this video, right? A lot of them were so-called black people, right? They had plantations, right? All right, so it was really was it about freeing the people? When, again, Mr. Abraham Lincoln was a colored man? Was it really about how was he freeing president if all so-called colored people were enslaved? The North's economy was based mostly on manufacturing for the South. Here we go. Cotton alone was 60% of U.S. exports in 1860. 60%. Now, I know all you guys there that know about what the significance about that number, 60% of the economy. Come on. Of the U.S., who controlled it? People in the South. And who was over there? Where you guys from? Let me know. Where you guys from? You from the South? You got family from the South, have plantations and farms? When the South ceded, the Northern economy began a dramatic collapse. And by wartime, there was hundreds of thousands of hungry, unemployed Northerners in the street. And the tocsin of war sounded. Economically ignorant Northern leaders then passed the astronomical moral tariff that threatened to destroy the Northern shipping industry by rerouting trade away from the high tariff North and into the low tariff South. The moral tariff was like pumping gasoline into an already raging fire. Abraham Lincoln was the first sectional president in American history. He was president of the North, and the North was clamoring for war. He saw an opportunity to start it without appearing to be the aggressor. He saw an opportunity to start it without appearing to be the aggressor. So he took it. Thus, he started a war that killed 800,000 men and wounded 1 million. The idea that the good North was so outraged over slavery that they marched armies into the South to free the slaves is an absurdity of biblical proportions, and this book proves it. All right. So it says a little bit that the author is a graduate from magna cum laude from the College of Charleston in 2000, a middle age with history department honors and the highest award for the history department, the Outstanding Student Award. He won the Rebecca Moody American History Award the year before. He is author of The Elements of Academic Success, How to Graduate Magna Cum Laude from college, and How to Just Graduate, period. All right. You want to learn how to graduate, you contact this guy in their doctrine. The words of distinguished scholars. Historians just used to know, and it was not too long ago, that the war between the states had more to do with economics than it did with the slavery. The current obsession with slavery as the cause of the war rests not on evidence but on ideological considerations of the present day. Gene Kaiser has provided us with the conclusive case that the invasion of the southern states by Lincoln and his party, a minority of the American people, was due to an agenda of economic domination and not to some benevolent concern. Benevolent, yeah, for slaves. This book is rich in evidence and telling quotations out to be on every southern bookshelf. That was Mr. Clyden Wilson, Emeritus Distinguished Professor of History of the University of South Carolina. That was in 2014 when he said that. So you see, even in their own circles of academics, they're just learning all this and putting this out. Gene Kaiser persuasively shows how the North fought the South out of necessity to prevent economic collapse. Nowhere else is proof of this motive made clearer. With indisputable evidence, Mr. Kaiser writes with authority from the desire to tell the truth. His common sense style is the product of honesty. One cannot read his work without concluding that this is a man to be trusted. All right, that was James Everett Kibler, professor of English, University of Georgia. All right, and so I guess these are his acknowledgments, right? These are some other books he got. His blog, all right? Let's go. It says, please click on the notes. Well, I guess it has notes. I don't really know how to use Kindle yet. I think there's notes here. Let me see. Oh. All right. Slavery was and is a horrible institution. There's nothing in this book whatsoever that defends slavery in any way, all right? Disclaimer, right? Form or fashion, all right? We're not trying to be offensive here. We're just learning history. We educate ourselves as a community. We're building, we're learning, we're commenting, educational purposes, fair use. Slavery is a blight on humanity. The purpose of this book is historical truth. The purpose of my presentations, YouTube, is historical truth. The war between the states is the central event in American history, and by far our bloodiest war. It is important to know exactly what caused it and why. In part one of this book, I argue that slavery was not the cause of the war between the states. There is absolute and irrefutable proof that the North did not go to war to free the slaves or end slavery. The North went to war to preserve the Union, all right? To preserve the Union. Remember, we got that in the other book, The Forgotten Cause. He said, you know, they were being afraid to be white slaves. You know, he kept saying that, but he just mentioned it real deep that it really was about Abraham Lincoln. He didn't care about freeing people. He cared more about protecting or preserving the Union, just like this author is letting you know. How did they come to this conclusion, both of them? You know? And we always know, we live in corporations. We know we live under corporations, right? Or you think you're actually in a republic. I think that was gone a while back. I think Lincoln messed that up, actually. I think we're realizing when that, you know, the republic was gone. You know, whatever republic means, you know. Ask the chief, republic. Oh, he's gonna tell you something else, right? An Indian chief. Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about republic? Okay. So we got Lincoln, trying to preserve the Union, as Abraham Lincoln said over and over. He said over and over, this is about the Union. When did he say this is about freeing the so-called, right, black man? Why would he say that if he's so-called black? You get it? They did a good job on us. We got to break the spell. The reason Lincoln needed to preserve the Union was because without it, the North faced economic annihilation, the magnitude of which easily made war preferable. Economic problems multiplied geometrically by the time Lincoln was inaugurated on March 4th, 1861. There was gloom, despair, and panic in the North, with thousands of business failures, hundreds of thousands of people out of work, serious trouble with the stock market, threatened runs on banks, and northern ship captains heading south because of the South's low tariff. There was no talk whatsoever of ending slavery. There was never really any talk of ending specifically slavery. See, that's what they told us when they were telling us what these people were trying to say. They changed the narrative to us in textbooks. Let's tell the story this way. Let's just say they were freeing slaves. All right? Again, we're going to break down the real cause of this, and we're also going to get into the American Revolution. We're going to get to the Confederate, the Congress of Confederation, the presidents before Washington. We're just getting started here, family. I could have jumped into all that stuff right away, but I wanted to do it step by step. We got to be able to uncover the layers. There's a lot of layers of oppression and lies and suppression. We got to peel each layer, right? So we're going to, this is the best way I can, even present it for me, just so it can make sense, later on. So we can go back to these videos just like I did earlier by going back to my previous videos, take down the notes. What are we learning so far? Is it starting to make sense? Is, putting all your logic and the history and the information together, this book makes so much sense right now. This book, to me, reading it, I haven't read this book. I swear. I have all these books, I haven't read them. I haven't even read them because I want to read them with you. I want to read them with you. I don't know what's in this book. I just saw the cover and the back and I'm like, wow, that's what I was thinking already. Let me find out I was right. Let me find out, because we already know Lincoln's the colored man, so it don't make sense. We know there was black slave owners, so it don't make sense. And we know there was white servitude. How many videos on white servitude do I have? All right, again, this is for educational purposes only. Nobody's being offensive, YouTube. We're just learning and building, fair use, reading a book. By the time Lincoln was inaugurated, there was gloom, despair, and panic in the North with thousands of business failures, hundreds of thousands of people out of work, serious trouble with the stock market threatening runs on bank, the northern ship captains heading, all right? So things was going bad, right? There were guarantees galore of preserving slavery forever. Just use common sense. Oh, hold on, did I skip? Okay, so I skipped that part. I just want to remind everybody, there was no talk whatsoever of ending slavery, just the opposite. They were actually talking about keeping it, guaranteeing or preserving slavery forever, or indentured servitude. And you know what? We're still under indenture. Just use common sense. If your house is on fire, you don't care about your neighbor's barking dog or anything your neighbor is doing. You have to put out the fire or lose your house. It's just that simple. The North's economic house caught fire in the winter of 1860 to 61 when the first 7 southern states seceded. The North quickly discovered that manufacturing and shipping for the South were the source of most of its employment, wealth, and power. Cotton alone was 60% of U.S. exports in 1860. Without the South, the North was headed for bankruptcy. By the spring of 1861, the North's house was a raging inferno. The latest death statistics for the war between the states have raised it from 620,000 to between 650,000 and 850,000. These are the widely accepted statistics of historian J. David Hacker of Binghamton University. He splits the difference and uses 750,000.
I believe it was on the higher end of his range, so use 800,000 in this book. The wounded usually end up statistically as a multiple of deaths. For example, in World War II, we lost 405,399 and had 670,846 wounded, which is 1.65. Sometimes the multiplier is higher, sometimes lower, and I realized that a higher percentage died of disease in the war between the states, but the number of wounded would still be astronomical. Well over 1 million to add to the 800,000 dead. All right, so he's saying it was a lot of people that died. All right, if the soldiers of World War II were killed at the same rate as the war between the states, we would have lost 3,800,000 instead of 405,399, and we would have had 6,385,500 wounded instead of 670,846. That the South, with 1/4 the white population of the North, did not hesitate to fight for its rights and liberty, says everything about the courage of the Southerners and their desire for independence, especially when one considers the other huge advantages of the North. So who's really trying to fight for their freedom or their right? It's, you know, it just really seems like everything's starting to flip, you know, how they wrote, you know, the Union as the good guys, you know, like what really was good about them other than their personal business interests that they had in this. It was just war. War is war, right? In weapon manufacturing, perhaps 100 to 1 or even more. Merchant shipping, merchants. Who were the merchants? Merchant shipping, a standing army, a substantial navy with fleets of warships. There were 19 marine engine factories in the North, but none in the South, and a functioning government with access to the unlimited immigration of the world's wretched refuge. All right, the world's, they didn't want no all the undesirables from Europe. What were they doing? They were bringing them here, right? The world's refuge with which to feed Union armies. All right, you see that? They were bringing them in to help them fight in the Union against the Confederates. Indentured servants, people they didn't want all over the world. The war between the states was a completely unnecessary war. But we know if you really get to the specifics, we'll see who really was they bringing. We got the records. They were bringing a lot of Europeans for that. Historians know that the Crittenden Compromise, late 1860, would almost certainly have prevented the war. It was based on the old Missouri Compromise line that had worked well for 30 years. Slavery had been prohibited north of the line and allowed south of it. The Crittenden Compromise had widespread support, north and south, from good men trying to prevent war. But Abraham Lincoln shot it down. All right? He shut it down. Lincoln had political allies to pay back, so he would not compromise on slavery in the West. We had no problem with slavery where it existed. He just didn't want it extended. So he supported the Corwin Amendment, which left black people in slavery forever, even beyond the reach of Congress, where slavery already existed. The defeat of the Crittenden Compromise at the behest of the partisan. Lincoln, okay, sorry. Yeah, this Kindle thing. Lincoln is a major tragedy of world history, and more bitterly so because slavery was not extended into the West. There were few slaves in the West after being open to slavery for 10 years. Esteemed historian David M. Porter writes that the Crittenden Compromise had widespread support from Southerners as prominent as Robert Toombs, as well as strong support in the North and West. And if these conclusions are valid, as the preponderance of evidence indicates it, it means that when Lincoln moved to defeat compromise, he did not move as the champion of democracy, but as a partisan leader. Porter's choice of world is far too kind. Abraham Lincoln was the first sectional president in American history. The loser in the next 5 presidential elections got more popular votes than Lincoln. Of the total 4,682,069 votes cast in 1860, Lincoln received 1,866,452, which is 39.9%. The 18 states voting for him were all above the Mason-Dixon line. He received no electoral votes. In 15 of the 33 states, his name was not even on the ballot in 10 southern states. Lincoln's opponents together totaled 2,815,617, which was almost a million votes more than he got. Potter makes it clear that Lincoln had absolute no voter mandate to not compromise with the South at this critical juncture in our country's history, with a large majority of voters excluding slavery from the territories was a non-issue. Potter writes, a majority not only of the voters as a whole, but even of the voters in states which remained loyal to the Union regarded the exclusion of slavery from the territories as non-essential or even undesirable, and voted against the candidate who represented this policy. When Lincoln was inaugurated, the states which accepted him as president were states which had a cast majority of more than 500,000 votes against him. And even when the outbreak of war caused for more states to join the Confederacy, the remaining Union still contained a population in which the majority of the electorate had opposed the Republican ticket. Potter knows that part of Lincoln's uncompromising position was political fear that any compromise on slavery in the territories after campaigning on it meant the dissolution of the Republican Party, which was made up loosely of so many diverse groups of non-related voters, such as those who wanted a tariff or bounty or subsidy for their business, or free land, or were northern races who didn't want blacks near them in the West. It is tragically of unfathomable proportions that Lincoln killed the Crittenden Compromise. The Crittenden Compromise would have prevented the war and 800,000 deaths and over 1 million wounded, and would have given the country time to work on ending slavery. Most other nations on earth, as well as the northern states, used gradual compensated emancipation to end slavery. The northern capital, Washington, D.C., freed its slaves a year into the war with compensated emancipation. Compensated, who's getting freed from their contracts, their indentures, compensated, paid, which proves salary could have been abolished quickly and bloodlessly if the will had been there, north and south. It is regrettable fact, but slaves were property, and government that wanted to end slavery in their countries were glad to compensate slave owners for their loss of their property. It is not just racial either. It ain't just racial either. One of the largest slave owners in South Carolina was William Ellison. Who's Ellison, guys? He's just the famous cotton gin maker in Sumter County who was black. Remember, we just read that, right? We know who he was. It's not just racial either, right? Thanks, author. We appreciate that fact. There were a lot of black slave owners, and I'm sure they would want to be compensated. Yeah, like the Decors. The Decors didn't get compensated. They lost everything. She lost everything. She got like $25,000 for her like land, it was worth so much. They had so much money. They were, probably shipping cotton out so much. What they gave her was nothing. Along with the whites, gradual compensated emancipation was Lincoln's strong belief and desire as well, as he stated in the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation with respect to the Union slave states. Lincoln talked and wrote about gradual compensated emancipation at many other times and places as well. But ending slavery was not the goal of the Republican Party in 1856 and 1860. Taking over the government so they could rule the country for their own benefit and aggrandizement was their goal. That was it. The South, the Confederate people, the Republicans had too much power and money. George Washington had warned that sectional political parties would destroy the country, but Wendell Phillips proudly proclaimed that the Republican Party is the first sectional party in American history and is the party of the North pledged against the South. For the entire decade of the 1850s, Republicans used the most virulent hatred against the South to rally their votes. Republicans celebrated John Brown's terrorism and murder of Southerners, and Republicans endorsed Hinton's Helpers, the Impending Crisis of the South, as a campaign document, Helper's book. Urged class agitation against slavery, or failing that, the violent overthrow of the slave system by poor whites. Helper concluded that slaves would join with non-slaveholders because the Negroes, in 9 cases out of 10, would be delighted with the opportunity to cut their master's throat. Now, remember, we're going with the whole people out of another continent coming here and being enslaved only, right? And by people of another complexion than theirs, you know. But again, he just admitted, you know, well, he just told us there was many black slave owners, and he's just quoting somebody at that time. William H. Seward, soon to be Lincoln's Secretary of State, said, "I have read the impending crisis of the South with great attention. It seems to me a work of great merit, rich yet accurate in statistical information and logical and analysis." Lincoln's predecessor, President James Buchanan, in an article he wrote entitled "Republican Fanatism as a Cause of the Civil War," said the impending crisis became at once an authoritative exposition of the principles of the Republican Party. The original, as well as a compendium, were circulated by hundreds of thousands, north, south, east, and west. Southerners would have been crazy not to secede from a country now ruled by a party that called for their throats to be cut. And that's why the South seceded, all right? They just explained it. They didn't succeed because they wanted to keep their out of people from another continent as slaves, right? Republicans were not a great political movement trying to solve the difficult slavery issue with goodwill. Most people in the North, 95 to 98%, according to historians Lee Benson and Gavin Wright, were not abolitionists. They did not care about freeing the slaves who would then come north and be job competition. Oh, that's something very logical right there. Wait, so you freed all these people in the South, they're going to go to the North and look for jobs. More competition. And remember in the last book we read in the part 1, how he was saying how the merchants, the Southern and Northern merchants, had beef with the abolitionists because the abolitionists were just trying to hurt their business. It wasn't about really freeing the slaves, right? And a lot of them weren't abolitionists, like it says here. Not everybody really cared about freeing people or were abolitionists. They made us picture that. They painted that. That's what I'm trying to say. They painted that picture in our head. Everybody in the North is so good, and no, the North had so-called slaves too, and indentured servants and Indian slavery. Yes, they did not care about freeing the slaves who would then come to the North and be job competition. No Republican could be elected in the North on the platform of directly ending slavery, but they could agitate on slavery in the West with good results. It was a hot political issue driven as much by rallying votes. Vote Republican. Vote yourself a farm. Vote yourself a tariff, as it was by Northern racism. Lincoln himself stated in the Lincoln-Douglas debates that the West was to be reserved for white people from all over the earth. That really what he said. The West was important in the presidential campaign of 1856 and 1860 because the North needed the West for its surplus population. Is he literally saying let's put the white people over there in the West? That's what I'm taking from this. He's a colored man. Most of the colonists we already know, right? Jews and Muslims in British colonial America, who were they? These are people of color. Remember, we got the Virginia videos, Virginia colonial soldiers. The majority of people were colored. So who's in the East Coast, right? Who's setting up the 13 colonies, the Southern plantations and all this, the Pilgrims and all that? Who's all these people? The French, the Acadians. Who's all these people? So now he's saying in the 1850s, we got to set up the West for the white people? For the surplus population? What surplus population all of a sudden? As both Horace Greeley and Lincoln stated, go west, young man, said Horace Greeley. Lincoln added that he wanted those white Northerners and immigrants to reach the West with Northern institutions in place, which meant no blacks allowed, period. Neither slaves nor free blacks were welcome in Lincoln's West. So they're trying to separate people here by complexion. Slavery in the West was a bogus issue anyway. As stated earlier, slavery was not going beyond the Mississippi River, and they all knew it. Republican James G. Blaine said that slavery in the West was related to an imaginary Negro in an impossible place. All right, quotes, fair use. Lincoln scholar Richard N. Curran writes that Lincoln and his fellow Republicans, in insisting that Congress must prohibit slavery in the West, sorry about that, got lost. We're dealing with political phantoms. He points out that Congress approved the organization of territorial government for Colorado, Nevada, and Dakota without a prohibition of slavery because they did not think it was necessary. Hold on, guys. I got to request a manual review. They're saying my video is not suitable already. Let me just do that manual review thing. All right. Re-review it, YouTube. What do you mean it's not suitable? It's not suitable to learn history? What are you talking about? We're reading books. All right. We got that done. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So all these states without a prohibition of slavery because they did not think it was necessary. In 1860, there were only 2 slaves in Kansas and in 15 in Nebraska. All right. What? Hold up. In 1860, there were only 2 slaves in Kansas. You guys heard that, right? In 1860, there were only 2 slaves in Kansas, 15 in Nebraska, and that was after being open to slavery for 10 years, supposedly. As stated above, Curran did not believe slavery would have lasted another generation, even in the Deep South, and they got sources for this. You understand that that was dying down. That was dying down. Chattel, indentured servitude, people were being freed, people getting their own jobs. Things were changing. Charles M. Ramsdale wrote an article entitled "The Natural Limit of Slavery." Expansion, and he also concluded that slavery had about reached its zenith by 1860 and must shortly have begun to decline for the economic forces which had carried it into region west of the Mississippi had about reached their maximum effectiveness. It could not go forward in any direction and was losing ground along its northern border. Got sources. The New Mexico Territory had also been open to slavery for 10 years, and there were only 29 there in 1860. Only 29. Only 29. Man, in 1860. Though that figure was challenged by William H. Seward, he said there were 24. Hey, hold up, man. Hold up, man. You're wrong, man. You're wrong, man. It was actually 24, man. You added 4 more, man. Why you adding 4 more, man? Stop lying. Man, this is funny. I can't, sometimes I want to like punch the computer and stuff, The computer, not people, the computer, YouTube. My computer. Not physically, it's metaphorically. Because of so much hijack we learned in high school. So again, we got sources for all this. 1861, the Louisiana First Guard, right? Remember 1861? And they were all free blacks, so-called free blacks, prominent, wealthy. You see, there was not really that many so-called slaves. It is a great irony that Northern anti-slavery was mostly economic or racist. Paraphrasing historian David Potter, Northern anti-slavery was in no sense a pro-black movement, but was an anti-black and designed to get rid of blacks. Many northern and western states had laws on the books forbidding free black people from even visiting, much less living there, including Lincoln's own Illinois. All right. And Lincoln, we got this. Lincoln said, will I get lynched if I go back to my hometown? Will I get lynched if I go back to my hometown? All right, we got the primary sources of him saying that. Why would he get lynched? They're telling you in this book that town, it was very racist in that state. They didn't want, they were trying to get rid of, If black person stayed too long in Illinois, he was subject to arrest and imprisonment by the sheriff All right, so that's, we got to dodge the hijack big time. You're saying there was no so-called blacks up there? But it was, I guess, very racially divided place in this time. In 1859, Oregon became the 33rd state, and this was part of its constitution. No free Negro or mulatto not residing in the state at the time of the adoption of this constitution shall come. Oh, okay, so now you just switched it up. You mean, okay, but if you were already there, then it's cool, right? That's what they just said. That if he wasn't residing at the time of the adoption of this constitution, if he wasn't already in Illinois, okay, there was already people there, all right? If he wasn't already in Illinois, then you shall never come. You should not come, reside, or be within the state, or hold any real estate, or make any contract, or maintain any suit therein. And the legislative assembly shall provide by penal laws for the removal by public officers of all such free Negroes and mulattoes, and for their effectual exclusion from the state, and for the punishment of persons who shall bring them into the state, or employ or harbor them therein. Wow. Why? These people were wealthy people, huh? They were going to take your jobs and all that, huh? You didn't want the competition. In part 2 of this book, I argue that right of secession. No American who believes in Declaration of Independence and the just powers of the government coming from the consent of the governed can doubt the right of secession. Horace Greeley certainly didn't. He believed in it thoroughly until he realized it was going to affect his money. The secession conventions of the South and the creation of the Confederate States of America are the greatest expression of democracy and self-government in the history of the world. In state after state and a landmass as great as Europe, Southerners rose up against what they viewed as a dangerous, economically confiscatory I know what I'm trying to say. You guys know, you guys see the word. Confiscate, right? Why you gotta say it with the Tory at the end, man? Government, all right? Meaning these people want to snatch our land and our interests and our businesses. They're trying to just take it. That's how the Southerners viewed it. The government now run by people who hated them and whose campaign documents called for their throats to be cut. They even literally said that. They literally wrote that. The Southern states called convention to decide that one issue, secession. All right, so they're like, "Yo, hey guys, we're holding this meeting because the North said they want to, our throats to be cut. Should we succeed? Yes, everybody for. Who's gonna vote no? No, I mean, yeah, it sounds cool. That doesn't sound so bad getting my throat, cut up. So basically, what he's trying to point out is why they were forced to do what they did. A convention to decide one issue is closer to the people than even their legislatures. That's why the founding fathers in the Constitutional Convention of 1787 decided that conventions of the people in each state would be used to ratify the Constitution. That's where the convention president started. Secede, thank you, with the founding fathers and the ratification of the Constitution. Southerners followed suit with their conventions to decide seceding. They debated the issue fiercely, then elected delegates as Unionists and secessionists who went into their state conventions and debated more. 7 states voted to secede. Then they formed a democratic republic that was the mirror image of the Republic of the Founding Fathers of 1776, but with states' rights strengthened and an economic system based on free trade. Southerners had always wanted free trade with the world as opposed to the heavy protectionist tariffs that had been benefited the North to the detriment of the South the entire antebellum period. All right, we want free trade, no tariffs, free trade like we always had. So the North was coming with that. Slavery was not the cause of the war between the states, all right? Slavery was not the cause of the war between the states. Once you understand the true cause, the imminent economic annihilation of the North, which was coming fast. All other actions taken by Lincoln and everybody else make infinite more sense. They had to protect their Union. Abraham Lincoln needed to start his war as quickly as he could. He needed the blockade of the South in place as fast as possible to keep Europeans, and especially the English, from forming trade and military alliances with the South, which the South had been aggressively pursuing. What Europeans? Huh? What Europeans? Doing business with the Southerners' plantations. Lincoln announced his blockade before the smoke had cleared from the bombardment of Fort Sumter. Right, so Civil War. They never told us anything about any other Europeans or countries coming and getting involved. They called it a Civil War, a war between Americans, right? A civil war here in America between states. But then they had special interests again, and they were afraid of something. They were afraid of something in the North Union. In Part 3, Charles W. Ramsdell, famous treatise Lincoln and Fort Sumter, shows in magnificent detail how Lincoln started the war in Charleston Harbor. I hadn't read this brilliant piece in several years, but I had to type in every word for this book, and I am deeply pleased that every single word written by Mr. Ramsdell strongly supports the argument of this book, that the inevitable economic annihilation of the North is the reason Abraham Lincoln had to have his war and get it started as quickly as he could. Mr. Ramsdell states also that North's gaping, self-inflicted wound, the moral tariff, kicked in and greatly added to the panic and call for war in the North, as the northern shipping industry was largely rerouted and one fell swoop away from the high tariff North and to the low tariff South, where protective tariffs were unconstitutional. Arguing history is very much like arguing a case in a court of law. Or you want to debate history? All you can do is present your evidence in a persuasive manner as possible and hope the jury agrees with you. And I agree. And guys, you're the jury. Anybody listening right now, you're the jury. And that goes for all my presentations. All I can do is present the evidence and hopefully in a persuasive manner with sources and facts, and hope that you guys agree and verify it yourself. The argument is thoroughly documented, all right? This is all documented, and I believe it is irrefutable, all right? He's like, this is irrefutable. Slavery was not the cause of the war between the states. Part 1, the irrefutable argument, all right? Abraham Lincoln and his proclamation. And I'm going to have a little water break real quick. Don't go nowhere, guys. Real quick.
All right. I'm still here. You remember, we're doing a little marathon today, guys. That's why this is long. This is going to go a little longer, right? Trying to do a recap. I got a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new viewers, so I like to have them up to date. Because when I do new videos and I say, hey, remember we talked about the Civil War, a lot of the new people don't know what I'm talking about. So I like to do these from time to time, especially when the videos are like 4 or 5 years old. So again, we're doing extras of old videos. We're putting them all together into one. There's a little marathon we're doing. Okay. Just bear with me. Let me get to the part where I come back. Welcome to anybody who's new.
Involved in some kind of learning institute or something, you're a teacher, you're considered the actual teacher. You're teaching somebody, and you're reading the same textbooks, these same lies, to people, and so you're kind of like helping in the oppression, suppression of information, and you add into the hijack. So I hope there's brave ones out there that are listening right now, professors and teachers, that can actually make a change and have a say and have some clout, have respect, are admired as scholarly people, for you guys to help make this change. Why is let's edit these textbooks? Why is this not being taught still in schools? Why are you still teaching it to others? Don't you feel a certain way? Don't you feel weird that you're kind of like teaching the wrong information, and your whole time, your whole life, your passion was to teach people the truth and just help people learn, and you know, don't know anybody's reasons for becoming a teacher or a professor or anything like that. You know, if it's really about helping or teaching people, or if it's just about the money, or it's just what I ended up doing, you know. But you have a big responsibility and you chose to do it. So hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying. And you know, you do something about it now. Like really, like now in your school. Like, why aren't we teaching this? Did you know this happened? Show them the sources. Did you know Lincoln described himself as a dark-skinned complexioned man with coarse hair? Mr. Principal, can I teach this to my kids in my class so they can feel honored? You know, a lot of people say Black Lives Matter. Well, this is one of them when it really should matter right here. It should really matter. All right. Chapter 1, Abraham Lincoln and his proclamation. The Emancipation Proclamation states that it was a war measure. It deliberately freed no slaves or few. Lincoln had no control over slaves in Confederate territory. That the Emancipation Proclamation purported to free and the slaves under Union control that Lincoln could have freed easily, nearly 1 million were purposely left in slavery. Europeans such as Charles Dickens laughed at Lincoln. So you know what this reminds me of? Which became very popular recently, and people call it Juneteenth. Juneteenth. What's the story about Juneteenth? That they got freed or emancipated like 2 or 3 years later. 2 or 3 years later, yo, Lincoln, what happened, man? I thought you freed everybody, man. I thought you had control of that. And that's a perfect example. That's a perfect example what this person just said. All right? It was still nearly 1 million people supposedly under slavery. Europeans such as Charles Dickens laughed at Lincoln. African-American scholar Lerone, Bennett Lerone, African-American, Bennett, remember Bennett was Anthony Johnson's slave owner. Bennett turned out to be Baruch, a Sephardic Jewish name. He was also a person of color. Just like this person who was a, what they call him, African-American scholar Lerone Bennett. All right? He might be more Sephardic or than African. Opens his book, Forced into Glory, Abraham Lincoln's White Dream. Okay, so in his book, sorry about that. In his book, Forced into Glory, Abraham Lincoln's White Dream. That's what he wrote, Bennett, Mr. Bennett. With an anecdote about Lincoln. The election of 1860 was over, and the victorious Lincoln was relaxed and talking to friends in the state capitol in Springfield, Illinois. Somebody commented that it was too bad. The first thing he would have to deal with was the slavery issue. The president-elect's eyes twinkled, and he said he was reminded of his story. According to eyewitness Henry Villard, President-elect Abraham Lincoln told the story of the Kennedy Justice of the Peace, whose first case was a criminal prosecution for the abuse of slaves. Unable to find any precedent, he exclaimed angrily, "I will be damned if I don't feel almost sorry for being elected when the N-word is the first thing I have to attend to." All right, so fair use. Again, disclaimer, I'm just reading a book here. I'm reading a quote, educational purposes only. Bennett, who predictably has drawn the ire of Lincoln worshippers and myth makers, has built a solid case against Lincoln using Lincoln's own words and other highly credible primary sources. Lincoln's own words, right? Just like how when he was describing himself in his autobiography, and everybody else who knew him describing him in other books and primary sources. All right, so they got things that he was saying too. Forced into Glory is a book everyone should read because it cuts right to the chase. And it tells it like it's without the layers of adulation that some historians and most history professors lovingly place on Lincoln. All right. So Forced into Glory, right? We might get that book, Mr. Bennett's book, and read it ourselves. Sounds like a great book. Yeah, wow. Blazer 71, you know. Some have criticized this book, but Bennett is a well thought of African American author and scholar, and his take on things is important. You walk away with flashes of indisputable truth because of the extensive use of primary sources and a person's own words. You are guaranteed to develop a more veracious perspective than by reading much of the past 149 years of Lincoln's hagiography. Bennett said racial insensitivity colored Lincoln's whole presidency. What? Hold up. Bennett said racially insensitivity colored Lincoln's whole presidency. Colored Lincoln. Colored Lincoln. I know they're trying to say pictured, or it just sounds colored Lincoln, huh? Okay. General James Samuel Wadsworth, who saw Lincoln almost every day at the height of the crisis, and who was with him frequently for 5 or 6 hours at the War Department, was shocked by the racism in the Lincoln White House, where Lincoln frequently spoke of the N-word question. You see, spoke of, and he debated whether this or that act would touch the N-word. General Wadsworth said that Lincoln was contemptuous of abolitionists and spoke often of the slaves as cattle. All right, that's a primary source. You see, us kinfolk ain't kingfolk is what I'm trying to let you know all the time here. All right. Bennett proves, as historians know, that the Emancipation Proclamation was a war measure that freed no slaves or few. He argues that Lincoln actually re-enslaved 500,000 who were about to be freed by the Second Confiscation Act. The Second Confiscation Act passed the Northern Congress July 17, 1862. According to Bennett, it would have freed all the slaves in captured Confederate territory that was under control of the Union Army. Lincoln's re-enslaved 500,000 slaves by signing the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22nd, 1862. One day before the Second Confiscation Act was to go into effect. All right, they were about to get freed. You see what happened? This is deep, man. This nullified the emancipation part of the Second Confiscation Act and caused the Emancipation Proclamation to apply. All right. And I saw the brother who put, check the person who wrote Lincoln's speeches and stuff, her relation to Blavatsky. We got all that dark stuff, these people really roll with, and the Jesuits and the Moravians and all this stuff, we down, we hip to that. We're eventually going to get into that. We're just trying to get historic right here a little bit, because we're trying to explain or give the narrative in a more correct way, right? With sources and factual, not in the Kunta Kinte way, The Emancipation Proclamation freed no slaves or few. Lincoln had no control over slaves in Confederate territory. That the Emancipation Proclamation purported to free, and the slaves Lincoln could have freed easily, were purposely left in slavery. Europeans such as Charles Dickens laughed at Lincoln. William H. Seward, Lincoln's own Secretary of State, did too, stating, "We show our sympathy with slavery by emancipating slaves where we cannot reach them and holding them in bondage where we can set them free." You see, they had no control. Most scholars agree with Dickens and Seward. Bennett writes, the same points have been made with abundant documentation by 20th century scholars like Richard Horstabler, who said the proclamation did not in fact free any slaves. Some of the biggest names in the Lincoln establishment have said the same thing. Roy P. Balsler. All right, so again, remember, Bennett is a so-called African-American scholar. It's not a white person saying this. He wrote the book. He wrote the book that this author is quoting right now. The editor of the monumental collected works of Abraham Lincoln, said the proclamation was itself only a promise of freedom, only a promise of freedom. Oh, now that's neat. Now that's neat. I didn't know I could do that. Yeah, that's neat. J.G. Randall, who has been called the greatest Lincoln scholar of all time, said the proclamation itself, all right, did not free a single slave. All right. Horace White, the Chicago Tribune correspondent who covered Lincoln in Illinois and in Washington, said it is doubtful that the proclamation freed anybody anywhere. The Emancipation Proclamation states that it is a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion. It lists the states in rebellion against the United States because the slaves in those states would now be free. The slaves in the states not in rebellion, the Union slave states of Maryland, Delaware, Kentucky, Missouri, and the counties of Virginia that became the fifth Union slave state, West Virginia, as well as captured Confederate territory, specifically listed, which was most of it at the time, are for the present left precisely as if this proclamation were not issued. In other words, left in slavery. All right, left in slavery. Oh, but the Union states got to keep it. Oh, indentures. Oh. So not only did Lincoln free no slaves or few with the Emancipation Proclamation, an argument can be made that he prevented the freedom of 500,000, Bennett says, re-enslaved who would have been free or on a path to freedom. Within 24 hours of his signing the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, historian James M. McPherson seems to admit that the Emancipation Proclamation freed no slaves. He calls that argument an old carnard, but he does not tell us which slaves were freed, because none or few were. Instead, he tells us that the Emancipation Proclamation made the Union Army an army of liberation as it invaded deeper into the South. The only problem with that argument is that the performance of Lincoln and the Union Army up to that point in the war was mixed, so there was no guarantee that the Union Army would take any more Confederate territory, but there was an absolute guarantee the Emancipation Proclamation would keep hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million black people in slavery in the 5 Union slave states and the already captured Confederate territory exempted in the EP. Do you hear this? Man. And it is an absolute fact that Lincoln and the North could have freed those slaves easily if they had wanted to. Honest Abe, huh? Honest Abe. Good old Honest Abe, huh? Yeah, they fooled us big time. Break the spell, my people. Here is how LeRon Bennett calculated the 500,000 slaves that he maintains Lincoln re-enslaved. This is his footnote, number 3 on page 627 of Force into Glory. Appleton's Annual Cyclopedia, 1863, reported that the Emancipation Proclamation only applied to slaves in Confederate-held areas. Man, that's so deep. I honestly didn't know. Man, so he let Maryland, Virginia, and all these states, because they were down with the Union, he let them keep their indentured servants. It was only the Confederate people, right? Wow. Because where Lincoln did not have the power to free them, the proclamation did not apply to the 429,396 slaves in the loyal Union slave states of Kentucky, Maryland, Missouri, and Delaware, and left in slavery the 402,863 slaves in Union-controlled areas Lincoln could have freed. All right, 275,719 in Tennessee. He could have freed 87,812 in Louisiana, and 39,332 in Virginia. The AC estimate was based on the 1860 census, all right, and did not take into consideration population growth and the large number of slaves who flocked to Union-controlled areas in Tennessee, Louisiana, and Virginia. I have therefore used a conservative estimate of 500,000 for the number of slaves Lincoln could have freed and deliberately did not free. All right, so this is deep. This is like, you know, there's another thing Lincoln did, which I got a video coming, and it's how he hanged the Sioux people, I believe the Lakota. He hanged them, Dakota, so-called black, copper-colored tribes of America. He hanged them. All right, that's a future video. He was the man in control. He could have said no. He could have said no. It was in his power to say no. He said, yep, go for it. That's a future video. I got images of these people and everything colorized. I'm going to show you what they look like. We already know what Lincoln looked like, or is described to look like, you know, in his own words and everybody else's words that knew him. You know, this is how deep it is. I hope you guys, you know, breaking the spell with me. We got to empty our cup, you know, because slavery was not the cause of the war between the states. In the weeks leading up to the war, Lincoln and the North were not discussing emancipation. Their actions were driven by the disastrous collapse of the Northern economy that was fast approaching and the threatened dissolution of the Republican Party because of extreme dissatisfaction with the state of affairs in the North. Right. And that was chapter 1. Okay. Show you guys this book right here. This is what we were reading earlier in the video. A second. Just stay here. Okay, this is the 1790 census, which really doesn't state much. It does show black, white, but we don't know if that's just status. A lot of those surnames you probably can reach, and you'll see familiar names in the census. They're calling white, and this is the. See, this is the free Negro heads of family slave owners. All right. This is in 1830. So this is, remember, by 1860, they got like 29 slaves in these places, 2, 3, 4 slaves. In 1830, we have a census. We have a whole book, you know, dedicated. Says free Negro owners of slaves in the United States in 1830, together with absentee ownership of slaves in the United States in 1830, compiled under the direction and edited by Carter G. Woodson, editor of the Journal of Negro History. All right, we ain't making none of this up. We ain't making none of this up. All right. Okay. And we're back in the book, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War, a new look at the slavery issue. We're going to get a little bit of this before we go today. All right. And we were up in chapter 1 already in this book. Let's see if we can find our place. Just 1 second. Question was it's outdated. He's going with a Kunta Kinte kind of like black and white narrative, white and black, you know, white slave masters, black slaves. And even though he's talking about white slavery all through this, you know, he's trying to explain what a mulatto is and how he thinks white people got into slavery, you know, because their mom and how they must be like some point Negro, and so he tries to break it down. And this is the chapter of the mulatto we were reading. I mean, I guess we can start anywhere here. Let's see. Yeah, so he's breaking down this mulatto stuff in his opinion. The question was whether going free people legal. Okay. So let's start right here. It says here, questions also arose regarding free people and the legal definition of what constituted a mulatto. Since there was no set standard, this definition varied. Some states legally defined a mulatto as a person who was 1/4 or more black. Octoroons with 1/8 black blood were deemed to be white people. Virginia, 1785, Indiana, 1817, Arkansas, 1843, and Kentucky, 1852, all had such laws. And in North Carolina law, 1826, a white person was one who has less than 1/8 black blood. An exceptional Georgia law, 1829, took the distinction to the 9th degree by establishing that people deemed and adjudged to be persons of color within the meaning of this act, as shall be descended from Negroes or mulattoes, either on the father's or mother's side. A white person who had very distinct black ancestors would still be considered a mulatto, a person of color under this law. All right, so basically, mulatto meant a lot of things. We also got the law in the last video in part 1 where I was reading from that book, The Statute Laws of Virginia by Higgins, and you know how so-called Negroes and Indians would all be listed as mulatto. They made that a law in the census, straight up, without any kind of mixture, without any, all this stuff that we're talking about right here, and all these laws and all the stuff he's quoting. In that law, it didn't even apply, right? We know we see census when we run into mulatto, and then the same person will be so-called black in another census, or they'll be labeled mulatto, and we know both parents are so-called black. So what do you mean a mixture in this and a quarter of that? And it's, you know, a lot of the time it was just people's perspective. And again, we got that law where a lot of the so-called Negroes or Indians became known as mulatto straight up. Just that was the fact. That was the law. All right. All right. Let's see if we can get a part 2. We get to part 2. Okay. So we had black slave owners in the South, right? Again, we're in the book, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. You know, you guys still here, man? Should I keep going? Let's go a little bit. I'm gonna read a little bit of chapter 2. It says here, like the patriarchs of old, our men live all in one house with their wives and their concubines. And the mulattoes one sees in every family exactly resemble the white children. And every lady tells you who is the father of all mulatto children in everybody's household. But those in her own, she seems to think drop from the clouds, or pretends so to think. Regardless of the legal criteria reestablished for being a white person, it is a fact that many white people remain enslaved under the Partis rule. All right? He just says something right there important. Regardless of what criteria legal, they're labeling people white. The fact is that there were many people who were labeled white that were enslaved under the Partis rule. All right? A most telling observation is that of Mary Boykin Chestnut, a Southern aristocrat and wife of James Chestnut, Jr., U.S. Senator from South Carolina. An entry in her diary for March 1861 reads, like the patriarchs of old, our men live in all one house with their wives and their concubines, and the mulattoes one sees in every family exactly resemble the white children. And every lady tells you who is the father of all the mulatto children in everybody's household, but those in her own she seems to think drop from the clouds, or pretends so to think. Particularly noteworthy is her choice of the word exactly. Imagine how it must have been for plantation mistresses to see day in and day out white slave children who look the same as their own white children. Worth noting here is that when Ben Ames William edited Chestnut's diary for publication in 1905, he changed the word exactly to the word partly. From the wording of the original quotation, one may infer that it was quite common in antebellum households to have white children and white slaves, children who all look like each other. Other accounts of white slaves were published during or after the Civil War. Reverend John H. Ugley lived in the South for 11 years and had both white and black congregations. He told of preaching to slaves, some with red hair and blue eyes. Slaves with red hair and blue eyes, okay? A third of whom were just as white as he was. Dr. Alexander Milton Ross attended a slave auction in New Orleans where many of the slaves were much whiter than the white people who were there. In Lexington, Kentucky, Reverend Calvin Fairbank described a woman who was going to be sold at a slave auction as one of the most beautiful and exquisite young girls who could expect to find in freedom or slavery. Being only 1/64th African, only 1/64th, dodged to hijack so-called black, really, right, colored. After the Union had won the Battle of the New Bern, North Carolina in 1862, Major General Burnside assigned Vincent Coiler to be superintendent of the poor. Coiler expressed disbelief at the complexions he saw. The light color of many of the refugees is a marked peculiarity of the colored people of New Bern. I have had men and women apply to work who were so white that I could not believe they had particle of Negro blood in their veins. So a lot of the times they're just trying to see, remember what this guy said in the beginning of his book when we got part one? He's saying that somehow they have to have been mixed with black at some point or come from black or people, you know, and that's how they ended up as slaves. And that's what their mom, who was white, you know, passed it down to them, but so that's what they're trying to say. But we know white servitude was real. We know who colonized the free labor for the land grants, the headright systems when they were going to Virginia, Jamestown, and all that. It was Europeans. They were bringing in Indians. That's who they were putting under work and indenture. All right. A lot of those were so-called white Europeans, not just black, but white Europeans coming to work in plantations, and their families were enslaved or under indenture or unfortunates until the 1860s. And what we're reading right now, that's what I'm saying. So a lot of the times they're trying to say, well, at some point somebody might have mixed, you know, some so-called black person might have mixed with a white person, and then they just, you know, with a white enslaved person. But eventually you got to explain how she came enslaved, you know, and show me the sources. The memoirs of Chestnut, Ugley, Ross, Fairbank, and Coiler were published during or after the Civil War. Many other accounts were published all through the period before the Civil War, in which travelers and visitors to the South made note of the white slaves they saw on plantations and at slave auctions. Their expectation, of course, was to see slaves who were black or brown. On seeing white slaves for the first time, they often expressed surprise at how white those slaves really were. All of the accounts which follow were readily available to antebellum readers in the North. John Ferdinand Dansfield Smith was an Englishman who visited America during the early 1770s. All right, he was an Englishman. We don't know his complexion. Smith is one of those Sephardic Jewish names. All right, so while in Maryland, he took notice of female slaves who are now become white by their mixture. And so now they are white. They're white. They're white now. There are at this time number of beautiful girls, many of them as fair as any living, who are absolutely slaves in every sense. Another 18th century traveler was Jacques Pierre Brissot of Warville, a Frenchman who came to America in 1788. All right, a Frenchman. What kind of Frenchman, huh? While visiting a school for Negro children in Philadelphia, he saw an octoroon who it was impossible to tell from a white boy. Hey, I'm not the one saying this, again, fair use. He couldn't tell the difference between a white boy. Dr. Jesse Torrey mused on his interesting first experience with white slavery. His book, published in 1817, contains the following account. While at public house in Fredericton, Maryland, there came a decently dressed white man, a quite light complexion, in company with one who was totally black. After they went away, the landlord observed that the white man was a slave. I asked him, with some surprise, how that could be possible. To which he replied that he was a descendant by female ancestry of an African slave. Dodged a hijack. I would love to see the source for this. He must have said maybe a Negro man or something else, right? He also stated that not far from Fredericktown, There was a slave estate on which there were several white females as of fair and elegant appearance as white ladies in general, held in legal bondage as slaves. Several years later, an English traveler in the South named Isaac Holmes spoke of the promiscuous sexual intercourse white men had with slave women, which ultimately produced white slaves. Holmes made the observation but did not pass judgment. But I mean, that doesn't make white people. What do you mean white slaves? So he's again, remember, they trying to make it seem like the only way so-called white people got into slavery was because they descend from so-called black people. Straight up. That's it. That's what they're saying, right? Holmes made the observation but did not pass judgment to an Englishman. It may appear strange that a white man of any feeling should be willing to become the father of slaves, but he does not look through American spectacles, for in the United States there are many who by education and association are gentlemen that are guilty of this shameful practice. And the consequence is that in some instances there are slaves who are perfectly white. All right. So yeah, there are actual slaves who are actually perfectly white. It had nothing to do with mixture. And I just want to say something here, just to, we gotta remember, stay focused with the information. So again, this book is from 1997. There's a lot of hijacking here. We're correcting this, we're updating the information, when we're reading this book right here. It's a great book. It has a lot of drop, right? Because he's right. There was so-called, but he has to understand too that a lot of these so-called white people that being labeled white meant free. It wasn't about complexion a lot of the time. A lot of these people are actually colored people. There is no mixture, But again, a lot of these people are just straight up pale skin. No mixture. And they've been indentured servants. I got stories. I know I got them. We've done the genealogy, and I got the stories confirming family stories. How their grandfather had a plantation or a farm, and they had white sharecroppers working for them, and the grandfather was the boss. He was the boss man, right? He was the boss man. Old lady, white lady, she remembered when she was little how she used to work for a person's genealogy. I did, so-called black man, right? His grandfather owned a farm. They were his servants. They worked for him. She remembers that. She remembered that. She told them. And this is real stories. All right. So again, the book, let's pull out the babies. We're going to dodge the hijack like Tyson and just hit them with the facts. Captain Frederick Marryat was a British naval officer and novelist who traveled throughout the South in 1837 and 1838. His account of Louisville, Kentucky is noteworthy. I saw a girl about 12 years old carrying a child and aware that in the slave state, the circumstance of white people hiring themselves out to service is almost unknown. I inquired of her if she were a slave. To my astonishment, she replied in the affirmative. She was as fair as snow, and it was impossible to detect any admixture of blood from her appearance. She didn't look mixed. She straight up looked like a white person. In another experience, white slavery, Marriott came across an advertisement for a local runaway slave, which read in part, "Said boy is a manner white, would be passed by and taken for a white man. His hair is long and straight, like that of a white person." Being a foreigner and not understanding the concept of a one-drop mulatto, Marriott commented, the expression of "in a manner white" would imply that there was some shame felt in holding a white man in bondage. The expression in the ad was a description, not a value judgment. Reverend Francis Holly of Connecticut resided in North and South Carolina for 14 years. His thought-provoking account from 1839 offers this telling observation. It is so common for the female slaves to have white children that little or nothing is ever said about it. Very few inquiries are made as to who the father is. That same year, Lydia Marriott Child wrote, "A Missouri newspaper proves that a white man may, without a mistake, be adjudged a slave. A case of a slave suing for his freedom was tried a few days since Lincoln County, of which the following is a brief statement of particulars." All right, so first of all, just want to emphasize something here. A slave suing for his freedom. So what kind of slave has the right to go to court and sue for his freedom if he's a slave? I want you to answer me straight up. Again, how does a slave go to court and sue his master for freedom? Again, please answer that to me. Again, slavery wasn't about no kunde kinte. We had indentured servitude contracts. Indentured servants could go to court and sue, yep, for their freedom, especially if they already did their time of service, or the so-called master or the person they're apprenticed to or indentured to violates something in the indenture, and they can prove it. So it says here, right, about this slave suing his master, right, for freedom. It says a youth of about 10 years of age sued. He's 10 years old. He's a 10-year-old suing for his freedom on the ground that he was a free white person. Upon his trial, that he was a what? He was a free person. He was free white. I was white, not color, but status. Hey, I'm free white. Come on, I'm free white. I'm not black. I'm free white. And we're talking about status here. We're not talking about complexion a lot of these times. Upon his trial before the jury, he examined by the jury and 2 learned physicians, all of whom concurred in the opinion that very little, if any, trace of Negro blood could be discovered by any of the external appearances. All the physiological marks of distinction which characterized the African descent had disappeared. It had disappeared. Oh, this is a lot of conjecture here, right? His skin was fair, his hair soft, straight, fine, and white, his eyes blue, but rather disposed to the hazelnut color, nose prominent, the lips small, his head round and well-formed. They're like, yo, he looked like a white man, so yeah, he must be a free man. So they go on a physical appearance, like forehead high and prominent, ears large, the tibia of the legs straight and feet hollow. Notwithstanding these evidences of his claim, he was proved to be the descendant of a mulatto woman. I thought he looked white. Kurimeo, I thought you were describing a real like, but Kurimeo, he's probably like 8 octoround and all that. I'm like, well, that's the whole point of what we're talking about. Don't judge people by appearances, because they could have been a mulatto 1 generation away. And then from that, a so-called black person, a 2nd generation away. So yeah, if people that are so-called black become mulatto, and then from mulatto, they got a mom, right? A mulatto has a kid who looks almost white, like straight up. It happens in 2 generations. In 2 generations, we're going to be judging people physically, overstand their genealogy first. If you don't know the genealogy, it's all conjecture. Really, is your opinion. It's okay. If you believe it, it's okay. Just remember that this can happen easily in your genealogy. So it can happen in reverse a little bit sometimes too. Even though, most people descend from a colored person, it doesn't really go the other way around all the time, but it does happen where, a light-skinned person, pale-skinned person has with a, colored person, a child, and that child just keeps, mixing with other colored people, and then their kids, so you forget that you had a white ancestor, is my point. So vice versa, right? In both cases. Hold on, let's get this, because this is one of those. Okay. All right. So because he had a mulatto woman as a mom, and that his progenitors on the mother's side had been and still were slaves, consequently he was found to be a slave. The narrative of the fugitive slave William B. Brown was published in 1847. Brown related how slaves in Hannibal, Missouri were boarded on a vessel bound for New Orleans slave market. One among them was a beautiful girl, apparently about 20 years of age, perfectly white, with straight light hair and blue eyes. But it was not the whiteness of her skin that created such a sensation among those who gazed upon her. It was her almost unparalleled beauty. She had been on the boat but a short time before the attention of all the passengers, including the ladies, had been called to her, and the common topic of conversation was about the beautiful slave girl. Fredrika Bremer was a Swedish novelist and humanitarian who visited the United States from 1849 and 1851. During a trip to Georgia, she attended a slave market in Augusta and commented on a number of children she saw there. Many of these children were fair mulattoes, and some of them very pretty. One young girl of 12 was so white that I should have supposed her to belong to the white race. Her features, too, were also those of the whites. The slave keeper told us that the day before another girl, still fairer and handsomer, had been sold for $1,500. Elsewhere, she observed a pretty little white boy of about 7 years of age sitting among some tall Negro girls. The child had light hair, the most lovely light brown eyes, and cheeks as red as roses. He was nevertheless the child of a slave mother and was to be sold as a slave. His price was $350. Also seen were the so-called fancy girls, or fancy purchasers. They were handsome fair mulattoes, some of them almost white girls. Traveling the United States about the same time as Bremer was an Englishman named Edward Sullivan. As a foreign visitor in the South, Sullivan was uncomfortable with the slavery not being based on color. I have seen slaves, men and women, sold at New Orleans who were very nearly as white as myself. He was so shocked. Although it is not actually worse to buy or sell a man or woman who is nearly white than it is to sell one some shades darker, yet there is something in it more revolting to one's feelings. I can't believe this, my feelings. I'm feeling weird about this. Can you believe he's saying that? That's silly. Other accounts from 1850 also tell of experiences at slave auctions. While in Richmond in English, a barrister named Charles Richard Weld observed a woman and her 2 little children being offered for sale. The 3 were to be sold together. She was a remarkably handsome mulatto, Weld wrote, and her children were nearly, if not fully, as white as the fairest Americans. But as no eloquence on the part of the auctioneer could raise them above $1,100, the lot was withdrawn. I was informed the woman alone would have realized more than this amount, but there is a strong aversion against purchasing white children. This aversion was not universal, as illustrated by the Bremer account above and others. During his visit to New Orleans, Reverend Philo Tower attended a slave auction and observed a young woman who was one of the most beautiful, I think, I ever saw, aged from 16 to 20. Though thinly and cheaply dressed, none could be insensible to her beauty. She was much whiter than many, nay, the most of the Anglo-Saxon ladies, of medium size, well-developed, beautiful black hair, black and sparkling eyes that pierced wherever they darted. Rudely drawing the covering from her neck and shoulders, the auctioneer exhibited a bust as plump and purely white as the snow-tinged image of Venus. She was sold for $2,000. Charles Mackay, a Scottish journalist, the Mackays, we know a lot of colored Mackays, Scottish, Mackays, Irish, Scottish journalists, visited a slave auction where we had the following memorable encounter. One man whom my experience's eyes seemed as white as myself, and whom I at once put down in my own mind as an Irishman of the purest quality of the county of Cork, got up from his seat as I passed and asked me to buy him. I am a good gardener, Your Honor, said he, with an unmistakable brogue. I am a good gardener, Your Honor. I am also a bit of a carpenter, and I can look after the horses and do any sort of odd job about the house. But you are joking, said I. You are an Irishman. My father was an Irishman, he said. At this moment, the slave dealer and owner of the depot came up. Is there not a mistake here? I inquired. This is a white man. And then, this is what they said. His mother was the N-word, right? He replied, he was sometimes much whiter man for sale than he is. Look at his hair and lips. There's no mistake about him. Wow. You hear what is going on, right? But I thought he was an Irishman. Wait, hold up. I thought you were an Irishman, but your mom is a colored person, right? We talking about a black Irish who somehow mixed up. What's going on here? We just talking about light-skinned people? Mackay was a Scotsman who had experienced a virtually white brogue-speaking Irishman as a slave. Feeling disgusted, he related that he longed to get into the open air to breathe the purest atmosphere. A similar reaction to that of Mackay was had by Mr. C, identified only by his first initial, who visited a slave auction in Georgia with his friend, New England physician Charles G. Parsons. The following is their particularly eloquent and telling account. We saw a handbill in the barroom in which 44 female slaves were advertised for sale. Stepping out into the street, we found those girls sitting on the sidewalks. At the farther end of the row was a very beautiful girl, apparently perfectly white and neatly dressed. The moment Mr. C looked at her, he exclaimed, "What do you think that white girl is sitting there with those Negroes for?" "I presume she is a slave girl," said I. "That can't be," replied Mr. C. "Just look at her. Why, I never saw a prettier girl in my life." Now, Mr. C had heard that likely quadroons are held as slaves and sold in the market, but he had never believed that a young lady so entirely American, so elegant in form and feature, so intellectual in appearance, with pure blue eyes and the perfect red and white Caucasian complexion, was in the same degraded, condition as the African girl, Dashta hijack, or of a dark complexion person. He was unprepared to believe it when I said to him, "She is a slave, sir." "Sorry, she's a slave. I know you think she's a Caucasian, but maybe, yeah, she's a Caucasian, but she's a slave still." But you remember now, see, I like to, when I say blue eyes and all that, I mean, I picture a lot of the North African Berber people, a lot of them, like in Algeria and all those areas. There's actual, Arab people, Berbers. They're very so-called white Caucasian, and they got blue and green eyes. They look like Europeans. And we know a lot of those got sent over here. Got caught up in it. A lot of the North African or Turkish people, Arab people, Muslim people, in indentured servitude. I said, still incredulous, Mr. C stepped up to the drover and asked, "Is that white girl a slave, sir?" "That's not a white girl. She is a N-word, sir," replied the drover. "What do you ask for her?" inquired Mr. C. "I was offered $1,800 for her last night. I want $2,000 for her." "Why can't that white girl?" "That isn't a white girl. That's a N-word, sir, I tell you," interrupted the drover contemptuously. At the same time, he removed a woolen cap from her head, which exposed the light brown hair, and added, "You see her hair is waved. This is regarded as evidence that African blood is mingled with the white." All right, so they so they're like, "Oh, look at her hair, it's a little wavy, man." And so Dash the hijack again, it doesn't automatically mean African. So again, that's what I'm saying. We gotta dodge the hijack big time with this book. It's a good book, but it's written in 1997. The guy's kind of like, he's still confused at the time, even though he's writing this book. Mr. C had now become excited, and he exclaimed, "Well, then, can that white N-word do more work than one of your, the darker skin N-words that you ask so much more for her?" And, "Oh no," replied the drover, and perceiving that Mr. C did not comprehend the superior value of female beauty to physical ability in a slave, he added, "But she's a high-priced fancy girl." "By heavens," vociferated Mr. C, "it is too bad." And turning to me with his clenched hands raised toward the heavens, he added, "I will never say another word against the abolitionists so long as God lets me live." So he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe there was actual, Caucasian people as slaves. He's like, "Man, these abolitionists are jokers." With so many white slaves throughout the South, it is not surprising that curiosity would exist as to their ability to escape North and their path into white society. Such an inquiry was made by Frederick Law Olmsted, a reporter of the New York Times who traveled extensively throughout the slave states. During a visit to a plantation in the spring of 1854, he recorded a dialogue he had with two observers. One of them pointed out a slave while she was working in the field and said, "The one is pure white. You see her hair? It was straight and sandy." It was not uncommon, he said, to see slaves so white that they could not be easily distinguished from pure-blood whites. "Now," said I, "if that girl should dress herself well and run away, would she be suspected of being a slave?" Oh, that's deep right there. Remember, it wasn't about complexion. And, yeah, a lot of the so-called, you know, white slaves did run away, and there was advertisements. We have white people being advertised as runaway slaves. We've shown that before. And it says here, I could see nothing myself by which to distinguish her, as she passed from an ordinary poor white girl. Oh yes, you might not know her if she got to the north, but any of us would know her. How? By her language and manners. But if she had been brought up as a house servant, perhaps not in that case. The other thought there would be no difficulty. You could always see a slave girl quail when you looked in her eyes. Olmsted also took note of the white slaves and a group of people of color he saw in Richmond, who were dressed in Sunday finery. Nearly a fourth part of seemed to me to have lost all African peculiarity of feature. There was no indication of their belonging to a subject race, except that they invariably gave way to the white people they met. And
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next video that I have here, because it really went on to talk about, like, it's trying to break down the mulatto thing so people understand the context behind who's the slave, who's not, who's the mulatto, but it's not doing it in the best way. But it was good to read anyways, so we can know how to dodge the hijacks. We're going to move on to the next video. These are a lot shorter, so, you know, because it is getting late. But I appreciate you guys still being here. All right. This would be the third video. All right.
A 13th Amendment.
Hold on. Let me just.
Was not fought.
Hold on, guys. I'm just speeding through here real quick. Appreciate you guys being tuned in still. All right. Now we're going to get more specific on how Lincoln was really trying to preserve the Union. Okay, so we kind of got a lot of context before in the last parts. Okay, that's good. We're going to go over this guy, this person again we talked about earlier. All right. The descendant of a Confederate soldier, his family, a lot of his family was Confederates, all that.
That's what's happened to us as Southerners for so long. We've been dumbed down, even with since Reconstruction, with the advent of the building of the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. Certainly the North knew that it had to come down here and propagandize the South. So it sent its teachers here, it dumbed our children down. They did everything they could do to divide and separate black folks and white folks in the Southland of America.
The war was not over slavery. It was not an issue. Let me prove to you, just by two simple statements, I'll give you more, but let me prove to you that the war was not fought over slavery. And therefore this flag could never ever have represented slavery. You see, Abraham Lincoln proposed a 13th Amendment to the Constitution. He proposed that 13th Amendment in March of 1861. Here was Abraham Lincoln's proposed 13th Amendment. Quote, "No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state with the domestic institutions thereof, including that of persons held to labor or service by the laws of said state." End quote. Did you hear that? Lincoln's proposed 13th Amendment said Congress shall not have the power to interfere with any institutions within any state, including those held to labor or service by the laws of that state. In other words, what Abraham Lincoln was saying to the South, if you will accept this proposed 13th Amendment, you may forever keep slaves. Folks, Beauregard never fired on Fort Sumter until April the 9th. This was in March of 1861. If the war had been about slavery, and if the South wanted just to keep slaves and that was it, why fire a gun? Why fire a shot? Just simply accept this proposed 13th Amendment and it would all be over. Let me read to you. This resolution was passed unanimously by Congress on July the 23rd, 1861. You may read it for yourself in the congressional record. Here's what this resolution says. The war is waged by the government of the United States, not in the spirit of conquest or subjection, nor for the purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or institutions of the states, but to defend and protect the Union. Congress said, the war's not about slavery. Lincoln said, the war's not about slavery. I will even give you a 13th Amendment that will allow you to make slavery permanent. You see, what was happening was this. There's a lot of issues, and I can't cover them all tonight. But one of the issues was an economic issue. Do you realize the South, before the war, was extremely wealthy? And the South, before the war, funded probably 75 to 80% of all the taxes. But the North wanted a 40% tariff. The South said no. The most we will ever agree to is a 10% tariff. And what Lincoln and the radical Republicans were doing was this. They were saying, we will give you the 13th Amendment. We will let you keep your slaves if that's what you want. You just let us keep our tariffs. In other words, the North was willing to sell the blacks out for money, for higher taxes. They weren't interested in the slaves. They could care less. You see, Hapgood's book, Abraham Lincoln, the Man of the People, on page 273, quotes Abraham Lincoln as saying, if I could save the Union without freeing any of the slaves, I would do it. Abraham Lincoln later said that slaves are property, and if freed, they should be paid for. Later on, Lincoln said, I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Now here Lincoln is acknowledging that he has no lawful right to interfere with slavery. Slavery, by the way, was constitutional. All 13 colonies agreed on it. And by the way, in 1776, all 13 colonies held slaves. Not just the South, all of them. Lincoln said, I have no lawful right to interfere, nor, he says, do I have an inclination to do so. In a letter to Alexander Stephens, who happened to be later the vice president of the Confederacy, Lincoln wrote Alexander Hamilton Stephens and says this, do the people of the South really entertain fear that a Republican administration would directly or indirectly interfere with their slaves, or with them about their slaves? If they do, I wish to assure you that once as a friend and still I hope not an enemy, that there is no cause for such fears. The South would be in no more danger in this respect than it was in the days of Washington. So once again, Lincoln is saying it's not over slavery. You say, but Brother Weaver, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves. No, it didn't. The Emancipation Proclamation did not free one slave. Do you know what Abraham Lincoln tried to do with the Emancipation Proclamation? In fact, he says so himself, and so does other men in his cabinet. They say that the Emancipation Proclamation was a war measure. Lincoln, number one, wanted to keep England specifically, and the rest of Europe particularly, from joining in with or recognizing the Confederate States of America. That was his first goal in that Emancipation Proclamation. His second goal was a war measure, another war measure, in the sense he was hoping that the blacks in the South would rise up in rebellion against their white masters and their white people. Let me tell you something. Just to show you there was no trouble in the South, there was not one rebellion during that war of black folks. Do you realize 1,000 torches in 1,000 black hands would have emptied the Confederate armies, because the men would have gone home to protect their families? And Lincoln knew that. You see, what Lincoln did was this. Now listen to me. Lincoln tried to free the slaves in the South where he had absolutely no authority, and he refused to release the slaves in the North where he did have authority. Did you know that in the Northern armies, even when they were fighting the South, there were slaveholders in the Northern armies? Did you know that General Robert E. Lee, when he inherited some slaves, freed them? General Ulysses S. Grant, who was the main general of the North and afterwards became president, even after the war was over, he kept his slaves. And he did so with this excuse: good help is hard to find. You see, the truth of the matter is this: the Emancipation Proclamation was not only unconstitutional, and everybody recognized it, it cost the Republicans a lot of elections. There were 5 northern states that refused after that to elect Republicans to Congress. And moreover, there were a lot of Union soldiers that deserted because of it and refused to fight. Slavery was not the issue.
As a resolve, we always talk about how we think these babies are losing their manners and they're losing their southernness, but I'm going to tell you something. There's a resolve in those children, much like their grandfathers that we see buried around here. They want to know, and now they have these things called computers. These babies start plugging in these things, and these teachers can't get away with that stuff they used to get away with about, our ancestors were demonic, slavery. When these children get the truth, they're going to demand that whoever's sitting at White House get right on up and go right on down to the Treasury and return some of that stealing that took place around here. I'll tell you about that. Not only are they going to demand that they bring back some of the stealing that took place around here in the South End of America, these babies are going to demand that somebody that walks down there to that education department, that United States Department of Education, that they tell the real truth and restore the honor of our Southern family down here.
All right, I'm in archive.org, and I found these images here that were uploaded by Herbert Booker. It says here, Black Confederates who served in the U.S. Civil War. And it says here, this is not meant to glorify the Confederate States of America, but African Americans, right, so-called African Americans, served on both sides in the U.S. Civil War, believe it or not. Not only people of color or so-called Black Americans, but Native American Indians also served in the Confederate and Union armies, or indigenous people, right, and navies. Here are photographs taken during the years 1861 to 1865 and up to 1923. Possibly to 1940. All right. Just want to read from this book. It's called Black Confederates and Afro-Yankees in Civil War, Virginia. Irvin L. Jordan Jr. Again, Black Confederates and Afro-Yankees in Civil War, Virginia. And just real quick, we go all the way to chapter 10 just to, go through the information that correlates here. It says here, zealots of the wrong Afro-Confederate loyalism. All right, so dodge the hijack with the Afro. They just mean people of dark complexion or Black Confederates. People of color from Virginia or Black Virginians volunteered and supported the Confederacy. Volunteered, all right? Now, because we have a whole chapter in this book talking about the body servants. Now, they try to say that the only Black Confederates you'll ever find is body servants. So that's not true. And there was so-called Black body servants, but there was also white body servants. It's whoever had an indentured servant and brought him along with them. And that master wasn't always a white person. There was actually, again, so-called Black slave masters, right? And they brought their own indentured servants too as body servants as well. But we also, as we see in this chapter, have the case where people, again, we got this in the last chapter in Louisiana, right? People were volunteering, wealthy, prominent families. As you can see here in that example, in Virginia, same thing was happening. They volunteered and supported the Confederacy at the onset of the war, even though they had been treated as inferiors and lived in a state of fear. One motivation was the possible improvement in their everyday status and a relaxation of some of the political and legal restraints against them. By identifying and actively supporting the Confederate cause, they anticipated white post-war gratitude in the form of increased privileges and rights, all right? But maybe they was just fighting for their land and their right to be plantation owners and have indentured servants and just keep their ways, right? Several free blacks in Virginia were slave and property owners, all right? Again, what? Several free Black Virginians, people of color, were what? Slave and property owners, slave owners who deemed their way of life threatened by the northern invasion and yearned to prove to their white neighbors that they too were Southern patriots, all right? Those publicly loyal to the Confederacy were pragmatically acknowledging who and where they were. Their determination to stand with the South was akin to freemen consciously performing a civic duty, all right? It's just their civic duty. Black Confederate loyalty was more widespread than American history has acknowledged, all right? They kept this out of history. In May 1861, Culpeper Courthouse resident R.L. Patterson observed several Black Virginians attached to Confederate military companies passing through the town. One male slave, stirred to Southern patriotism, fervently vowed, "If old Lincoln does put his foot on old Figurative, I can raise a regiment of the N-word. The Negroes here understand all about it. The people have informed them as to the true state of things. They could know that the South are their real friends." By the summer of 1861, Confederates, or Black Confederates, Southern blacks who supported and allied themselves with the Confederacy, sought to volunteer, but the Confederate War Department at first declined numerous offers to enlist them. However, when a Union regiment at 1st Ohio Volunteers was attacked on 17th of June 1861 near Vienna, as it traveled by train to Falls Church, the Confederate attack was led by the 1st South Carolina Infantry, accompanied by a body of 150 armed picked Negroes, all right, people of color who were in the Confederate side, 150 of them, a whole regiment. 6 slaves who escaped from Matthews County in July 1861 to the safety of the USS Mount Vernon said that when the county's whites attempted to arm blacks, they deserted in every direction. During that same month, Thomas A. Phelps, a slave, wrote to his mother of the pride he felt in being a soldier in the Confederate Army, all right? So he was so proud to be in the Confederate Army, huh? "I will leave today for a scout about the woods for the Yankees. Give my love to mistress and master. P.S. Goodbye to the white folks until I kill a Yankee." That's what he's saying, I guess. There were several unaccounted and unheralded Black Virginians who could and did pose as white and served in state regiments. Pose as white?
I have a great deal of faith in the South. I have a great deal of faith in our young generation, even though we say that they don't say yes sir, no ma'am, and they've not taught to say the Lord's Prayer. But I'm going to tell you something. There's a resolve in Southern people, young and old, there will come a day that worm will turn, and the truth will be known here in the South End of America about what happened. Bad rule, because, you know, I don't know why some black folks think the northern folks have this great love for them. Those northern folks know history. They know about all those black folks who ran with white folks around here and fought and died and sniped and killed Yankees. They don't have no love. There's no love for them around here. So the only way, basically, that we could do this thing is to dumb down the people and grab black folks and divide and separate them down in the South. We can't have those black folks around there voting with their southern white family. What was the sense of going to war if we did that? So, and orchestrated, and this was very programmed. People think this is a mistake, or it's just something accidentally happened. This is an ongoing Cold War that was instituted by these folks in the North to divide and separate us. All you have to do is say the word slavery, and it's been a situation where Christian white folks in the South have held their heads down because the whole institution of slavery has been blamed solely on Christian white folks in the South, and the whole world acted as though it didn't participate, and the whole world did participate. And the whole world did participate.
All right, and we continue in this book. Slavery was not the cause of the war between the states, the irrefutable argument, by Gene Kaiser Jr. We're in chapter 2 of this book. It says here, the North did not go to war to end slavery. If they had, they would have started by passing a Constitutional Amendment abolishing slavery. They did the opposite. They overwhelmingly passed the Corwin Amendment, which left black people in slavery forever, even beyond the reach of Congress. This alone proves unequivocally that the North did not go to war to end slavery or free the slaves. The North does not get to redefine in the middle of the war its reason for going to war. What the North proclaimed in the beginning stands as its reason for going to war, and it is unchangeable. War measures halfway through the war, such as the Emancipation Proclamation that freed no slaves and prevented close to 1 million slaves from achieving their freedom, have nothing to do with why the North went to war in the first place. A near unanimous resolution entitled The War Aims Resolutions established early on what the North was fighting for. It was passed by the Northern Congress in July 1861, 3 months after the bombardment of Fort Sumter. That this war is not waged upon our part in any spirit of oppression, nor for any purpose of conquest or subjugation, nor for the purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or institutions of the states, but to defend and maintain the supremacy of the Constitution, which allowed and protected slavery, and to preserve the Union, Throughout the antebellum years, as the country achieved its manifest destiny, all right, manifest destiny, we know what that means, marching westward, winning the Mexican War, growing in wealth and power, all right? They were, colonizing, taking the lands, the indigenous land, in their manifest destiny, growing in wealth and power, right? No credible northern leaders said they should march armies into the South to end slavery. Throughout the first 2 years of the war, almost nobody in the North said they were fighting to end slavery. To do so would risk racist Union soldiers deserting because they signed up to fight for the Union, not to free slaves whom they feared would move north and inundate their towns and cities and be job competition, all right? So that makes logical sense. They ain't fighting to free people that are basically then going to end up trying to steal their jobs. Julia then Grant, wife of Ulysses S. Grant, might have freed her 4 slaves if she had thought it was an abolition war and not a war for the Union, right? So even these northern Unionists had slaves. Most Northerners, excluding few truly good-hearted abolitionists, accepted slavery. As stated earlier, historians Lee Benson and Gavin Wright maintained that the percentage of abolitionists in the North was probably no more than 2%, almost certainly no more than 5% of the Northern electorate. And ironically, many of them didn't like slavery because they didn't like blacks and did not want to associate with them. Prominent abolitionist Elijah Lovejoy had been murdered by an outraged Northern mob in Lincoln's own Illinois in 1837, all right? These people, abolitionists, right? Elijah, that sounds like a Hebrew name to me, or maybe possibly Sephardic Jewish. Lovejoy, Elijah Lovejoy. He's being lynched right? He got murdered by a mob in Lincoln's own Illinois. Remember Lincoln in my Lincoln video, he was saying how it's dangerous for him to go back to his hometown. He might get hung or lynched. Why was he saying that? The mob was trying to destroy Lovejoy's abolitionist materials in his press. By 1861, Northerners had been supporting slavery for 241 years and would continue supporting it through the war between the states, since 5 slave states, as noted earlier, fought for the North. Again, those states are Maryland, Delaware, Kentucky, Missouri, and West Virginia, which came into the Union during the war as slave states, right? So these southern states who joined the Union had their own slaves. And again, if they were really about ending slavery, they would have made them, get rid of their slaves first, right? If the North was fighting to end slavery, it would never permit slave states to fight for the Union, or it would have ended slavery in the Union states immediately. It did the opposite and made sure by constitutional amendment and proclamation that slavery in the Union was protected, just as it was and had always been by the Constitution. That's how the North really felt about slavery and freeing the slaves. Lincoln himself took it a step further. He supported the first 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the Corwin Amendment, which would have left Black people in slavery forever and even beyond the reach of Congress. It passed March 2nd, 1861, 2 days before Lincoln's first inaugural. It reads,
"No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give to Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state with a domestic institution thereof slavery, including that of persons held to labor, slaves, or service by the laws of that state."
About the Corwin Amendment, Lincoln said in his first inaugural on March 4th, 1861,
"I understand a proposed amendment to the Constitution, which amendment, however, I have not seen, has passed Congress to the effect that the federal government shall never interfere with the domestic institutions of the state, including that of persons held to service. To avoid misconstruction of what I have said, I depart from my purpose not to speak of particular amendments so far as to say that, holding such a provision to now be implied constitutional law, I have no objection to its being made express and irrevocable."
So there's Lincoln himself letting you know he don't really care about people who are held in service. It's not really about that. It says before Lincoln took office, President James Buchanan actually signed the Corwin Amendment after it had been approved by Congress and was ready to be sent to the states for ratification. Buchanan's act was symbolic only. It is important to note that the Corwin Amendment had required a 2/3 vote in the House and Senate, and it had passed with mostly northern votes because 7 southern states were out of the Union by then and did not vote. Indeed, the bill's sponsor, Representative Thomas Corwin, was from Ohio. 3 northern states ratified the Corwin Amendment: Ohio, Maryland, and Illinois, before the war made it moot. After the Corwin Amendment passage, Lincoln sent a letter with a copy of the Corwin Amendment to each state's governor, pointing out that Buchanan had signed it. Lincoln was making sure everyone knew of his strong support of slavery forever, even beyond the reach of Congress. Before even mentioning the Corwin Amendment, in his first inaugural, Lincoln made it clear that he strongly supported slavery and had no inclination to end it.
"Apprehension seems to exist among the people of the southern states that by the accession of a Republican administration, their property and their peace and personal security are to be endangered. There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension. Indeed, the most ample evidence to the contrary has all the while existed and been open to their inspection. It is found in nearly all the published speeches of him who now addresses you. I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Those who nominated and elected me
did so with full knowledge that I have made this and many similar declarations and had never recanted them. And more than this, they placed in the platform for my acceptance and as law to themselves and to me the clear and emphatic resolution which I now read. Resolved that the maintenance inviolate of the rights of the states, and especially the right of each state, in order and control its own domestic institutions according to its own judgment exclusively, is essential to that balance of power of which the perfection and endurance of our political fabric depend, and we denounce the lawless invasion by armed forces of the soil of any state or territory, no matter under what pretext, as among the gravest of crimes. I now reiterate these sentiments, and in doing so, I only press upon the public attention the most conclusive evidence of which the case is susceptible, that the property, peace, and security of no section are to be in any wise endangered by the now incumbent administration.
All right, so that was basically Lincoln, letting you know, hey, you guys know, I was always letting you know, that was always my campaign. I wasn't gonna, focus or get rid of, the people who are held in servitude or so-called slavery, right, as they're calling it here. So it wasn't really about freeing people, right? And remember, what is the biggest detail about Lincoln, right? Let's not forget, Lincoln was Swarthy, a so-called Negro, so-called black man, dark-skinned man. He's describes himself like that, many times. We have read the books, the primary sources, all right? Check out the full video. I'm going to continue. It says here, on August 22nd, 1862, 16 months into the war, Lincoln wrote to Horace Greeley, editor of the New York Tribune, in response to a letter Greeley had sent him, and reiterated,
"My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or to destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. What I do about slavery and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union. And what I forbear because I do not believe it would help the Union."
All right, so letting you know, Lincoln, right? He's also colored, and he's letting you know what I do for any colored person. It's not because, he's colored like me, but because I do it because I believe it helps the Union. Anything that helps the Union, if that involves helping colored people, if that involves helping so-called white people, he's going to do it. It wasn't about complexion. It was all about the Union. Exactly 1 month, September 22nd, 1862, after writing his letter to Horace Greeley, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, and the very first paragraph states clearly that the war is being fought to restore the Union and not to free the slaves.
"I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America, and Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy thereof, do hereby proclaim and declare that hereafter, as heretofore, the war will be prosecuted for the object of practically restoring the constitutional relation between the United States and each of the states, and the people thereof, in which states that relation is or may be suspended or disturbed."
Continuing, says, clearly the North did not instigate a war to end slavery. The focus on slavery as the primary cause of the war between the states, even indirectly, is a fraud of biblical proportions, and it prevents real understanding of American history. Pulitzer Prize winning historian and Lincoln scholar David H. Donald, back in the 1960s, was concerned about the overemphasis of slavery as the cause of the war. He said the civil rights movement seems to have been the reason for stressing slavery as the cause of the war. Ooh, big one. So he's saying this whole thing about when the people started saying that civil rights, the Civil War had to do, with ending slavery was during the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s. Before then, people knew it was about, and really people what they were really fighting for. I mean, people who were actually in the war, right? But it all started in the Civil Rights Movement, huh? A lot of things started during these civil rights, right? I have already proven that the North did not go to war to end slavery. All right, case closed. We've already proven that so many ways. Like, I mean, so-called Lincoln is a colored man. All right, come on. But now we know, it's all about the Union. It wasn't really about any of that. It's protecting their interests, the businesses and everything of the Union, the North, right? There is much more evidence, but the following is a good summary of the things in the beginning that show beyond the shadow of a doubt that the North did not go to war to free the slaves or because of slavery. It says here, number 1, the North's war aims resolution, which states clearly that they are fighting to preserve the Union and not for the purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or institutions of slavery of the states or indentured servitude. Lincoln's constant promises and high-profile forums, such as his first inaugural address to protect slavery where it existed. The United States Congress overwhelmingly passage. All right, so that was number 2. This is number 3. The United States Congress overwhelming passage of the Corwin Amendment, which would have left black people in slavery forever, even beyond the reach of Congress. If the North was fighting to end slavery, it would have passed a constitutional amendment ending slavery and not one that guaranteed the black people would be in slavery forever, even beyond the reach of Congress. 3 northern states ratified the Corwin Amendment, including Lincoln's own Illinois, before the war made its moot. This alone proves unequivocally that the North did not go to war to free the slaves or to end slavery, emphasis added. All right, point number 4, Lincoln's strong support for the Corwin Amendment as stated in his first inaugural and in personal letters to the governors. Number 5, the North's historical support for slavery and slave trading. All right, number 6, the fact that when Lincoln sent his hostile military mission to Charleston to start the war, just prior to the bombardment of Fort Sumter, there were more slave states in the Union than in the Confederacy. There was more slave states in the Union. Listen, man, that's some complete hijack of history. Like, wow, total flip. Like, come on, man. Hypocrite, like, really? Like, come on. There was more slave states in the Union than in the Confederacy when they went to bombard Charleston, man. Come on. Northern leaders, no credible Northern leader throughout the antebellum, this is point number 7, period, said that they ought to march armies into the South to free slaves. Nobody ever said that. There's no quotes of anybody, primary sources. Indeed, abolitionists were hated in the North. Elijah Lovejoy was murdered in Lincoln's Illinois. They didn't really like these people up there. Point number 8, Northerner leaders, almost none of whom for the first 2 years of the war said that they were fighting to free the slaves. Ulysses S. Grant's wife, Julia, owned 4 slaves, all right? They had slaves. They were in the Union. It would be hard for Grant to say he had gone to war to end slavery when his own house was a slave-holding household, all right? Point number 9, the 5 slave states that fought for the North throughout the war, Maryland, Delaware, Missouri, Kentucky, and West Virginia, they were slave states, all right? Point number 10, the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation is issued September 22nd, 1862, that states clearly in the very first paragraph that hereafter, as theretofore, the war will be prosecuted for the object of practically restoring the constitutional relation between the U.S. and seceded states, example, the Union. There's no mention of slavery. There's no reason, right? There's no reason stated there that says that they went to war or they're going to war to free the slaves or to end slavery, okay? Point number 11, the Emancipation Proclamation that freed no slaves or few and deliberately left at least 832,259 who were under Northern control in slavery. Most of those black people officially stayed slaves until well after the end of war. They could have been freed easily if the North had wanted to free them. The Emancipation Proclamation states literally that it is a war measure and it was not issued early on. All right. It was not issued before Lincoln took office or after the bombardment of Fort Sumter or during Lincoln's first inaugural. It was issued 2 years into the war and it freed no slaves or few. The conditions around the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation and its timetable established the fact that the North most certainly did not go to war on April 12, 1861 to end slavery or free the slaves. The North's support for slavery goes back to the beginning of the country when Northern and British slave traders brought most of the slaves here and made huge fortunes in the process. Dr. Edgar J. McManus, in his excellent book, Black Bondage in the North, writes that Boston merchants, all right, these Boston merchants, right, 1600s, who's the merchants? Remember, let's not go backwards, right? Who's these merchants? Most of these are Sephardic and Moorish people, these merchants, Protestant merchants, Dutch, Huguenots, all right? So again, it says in the book, Black Bondage in the North, all right, he writes, Mr. Edgar McManus, that the Boston merchants entered the African trade as early as 1644, dodged the hijack. They weren't getting Africans. We already know who they were helping come over here in their ships. And by 1676, they were bringing back cargoes as far away as East Africa. All right, so we got to prove that because we know they were going all the way. Yeah, they went over there, but that had nothing to do with bringing slaves. And if they did, they brought them somewhere else. You got to show me that these are people from Madagascar they were bringing. Show me the proof, right? Because we know, right, based on my indentured servitude videos and who these ships were really bringing, you know, helping people flee religious persecution and indentured servitude, bringing them over, making so much money off that, kidnapping people over there, spiriting them away. We already know the story, right? Virtually the entire infrastructure of the Old North was built on profits from the slave trade and slave traders such as Boston's Peter Faneuil or Faneuil Hall. Peter Faneuil, remember, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Faneuil, the Faneuils were Huguenots. He was a Huguenot. A Huguenot is a Moor. Huguenot, Moor. Moor. He's Moor. This guy, so-called black man, Peter Faneuil. Faneuil was a Moor, Huguenot. Yeah, and he was what? One of the slave traders, right? Biggest ones to profit from slave trade. Peter Hall, Huguenot, Moor. And in the North, yes, they did a total flip on us, right? Break the spell, my people, break the spell. It says, ironically named Cradle of Liberty, right? Faneuil Hall, the Cradle of Liberty, right? Where they actually sold mad people, indentured servants. It's right on the shore. I've been there. I'm from Boston. I know right where it's at, Faneuil Hall. And I never knew it would be, I never imagined it was built by a Moor or named after a Moor. Faneuil Hall, right? And I continue, which might have been a cradle for him, but sure wasn't for the tens of thousands of colored or indentured servants. You know, he was responsible for snatching from their families and forcing into the horrors of the Middle Passage, forcing people who was getting spirited. Remember, we read about also the Sephardic Jewish people being taken out of Spain and all these places, and all these people being spirited away from England and Ireland, and all these indentured servants. Right, we got the whole history, and we got the ships, we got the whole primary sources of this happening. All right, show me that happening in Africa. Show me when Peter Faneuil went to Africa. There is no proof of Peter Faneuil going to Africa snatching anybody. That's most likely that's a lie right there, and there's no source for that, as you can see. So here, all Americans, but especially African Americans, deserve to know the entire truth about slavery, and not some whitewashed version. There we go. Well, you're doing the same thing, Mr. Arthur, by saying everybody came from Africa. That's a whitewashed version. That's false Pan-African narrative, right? Let's talk about truth, as you quoted here. Quotes, truth is why Lerone Bennett, Sephardic Jewish name, Bennett for Baruch or blessed, Baruch Bennett, all right, wrote, forced into glory to reveal that racist Abraham Lincoln deliberately did not free any slaves or freed very few. With the Emancipation Proclamation. In most of Lincoln's life, Lerone Bennett says all of his life supported sending African Americans back to Africa or into a climate suitable to them, all right? So I think he's talking about the American Colonization Society, and actually he was sending people to Panama. I believe there was a colony Lincoln tried to set up over there. So yeah, they're right about that, but these so-called African Americans, you know, a lot of them weren't even African or ever been nothing related to Africa. All right, so real quick, just want to show an example of what we were talking about. So I got this town or colony that happened or didn't happen. It says Lincolnia, right? Lincolnia was the name of a proposed Central American colony suggested by Republican United States Senator Samuel Pomeroy of Kansas in 1862 after U.S. President Abraham Lincoln asked the Senator and the United States Secretary of the Interior, Caleb Smith, to work on a plan to resettle people of color from the United States. Since his early political career, Abraham Lincoln supported the American Colonization Society, all right? So even Lincoln was like, Garvey, you know, go back to, you know, Africa, or, you know, he was trying to move people of color away. Why? You know, a lot of these were indigenous people that were they would call people of color. A lot of these were Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, indentured servants. But yeah, the main point is, yeah, he was actually trying to do that, as the last book we were reading just said and stated. It says a controversial group whose goal was the removal of free blacks from the United States. The removal of free black, removal. Abraham Lincoln was down with that. Removal of free blacks. And its state affiliates, starting in the 1820s, began settlements in West Africa that would eventually unite to form Liberia. All right, that's a future video we got. We're gonna get all the evidence and all this history there, what happened, how Liberia all got started, right? Similarly to Lincolnia, the name of Liberia's capital, Monrovia, was derived from the name of the 5th president of the United States, James Monroe. All right. Says Lincoln's desire to return former slaves to Africa or other tropical regions with their consent and the accord of the authorities of the country where they were to be settled. He repeated his support for colonization numerous times, including during the American Civil War. Now look at this. Listen to where he was going to put these people. It says by 1862, Lincoln had decided that Chiriquí province, Chiriquí. Why does that sound like Cherokee or Cherokee? The Chocori, Chiriquí, Cherokee, the Chiriquí province, which happens to be a very indigenous area, always. At the time, part of the Grenadine Confederation, but today in Panama, would be an ideal location to start a colony where blacks, especially freedmen, could lead better lives than they could in the United States. In August of that year, he invited a group of prominent colored people to the White House to discuss the plan. He stated that the area had evidence of very rich coal mines, among the finest harbors in the world. So-called African Americans, including Frederick Douglass, were in general firmly opposed to immigration. No, you're gonna find our bones here, Frederick Douglass said. He's here, man, the bones, you'll find them here. Frederick Douglass, right? And the delegation unsurprisingly reacted negatively. Later that month, the National Republican published an editorial with the title The Colony of Lincolnia, which stated that the necessary arrangements for founding a colony on a grand scale have been completed. Here's a whole book on this. It's called The Colonization After Emancipation, Lincoln and the Movement of Black Resettlement. All right, that's the hijack with the whitewash images. All right, colonization. It says chapter 1 here, the curious politics of colonization. Without being an enthusiast, Lincoln was a firm believer in colonization. This was the assessment given to him by Presidential Secretaries John Nicolay and John Hay in a duly celebrated 1890 biography of their late employer. The colonization of freed slaves to either Africa or the tropics of Central America and the Caribbean featured prominent in Abraham Lincoln's formative belief on race and slavery, enabled by 600,000 appropriation from Congress. Lincoln's aggressively pursued the policy in the early part of his presidency. All right, he was trying to get what? Remove free blacks, as they were saying, removal of free blacks. Lincoln was by no means the first president to advocate colonization. The idea dated to the Revolutionary period, when many of the nation's founding fathers grappled with the troublesome place of slavery in a country ostensibly founded on the concept of natural equality as expressed in the Declaration of Independence. All right, so just wanted to go ahead and I just real quick come into this. We're going to go back to the book we were just basically at. So all his life, I guess, as Bennett was saying, most of Lincoln's life, Abraham Lincoln says, supported sending, Black Americans, so-called Black Americans, back to Africa or into a climate suitable to them. The preliminary Emancipation Proclamation confirms this long-held belief of Lincoln's that the effort to colonize persons of, so-called Black descent, or, they're saying African because they mean, they're trying to add the hijack, with their consent upon this continent or elsewhere with the previously obtained consent of the government existing there will be continued. There would have been no American slavery without Black tribal chieftains in Africa and British and Yankee slave trades, right? So dodge the hijack big time, as you can see. A lot of that didn't have quotes. We're about to see quotes now. We got footnotes. See these little footnotes. Let's see what he says here. It says, the reason the South gets all the blame is because of half a century of political correctness in which only one side of the story has been told. Because if you tell the Southern side, even in a scholarly manner, you open yourself up to charges of being a racist and member of the KKK who wishes we still had slavery, right? So that's kind of true. That people kind of like, yo, what are you talking about, Kurimeo? Like, come on, man. Come on, there was slaves, man. Come on, man. We are from slaves. I'm like, whoa, come on, dude. Don't speak for everybody, it's not true. A lot of people were always free. A lot of people were always free. It says, esteemed historian Eugene D. Genovese writes, to speak positively about any part of this Southern tradition is to invite charges of being a racist and an apologist for slavery and segregation. We are witnessing a cultural and political atrocity, an increasingly successful campaign by the media and an academic elite to strip young white Southerners and arguably Black Southerners as well of their heritage, all right, Black Southerners of their heritage, and therefore their identity. They are being taught to forget their forebears or to remember them with shame. NAACP resolutions passed in 1987 and 1991 spewing hatred on the Confederate battle flag also intimidate scholars who would rather not weigh in or who will take the anti-self side without a fair examination of the issues. Professors know that they stand almost no chance of getting tenure if they say anything good about the South in the war between the states. They know that we live in a shallow and superficial time, and just as accusatory whiff in the air that someone is a racist, whether they are or not, will end a college history career or prevent one from getting started, all right? But remember the old proverb, the one who states his case first seems right until the other comes and examines him. The war between the states is the central event in American history. It should be examined thoroughly, just as Lerone Bennett has examined Abraham Lincoln and given us a fresh perspective on old Honest Abe, the racist who used the N-word more than the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, all right? The same Abe, all right? They're saying Abe used the N-word more than the dude in charge of the KKK. Lincoln, who wanted to ship Black people back to Africa and who deliberately freed no slaves with the Emancipation Proclamation when he could have freed close to 1 million under Union control. There is a lot to know and think about in order to understand what really happened. All right, so that was chapter 2 of this book. We're going to continue next time on chapter 3, all right?
And you can't have a discussion about history's heroes without casting a skeptical eye. And helping us do that is a man who sees 2020 when it comes to presidents who receive more credit than their due. Judge Andrew Napolitano joins us. He's the author of Theodore and Woodrow, How Two American Presidents Destroyed Constitutional Freedom. I have it right here on the desk. Look at that, the hard copy. Beautiful.
Very kind. Thank you, Kennedy.
All right, well, welcome back, Judge.
Pleasure to be here.
So I want to talk about Theodore and Woodrow, but first I think because we're on the precipice of President's Day,
right,
we need to talk about the man who inspires so much fawning, Abraham Lincoln. He's the guy who freed the slaves. He started the Republican Party, and he's a lot of people's favorite president of all time.
Saved the Union.
He saved the Union, Camille. Yeah. Are they wrong?
I am a contrarian on Abraham Lincoln, and I bemoan the fact that he's been mythologized since the progressive era, since the era of Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, and particularly by the public school establishment in the United States, which almost would have you believe he's the fourth member of the Blessed Trinity. I prefer to look at Lincoln this way. At the time that he was the President of the United States, slavery was dying a natural death all over the Western world. It had just been expired by legislation in England. It has just died a natural death. That is, it was no longer economically feasible in Puerto Rico and Brazil. And the Southern plantation owners were on the cusp of it dying here. Instead of allowing it to die or helping it to die or even purchasing the slaves and then freeing them, which would have cost a lot less money than the Civil War cost, Lincoln set about on the most murderous war in American history, in which over 750,000 soldiers and civilians, all Americans, died. Now, that's more people killed as a result of American military action in one war than in all wars combined. That, of course, spawned Jim Crow. That, of course, spawned the Ku Klux Klan. That, of course, spawned the need for a Martin Luther King, which was a good end result from this. But the so-called freedom that Lincoln thought he was bringing wouldn't come about for another 125 years because of its birth in violence, rather than in its birth in government violence, rather than its birth in the natural progress of human freedom. Abraham Lincoln locked up over 3,000 people in the North who didn't take up arms against the government, but who spoke out against it and who wrote against it and who published their writings. He had utter and total and complete disregard for the
suspending habeas
Constitution.
corpus.
Yeah, and even as a result of that, his successors have used his behavior as examples of what presidents can do in wartime. Another reason they like war, because they can disregard those nasty things called civil liberties.
All right, guys, we're going to go on to the next and last video. And this one is, let me just tell you, about an hour and 20 minutes left. You know, I know it's late for a lot of you, but we're going to keep the marathon going for those who are willing to stay up. If you can't catch the rest, you know, you can watch the rest, you know, whenever you're free again. Okay. You know, don't rush it. I mean, don't force it if you're tired. But yeah, this is what we're going to continue, right? We're almost done.
The hysterical move today to eliminate Confederate symbols from the American landscape springs from the myth taught for 2 generations that the South seceded to protect slavery while the North invaded to abolish slavery. The claim is as preposterous as it is popular. No national political party in the entire antebellum period ever put forth a proposal to emancipate slaves. And Lincoln and Congress repeatedly made clear that emancipation was not the reason for invasion.
All right, so today we're going to begin real quick with this book, First Slavery and the Civil War. What your history teacher didn't tell you. A Handbook to Combat Revisionist History by Gary Bowers. In the introduction it says, the most effective way to destroy a people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. George Orwell. And I'm in chapter 1 of this book, The Civil War That Wasn't. Of all the misconceptions about the American Civil War, perhaps the most superlative is its very name. A civil war, by denotative or connotative definition, occurs when a faction wishes to overthrow or control an existing government in order to impose its own ideology upon the governed. The southern states that seceded from the Union had neither the desire nor the plans to take command of the country, all right? They simply wanted to withdraw from it, and arguably, according to even some modern constitutionalists and historians, had a right to do so, based upon the nation's origins. Virginia, New York, and Rhode Island demanded that the right of secession be reserved before they would even agree to the Constitution, thereby implying that secession was indeed a right reserved by individual states. The United States had, after all, seceded from Great Britain only 2 generations before the states of the Confederacy did so. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, states the beginning of the Declaration of Independence, that could not have been more applicable than it was to the Southern states in 1861, as will be exhibited in the pages following. Of the 30 or so named for the conflict, assigned both during and after the war from both sides, there are several that describe it much more accurately than Civil War. Note that this term was used in the very title of this book simply because it is traditional and recognizable, but not because it is accurate. Had some other of the titles been used, many, if not most people, would not know to what this work referred. Hereafter, it will be referred to as the war. All right, they ain't gonna call it a civil war anymore, is what he's saying, because it really wasn't a civil war. It was just the war. The second most common name is the war between the states. However, biased Northern writers and other revisionist historians, is a conscious attempt to scapegoat the South, began using the labels slave states for the Confederacy and free states for all others, ignoring the fact that up to 20% of slaves were held in the free states, and thereby invalidating this title. All right, big one. We went over this on part 1 and 2. It wasn't about slavery. We know that when Lincoln went and freed the Southern so-called slaves, he didn't free the Northern slaves. They still were in slavery. It wasn't about freeing slaves. All right, so as it's saying here, 20% of the slaves were in the so-called free states. That's a fake title. You fell for it. Slave states and free states. All right, they drew an imaginary line and they made you think that from that imaginary line in the South, it was all slavery and everybody in the North was all free. Other names include, according to one's loyalties, the War of the Rebellion, the War of Northern Aggression, the War to Preserve the Union, and the War for Southern Independence. So there's a lot of books actually with these titles, and that's exactly what they're talking about. You know, whoever's writing the story has his own view of it, right? The last is by far the most accurate and relates the legitimate cause of the conflict. So the War for Southern Independence, that's why they went to war, because the Northern was coming. No doubt about it, they had to go to war with them. In U.S. official government records, it is known as the War of the Rebellion. All right, even in the U.S. official government records, it's not even known as the Civil War. It's called as the War of the Rebellion. Who's rebelling, huh? This title too is incorrect. In 1867, none other than U.S. Supreme Court Justice Salmon P. Chase noted in his declaration that Jefferson Davis or any other Confederate could not be tried for treason, that secession is not rebellion. So this label too is inaccurate, all right? It's not rebellious to practice secession when they felt like they didn't want to be part of that other government. They had their own thing, right? They weren't trying to be rebellious or invade the North. It is also known widely as Mr. Lincoln's War, which is not too far off based. The Brothers' War, which sadly is far too accurate. Our personal favorite, as a matter of classical understatement, is the late unpleasantness. But regardless of the plethora of names available, it is important to know that only one very obscure and rarely used title for the most devastating event in American history even mentions slavery. It can then readily be concluded that slavery was neither the cause nor the focus of the war, okay? Not the cause.
All this talk about slavery as the cause of the war is a smokescreen to hide the stark immorality of the North's invasion. The South did not secede over policy questions regarding slavery, the tariff, Western Territory, or any other policy. The South seceded for the simple reason that it wanted to govern itself and was capable of doing so. No one wastes time today wondering whether Scotland or Catalonia or the colonies in 1776 really had good policy reasons for secession. Their desire for self-government and their ability to do it was a sufficient reason. The question, therefore, that historians should be asking, and which is the only question they ask, is why? Why did the South secede? But they should be asking, why did the North invade?
All right, so wanted to show you guys that there's a lot of books out there, you know, really talking about all this stuff. These are really quick books I found here. I just wanted to correlate with the other book that we're going to get into, really, that we've been reading. It says here, this book is called It Wasn't About Slavery, Exposing the Great Lie of the Civil War by Samuel W. Mitchcan Jr. Again, I remember, we got to dodge the hijack. We got to pull the babies out and get all the good info that when we know it's correct, and dodge the hijack with their perspectives, again, their interpretations of what Abraham Lincoln was trying to say, all right? Because we know clearly he was a so-called black man. It says here in the introduction, it is all very simple. The establishment historian writes, the Civil War was all about slavery. The selfless and morally superior Union soldier, brilliantly directed by a prophet and saint, Abraham Lincoln, invaded the evil and decadent South with no other purpose than to liberate the oppressed and downtrodden Negro from his cruel, sadistic masters. All right, so that's the story that we grew up hearing, right? That's the kind of the story they put in our head, so we can picture something like that. It says here, filled with righteous indignation, these virtuous knights and military Blue crushed the traitors and brought emancipation in heaven on earth to African Americans, all while bringing defeat and chastisement to the poor, ignorant Southerners, most of whom were slave owners or cruel overseers, who wiped their noses on their shirt sleeves and chewed tobacco, even the women. All right, so again, the guy's making fun of the story they told us growing up, right? That's literally what they told us, right? They wanted us to picture the South being evil, white, slave masters who had only so-called blacks in slavery, and it wasn't like that. We already know, over 200 presentations. We know there was black slave owners. We know most of the South, a lot of these landowners were colored folks. We know the Huguenots, we know the Sephardic Jews and the Moors. We know the history, right? And we know a lot of these were American Indians too. The victor, as Churchill said, writes the history, but these historians have abused the privilege. They went crazy with it, right? What passes for history today is cultural and intellectual nihilism, especially when it comes to the myth of the enlightened and noble federal cause. Their aim is not to seek the truth, which should be the ambition of every legitimate historian, but to serve an agenda. All right, they have an agenda when they're lying to us about, like, the Civil War. They are saying instead, forget the past unless it fits the narrative of which we prove, because everything that occurred before us is irrelevant and inferior to our views, and therefore should be forgotten, modified, corrected, contextualized, or destroyed altogether. Is it possible to be more narcissistic? The French philosopher Bernard of Chartres remarked a long time ago that we stand on the shoulders of giants. Sir Isaac Newton made a similar pronouncement, but he added that the purpose was to see further, not to look down on the giants in scorn. I agree with Bernard and Sir Isaac and intend to teach history properly, standing on the shoulders of giants, seeing further, not to erase or rewrite history into an acceptable form by looking down, in my case, on the American South. The primary purpose of this book is to help bring some balance to the debate about what happened in the pre-Civil War era. First off, I confess that I do not believe it was a civil war. Again, it wasn't really a civil war. They were forced into, remember. Most military schools outside the United States define a civil war as a struggle between two or more factions for control of the government. Establishment intellectuals have redefined the term in America in order to provide moral cover for what I call the Lincoln Regiment. Yet, if the standard international definition is accepted, one would have to conclude that the objective of Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, etc., was to conquer and rule New York City, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, and the rest of the North, to label our 1861-1865 struggle a civil war. This, of course, is absurd. Though I dare say that all 4 cities and many more would have benefited immensely from benign Confederate military dictatorship. If we reject the term Civil War, what is a good name for the conflict? All right, so again, here goes a whole nother book talking about the name. And again, it depends on the person's view and perspective and their experience with the so-called Civil War. It says here, some people prefer the War of the Rebellion, favored by many Northerners in the 19th century. Others prefer the war between the states, while some refer to it as the War for the Southern Independence. Stonewall Jackson called it our second war for independence. I prefer the War for Southern Self-Determination, which it was. If we apply modern usage of self-determination, after all, if we self-determination is good enough for Bosnia and Herzegovina, why isn't it good enough for Alabama, Mississippi? However, I will use the appellation Civil War in its place since it is widely understood and it conforms to the current usage. But it is nothing more than shorthand for the War for Southern Self-Determination.
There would have been no war had the North not invaded the South. This question is suppressed because an honest answer to it would not be morally attractive. Historians have yet to confront the hard moral truth that the best solution to all the problems facing the Union in 1861, including the moral problem of slavery, was a negotiated division into 2 federations.
All right, and we continue in the book, Slavery and the Civil War, What Your History Teacher Didn't Tell You, a handbook to combat revisionist history by Gary Bowers. Now we're in chapter 3 of this book. It says here, Lincoln, the great emancipator who wasn't. Let it be unequivocally said of Abraham Lincoln that he detested slavery on moral grounds. Let it also be said that he did not send federal troops into the South to free the slaves, but to preserve the Union. Further, if he were alive today, he would be considered the vilest of racists. Modern political correctness notwithstanding, he held most of the attitudes common in his day. Lincoln was not an abolitionist. Lincoln held no animosity toward the slaveholders, though he could not remember a time when he did not abhor the idea of slavery. He found the Northern abolitionists to be extreme, self-righteous, and unrealistic, and underestimating the difficulties that would ensue were slavery to be abolished. All right, these are all his quotes. Further, he did not denounce the slaveholders. I will surely not blame them for not going what I should not know how to do myself, he said. In fact, Lincoln said of the slave owners, if slavery did not exist among them, they would not introduce it. If it did not exist among us, we should not instantly give it up. These are not the words of a man who invaded the southern states in order to free the slaves or punish the slave owners. As munificent as his philosophy was toward slave owners, Lincoln held no such feeling toward the Negro. All right. Now, what do we know here in this community about Lincoln? A big thing that they probably never gonna mention and not thinking about when they're writing this book right here, which is that Mr. Lincoln, right, was a so-called Negro too, right? Lincoln was a Negro. So again, it wasn't about freeing so-called Negroes, because he was a president and he was a Negro. Aside from the slaves of his wife's family, who were incidentally her slaves by familial tradition, so his wife had slaves, right? He had little contact with the black race. Now dodge the hijack big time. Crayon colors. He was so-called black. He spoke of the taught slaves as being treated in paternalistic fashion. Now remember, they're trying to say that slaves, literally, like listen to how they're writing this book, that because he didn't know any slaves, that meant that he didn't know any black people. Because he's trying to say all slaves were black only. You see, so dodge the hijack big time when we're reading these books. I just want to show you that many people have written a whole different version of what we hear all the time. Again, this is a whole different book. Lincoln was not, he didn't care really about freeing people or he didn't care to free so-called blacks. It wasn't about that. It's all about preserving the Union. It's all about that money back. Shout out to Back for What's Mine. Continuing, as indeed a great majority of slaves were treated in paternalistic fashion, meaning that was their dad and mom who had them. They were family. Paternalistic fashion. Many slaves were treated like that, like if it was their parents, because a lot of them was their parents. They owned their kids a lot of the time, so they wouldn't be sold. Continuing here, a little further down the book, it says Lincoln's lack of admiration for those enslaved did not end there. Not only did he think they should not be equal citizens, he wished them removed from the United States. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia. On December 3rd, 1861, now remember, we're getting the guy's version of what he's interpreting from Lincoln saying, so there's nowhere in his words that would say, I am a white person, you know, so he's interpreting it his way. But he did send colored people over to he wanted to send them to Liberia and Central America. Yeah, he did want to do that, like Marcus Garvey. Lincoln urged Congress to appropriate money for the deportation of blacks. At that time, he preferred either Liberia or Central America as their ultimate destination. As late as 1863, Lincoln had not given up on his deportation plan, though General Ulysses S. Grant had wanted to militarily take over the Dominican Republic and send them all there. You hear that? Lincoln followed through with his plan of removal of an experimental basis and sent 450 black freedmen to Haiti. Almost half died of smallpox and starvation. Do you hear that? And remember, Lincoln is a so-called black man. There can be no question that his purpose in the war was definitely not to free the slaves. In his inaugural speech on March 4th, 1861, the new president said, I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. He did say all these things. Remember, we got these on parts 1, 2, and 3. All right. Immediately following secession, Lincoln and the U.S. Congress offered the South the Corwin Amendment, which, among other things, guaranteed permanent slavery forever in the seceding states, if only they would return to the Union. All right. Only if you become to the Union. 3 states had already ratified the amendment when Fort Sumter was fired upon, and approved became moot. When the war began, the U.S. House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed a resolution with which Lincoln agreed, declaring the purpose of the conflict. Not only did this document not even mention slavery, I remember the Corwin Amendment, it doesn't even talk about slavery as a cause. It asserted that slavery would be preserved should the North win and the Union be reunited. All right, it even said that. In light of such events, it is patently absurd to assume the North invaded the South to free the slaves. Further, if the war had been initiated to end slavery, Lincoln would not have waited almost 2 years to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. It is quite apparent that this motive was added ex post facto to conceal the real reason for the North's invasion: economic hegemony. It's all about the money. It wasn't about freeing slaves. The Emancipation Proclamation was even 2 years late. All right. In the first year of the war, U.S. General John Fremont took it upon himself to free the slaves of Confederate sympathizers in the border states of Missouri. Lincoln modified the order to comply with the Confiscation Act, by which troops could only seize slaves actually used in aid of the rebellion. His concern then was not emancipation, but the continued loyalty of the border states. The Department of the South, a Union military command led by David Hunter, declared in 1862 that the slaves of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida be forever free. Upon learning of this, Lincoln declared that pronouncement altogether void and resigned the order, though it was basically the same as the Emancipation Proclamation that would be issued the following year. All right, he was forced to do that. Hunter then formed a regiment of fugitive slaves. Lincoln and the War Department refused to commission or pay for the black soldiers. Hunter returned them to their owners. All right. Again, remember, Dodge the hijack. A lot of this could be pale skinned people too. And again, a lot of this also most likely includes American Indians. All right. Lincoln then went on to fire Secretary of War Cameron primarily because he advocated making soldiers of so-called Negroes, right? It wasn't until the issuance of Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 that Lincoln gave approval for the use of colored soldiers. That was, like the proclamation itself, a matter of politics and expediency, for he stated that slavery enables the enemies of free institutions to taunt us as hypocrites. It was not his love for blacks or even his opposition to slavery that was important, but the perception of other countries that were leaning toward support for the South. Perhaps the most definitive statement Lincoln made concerning slavery connection with the war came in an interview with the famous journalist Horace Greeley 2 years after the conflict had begun. My paramount object in the struggle is to save the Union, and is not to save or destroy slavery. Again, that was Lincoln. We got this in the other parts. He straight up said, my paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and it is not to save or destroy slavery. He went on to say that if he could only save the Union by keeping slavery, he would do so. This war was not about freeing the slaves.
Just consider this. As of 1861, the South produced 9 presidents, the North 6. But more important, 5 Southern presidents served 2 terms. No Northern president ever served 2 terms. In the first 64 years, 51 of those were under Southern presidents. You see why New England felt oppressed. That number would be higher, most likely, if Polk had not imposed on himself a rule to serve only 1 term. Had Zachary Taylor not died in office, Millard Fillmore would not have been president. And it is likely that William Crawford would have won against John Quincy Adams in 1824 had he not suffered a stroke during the election. If these things had happened, then in the first 64 years, only 8 years would be under Northern presidents. Southerners created Jeffersonian America. Look at Attorney Generals from the South, 14, the North 5. Supreme Court Justices, 17, the North 11. Speakers of the House, the South, 21, the North 12. Southerners were crucial in securing independence from Britain and in forming the Constitution. All the territory acquired by the United States beyond the original 13 states was acquired by Southern administrations. As of 1860, the United States was very much a Jeffersonian regime, governed largely by Southerners.
Here, this book is called It Wasn't About Slavery, Exposing the Great Lie of the Civil War by Samuel W. Mitchcam Jr. The real cause of the war says here, the Northern onslaught upon slavery was no more than a piece of specious humbug designed to conceal its desire for economic control of the Southern states. Charles Dickens, 1862. No soldier on either side gave a damn about the slaves. Shelby Foote, American historian. For the love of money is the root of all evil. 1 Timothy 6:10. There you go. And now we come to the real cause of the war, money. Most wars have been about money, or the transfer of riches and territory, which also equates to money, eventually. This economic factor should never be ignored. Shortly after the Revolutionary War, the United States decided to transfer all state war debts to the federal government. This was a great benefit to the North. Their states were freed from their massive debts, now paid by the central government. The primary way the U.S. government had to raise funds was via tariffs, mostly from Southern resources. From the beginning, the South was footing the bulk of the expenses of the government. William Grayson, one of Virginia's first U.S. senators, warned that he was afraid that the South would become the milch cow of the Union. Grayson proved to be prophetic. Speaking in 1828, Thomas H. Benton, who opposed slavery, told the Senate, before the Revolution, the South was the seat of wealth, as well as hospitality. Money and all its commanded abounded there. But how is it now? All this is reversed. Why? Benton rhetorically asked himself. Federal legislation was his answer. Virginia, the two Carolinas, and Georgia may be said to defray 3/4 of the annual expense in supporting the federal government, and of this great sum annually furnished by them, nothing or next to nothing is returned to them in the shape of government expenditures. Benton went on to say, the South must be exhausted by its money and its property by a course of legislation which is forever taken away and never returning anything. Every new tariff increases the force of this action. No tariff has ever yet included Virginia, the two Carolinas, and Georgia, except to increase the burdens imposed upon them. After seeing Senator Benton's remarks, the reader might as well ask, why didn't the South leave the Union earlier than it did? Part of it came close during the nullification crisis. Only after Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun reached their tariff reduction agreement in 1833 did South Carolina back off secession. For despite the high tariff rates, the South and North both prospered then because they had a symbiotic economic relationship. When the Southerners bought their slaves from the Yankee flesh peddlers, they were using money loaned to them by Northern banks. The worldwide industrial revolution was based largely on textile manufacturing, which required enormous amounts of cotton. The South produced more than 75% of the world's cotton. Where the South, America, terrestrial paradise, right? Agriculture. The New England textile industry was built on this cotton, which was mostly planted, cultivated, picked, and ginned by slaves. Cotton produced by slaves built the North prosperity like that of the Deep South. Even the Northern shipping industry depended on cotton and slavery. The North sent supplies, especially food and clothing, to the South via ship. These same vessels took back cotton, much of it produced by slaves, to the New England textile mills, of which there were thousands. They then used it to manufacture textiles, which they shipped abroad. As James Madison said, the road to profitable trade for New England ran through the cotton fields of the South. Wall Street and the northeastern banking industry also indirectly depended on cotton and slavery. Plantation owners often borrowed to buy new land and slaves, and New York banks were more than happy to loan money to them. Cotton was America's #1 economic product, right? Cotton, accounting for more than half of all exports. The export value of cotton alone stood at $161,434,923 in 1859. That same year, the total value of all exports from North stood at only $78,217,202. In other words, the value of one Southern product accounted for more than twice the value of all Northern exports combined. As the country moved towards civil war in the late 1850s, the tax scales were tilted heavily against Dixie. President Buchanan told Congress the South had not had her share of money from the Treasury, and unjust discrimination had been made against her. By 1860, 80 to 90% of federal revenue came from the Southern export trade, which was largely built on slavery. Leonard M. Scruggs, a distinguished author and historian, put the figure even higher at around 95%. Here we see the real reason Abraham Lincoln and the more moderate Republicans did not wish to disturb slavery in the South. From its establishment up until 1861, the United States government was mostly funded by Southern agriculture and especially the cotton industry, much of which depended on slave labor. If slavery were abolished, federal funding would be eliminated with it. Thus, Lincoln and his allies only opposed the expansion of slavery into the territories. In doing so, Northern Republicans could create and then keep their lock on political power by adding more and more non-Southern states. The Southern states would become isolated and politically impotent vassal provinces and economic colonies easily dominated and bullied by more populous North, which would be in a position to pick their pockets wherever it wished. Consider the moral tariff as a prime example. No sooner had the lower tariff of 1857 passed than northern elements in Congress began to agitate for its replacement. In 1858, Representative Justin Smith Morrill of Vermont introduced the moral tariff in Congress. It would have raised the average dutiable ad valorem tax on imports from just under 20% in 1860, under the tariff of 1857, to more than 36% in 1862, and a whopping 47% within 3 years. Predictably, some of the protected northern industries and corporations needed to import specific items, so they were classified as non-dutiable, non-taxed. The South accounted for close to 82% of the U.S. export business and for more than 83% of American tariff revenues even before the moral tariff. About 80% of these revenues went to public works projects, railroads, and industrial subsidies in the North, enriching Northerners at the expense of the South. The moral tariff would make this unhealthy situation even worse. Despite its blatant unfairness, it passed the House of Representatives by a vote of 105 to 64. Only one of the South's 40 representatives voted for it. The moral tariff was, and protective tariffs in general are, particularly hard on exporters. By driving up the cost of imports, this tariff especially jeopardized the South's cotton market in Europe because England could develop new production regions and colonies such as India and lower the cost of imported cotton. The Southerners also faced retaliatory tariffs. Congressman Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania was one of the sponsors of the moral tariff. He acknowledged that the bill would cause suffering in the South and West and would particularly hurt the poor, who would have to pay more for products, but it would benefit the Northeast through increased industrial production and the higher prices manufacturers could charge consumers. Stevens was a radical abolitionist and an excellent speaker, but not a nice person. He was profoundly anti-Southern and anti-Christian as well, once declaring that the Bible is nothing but the obsolete history of a barbarous people. He felt that if the South wanted to be prosperous, it should abolish slavery and become like the Northeast. That the South did not want to be like the Northeast was a fact that he simply could not understand, and he viewed it with malice. Fortunately for the South, Robert M. T. Hunter of Virginia chaired the Senate Finance Committee. He bottled up Morrill's proposed tariff in committee so that it became an issue in the 1860 election campaign. Both Douglas and Breckinridge opposed high tariffs, but not Lincoln. His support of the moral tariff helped him carry the critical states of Pennsylvania and New Jersey by a plurality. So that's what helped Lincoln win a little bit, huh? The Northern protectionists were pleased when the Deep South seceded and its senators went home. They had long wished to use the federal government to enrich themselves, but had found their way blocked by small government scruples of the Jeffersonian constitutionalists. If the Northern industrial special interests could raise the tariffs on imports from Britain, they could sell Northern products at higher price and thus reap higher profits. This is what Calhoun was trying to block when he demanded to know what business the government had picking the winners and losers in the private sector. But Jefferson was dead, Calhoun was dead, and Jefferson Davis had retired to his plantation on the Mississippi River. Now the Northern protectionists could ram their tariffs through Congress without Southerners blocking them. Lincoln and his army could always force the South back into the Union later, if necessary. At this time, of course, they had no idea what it would cost. To do justice to the protectionists, they did not think force would be necessary. Many of them, Lincoln among them, until April 4th, 1861, thought the South was bluffing. Union General Don Piatt recalled, his views of human nature were, low, but good-natured. This low estimate of humanity blinded him to the South. He could not believe that men would get up in their wrath and fight for an idea. He considered the movement South as a sort of political game of bluff, gotten up by politicians and meant solely to frighten the North. They, the Southern politicians, won't give up the offices. I remember, he said. Lincoln's ambition in life was to hold high office, and he could not believe the Southern leaders would voluntarily give up their seats in the Senate and other high places. But the South was not bluffing. The moral tariff easily passed the House again, 105 to 64. With the Deep South senators gone, Senator Hunter could no longer bottle it in committee. It passed the Senate 25 to 14 because Lincoln and the Republican Party had made the tariff's passage a major campaign issue and a test of party loyalty. Republican congressmen voted for it 89 to 2. In the Senate, Republicans voted it 24 to 0. It is worth noting that the tariff bill had priority even before excluding slavery from the territories. President Buchanan signed the tariff into law on March 2, 1861, 2 days before he left office. For practical purposes, Henry Clay's America system was now the law of the land. It had been Lincoln's political North Star throughout his public career. But the America system, whatever its aims, only helped the North. The Constitution allowed the federal government to collect tariffs to fund itself, but it had never been meant to enrich some people at the expense of others. Now the Constitution was irrelevant. Turned on its ear, it no longer served as an instrument to limit federal power. The moral tariff is a powerful and astonishing example of short-sighted partisans, greed, and its catastrophic consequences. Leonard Scruggs wrote later, the terms of the moral tariff were so harsh that it virtually forced the rest of the South, Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia, out of the Union. Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri might have left too, had they been allowed to do so. After a 40-year history of economic abuse, the ties that bound the Union together disintegrated altogether. The southern states which remained in the Union saw that they would be treated unfairly by the North. The moral tariff, the North's refusal to enforce laws it didn't like, and open Northern sympathy with terrorists pushed the Southerners over the edge. Many who had been pro-Union before Harper's Ferry and the moral tariff now favored secession. There was a solution to the slavery problem, but it required recognition from all parties that it was a national problem that needed a national solution in which all parties sacrificed. All parties had profited from slavery. The irresponsible abolitionists only offered sacrifice from other people, while most Northerners, many of whom had been more than willing to share in the profits associated with slavery directly and indirectly, were unwilling to share in any sacrifices. They were not willing to help pay for a compensated emancipation. For example, like pay the slaves, right? Pay. It's a small wonder the Southern newspaper of the day editorialized about Northern hypocrisy. Lincoln and his cronies had grand plans for the money they would get from their monstrously high tariffs. They did not believe the South was likely to go to war over this issue. They were dead wrong. Some Northern apologists tried to dismiss the moral tariff as a cause for the war by pointing out that it had not passed the Senate before the South seceded. Author James Spence, however, addressed this issue in 1862 when he wrote, "The Cotton States had indeed seceded previously, but why? Because as we have seen, political power had passed into the hands of the North, and they anticipated from the change an utter disregard of their interest, and of course of policy opposed to the spirit of the Constitution and to their rights under it. Was it possible to offer the world more prompt or convincing proof than this tariff affords that their apprehensions were well founded?" Some historians have questioned whether the South could have been a viable nation. However, the antebellum South was wealthier than many people today realize. Had it been an independent country, listen to this, the South did have all the wealth. So they could have been an independent country, it says. And if they had been in its own country in 1860, its economy would have been ranked the third largest on the European and American continents. Third largest. Dixie had 33% of the nation's railroad mileage and was ahead of every other country in the world, except, of course, the United States as a whole. It also had navigable rivers that did not freeze, several excellent ports, and a per capita income 10% higher than all the states west of Pennsylvania. Its wealth was not confined to the affluent planter class. It also had a large, highly industrious class of yeomen, farmers. Most of them did not own slaves. Only about 6 to 7% of the Confederate enlistees had slaves. Slaveholding yeomen farmers usually had only one or two. They labor in the cotton fields right beside their chattels. A lot of these people, again, it was just family working together. That's why they work side to side. They owned their family, or they were said to own their family. They listed them like that in the slave schedules. They was just indentured servants, a lot of these people. But it is true that many were ambitious to own more. After all, the first masters who lived in the big house were not born there. Most of them started out picking their own cotton. What? Big one right there, right? Most of these masters, how did they start out? They were picking their own cotton. What does that mean? They were slaves before, right? But I thought only black people, so-called black people, were slaves, huh? You see? Now that secession had come, most of the middle class in the deep South looked toward the future with optimism. Now they would be able to keep more of their hard-earned income under a government that understood them better and was less exploitive and corrupt than that of the United States as a whole. The Buchanan administration and Congress did not take any steps to coerce the South back into the Union for two reasons. First, they knew they had no constitutional right to do so. Second, the people of the North did not want them to return by a margin of about 2-1. At first, the Northern newspapers were also ready to let our errant brothers depart in peace. Horace Greeley, the editor of the New York Tribune, wrote, "The South has a right to secede from the Union as the colonies had to secede from Great Britain. We must separate from them peacefully." The Albany Atlas and Argus declared, and it went on to blame the Republicans for causing South Carolina's secession. The pro-Lincoln Indianapolis Daily Journal said that we are well rid of South Carolina and expressed gratitude to her for leaving. If all the South follows her, let it. The New York Journal of Commerce declared that it was time to stop assigning blame and to face facts. The Union is, in fact, already dissolved, it said, and it was time for Washington to adopt a policy of limiting secession, not to raise an arm, men to butcher their friends in the South. The Detroit Free Press wrote, "The people of these states, driven to desperation by the incessant warfare of abolitionism upon their most cherished rights, have withdrawn themselves from among us, and Washington should recognize the Confederacy or go to war." The pro-Douglas newspaper hoped for peace, but if there were a war, it said the blame would lie with the Republican Party. Even the Northwest Daily Tribune, a pro-Lincoln newspaper, said that if the South opted to form an independent nation, they would have a clear moral right to do so. Only gradually did it occur to some of them what this would mean economically. A Manchester, New Hampshire newspaper warned its readers, "The Southern Confederacy will not employ our ships or buy our goods. What is our shipping worth without it? Literally nothing. The transportation of cotton and its fabrics employs more ships than all other trade. It is very clear that the South gains by this process, and we lose. No, we must not let the South go." The pro-Lincoln New York Evening Post pointed out on March 12, 1861, that if the government should not collect revenues from the seceded states, the nation will become bankrupt. All right, so all that reading, basically a lot of people were saying that, hey man, you can't let the South secede, you can't let it be its own. No, that's our economy. We're gonna go bankrupt here in the North. It's all about the money, right? It was now clear that many of the northern politicians had seriously miscalculated the depths of southern feelings about the tariffs, northern hypocrisy, disrespect for the rule of law, hate-filled abolitionist propaganda, slavery, protecting terrorists, encouraging servile insurrection, corporate welfare, cultural arrogance, and a host of other matters that provoked secession. The Southerners had in fact exercised their constitutional right to leave the Union, had formed their own government, and were now building their own army to defend it if needed. But a successful Confederate States of America would also devastate the North economically. The new government in Montgomery, Alabama enacted a tariff, but set the maximum level at 10%. They felt that if 10% was good enough for God, it was good enough for them. Rather than pay the 47% duties for doing business in northern ports, the countries of the world would prefer to pay 10% in New Orleans, Mobile, Savannah, Charleston, etc., and reap a huge dividend in the process. Many in the North now realize that the South must be cajoled or forced back into the Union if the North was not to face dire economic consequences. But how was that to be done? Abraham Lincoln, ever the calculating politician, had an answer.
Now, there's a myth propagated by New England elites in the early 19th century that Southerners were lazy, ignorant, and generally poor when compared to industrious New England. Although English historian Michael O'Brien and a number of other scholars have soundly refuted the myth, it is still fixed in the popular imagination, especially in that of Southerners themselves, who sometimes readily identify with the redneck image. Talk about Stockholm Syndrome. Consider the following, though. Nobel laureate Robert Fogel co-authored with Stanley Ingerman a study of the economics of the Old South titled Time on the Cross, which I recommend. They showed that white Southern agriculture was actually more productive than Northern. White agriculture, more productive. And that plantation agriculture was more productive than either. The South in 1861 had the fourth largest economy in the world. The first commercially successful railway line in America was built in Charleston, South Carolina in 1830. It was called the Best Friend of Charleston. It ran 136 miles and was the largest railroad line in the world at that time. Pretty backward, right? As of 1861, the South had more miles of railroad than any country in the world except the North. The 1860 census shows that the South greatly outranked the northern states in per capita income. Now, this is almost difficult to believe, but you can look at the census yourself. The 12 highest annual per capita income states were all in the South, all of them, the 12 highest. The highest was Mississippi with an annual per capita income of $2,128 a year. South Carolina, $2,017. The highest northern state, the highest, was Connecticut with $771, a little more than 1/3 that of Mississippi. New York's share was $597, less than 1/3 that of Mississippi. In South Carolina, Mississippi and South Carolina. The poorest southern state was Arkansas at $881, which was higher than any northern state. Even if slaves are counted in the average of income earners, only 3 northern states make it to the top 12, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Oregon. So this was an amazing thing in itself.
So now we're going to get into this book again. This is a book we gone over in, I believe, part 2 and 3 of this series. We're going to go to chapter 3 in this video. Again, this book is called Slavery Was Not the Cause of the War Between the States. The Irrefutable Argument. It says here includes Lincoln and Fort Sumter, the famous treatise by Charles W. Ramsdale. This is by Gene Kaiser Jr. We go to part 1. All right, chapter 3 of part 1. The economic annihilation of the North, the true cause of the war. The North cut off from Southern cotton, rice, tobacco, and other products will lose 3/4 of her commerce and a very large proportion of her manufactures, and thus those great fountains of finance would sink very low. Would the North in such a condition as that declare war against the South? Henry L. Benning, November 19, 1860. The cause of the war itself is not complicated. The South seceded and the North immediately began a dramatic economic collapse. Northerners quickly discovered that their great wealth and employment depended on the South, on manufacturing for the South, on financing Southern agriculture, on shipping Southern commodities around the world. Cotton alone made up to 60% of U.S. exports in 1860. This was the era of the Pax Britannica, and Great Britain ruled world trade, not the North. The North's biggest customer by far was the South. Economic historians Philip S. Foner wrote extensively on business in the North in his excellent book, Business and Slavery, the New York Merchants, and the Irrepressible Conflict. He explains with crystal clarity why the North quickly decided that war was preferable to economic ruin. It was also exceedingly logical that when all the efforts to save the Union peacefully had failed, the merchants, regardless of political views, should have endorsed the recourse to an armed policy. They had conducted their long struggle to prevent the dissolution of the Union because they knew that their very existence as businessmen depended upon the outcome. All right, remember these merchants from the North. And who's these merchants? Remember, a lot of these are descendants of Sephardic and Moorish people. All right, these merchants. 2, again, it's not about color. When they finally became aware of the economic chaos secession was causing, when they saw the entire business system crumbling before their very eyes, they knew that there was no choice left. The Union must be preserved, and any other outcome meant economic suicide. Emphasis added. Remember, that was part of Lincoln's campaign. He said it in many speeches. He doesn't really care about slavery. It was about preserving the Union. Now you understand what that meant. Preserving meaning they're about to go bankrupt. They're about to not even be a union or a country or whatever they were considered. Right? That was the choice the North was facing. Preserve the Union or face economic disaster, which meant that the collapse of the entire North into anarchy. Northerners were not concerned about slavery when their economic house was a raging inferno. The most prominent economist of the antebellum era, Thomas Prentice Kettle, wrote a famous book entitled Southern Wealth and Northern Profits as Exhibited in Statistical Facts and Official Figures, showing the necessity of union to the future prosperity and welfare of the Republic. All right? Primary source, letting you know. He argued that the Southerners were producing the wealth of the United States with cotton and other commodities, but Northerners were taking all the profits. Kettle understood the extensive interaction between the two regions and the North's dependence on the South. These transactions influenced the earnings, more or less direct, or of every Northern man. A portion of every artisan's work is paid for by Southern means. Every carman draws pay, more or less, from the trade of that section, the South. The agents who sell manufactures, the merchants who sell imported goods, the ships that carry them, the builders of the ships, the lumbermen who furnish the material, and all those who supply means of support to them and their families. The brokers, the dealers in southern produce, the exchange dealers, the bankers, the insurance companies, and all those who are actively employed and receiving then distributing southern produce, with the long train of persons who furnish them with houses, clothing, supplies, education, religion, amusement, transportation, etc., are dependent upon this active interchange by which at least 1,000 millions of dollars come and go between the North and South in a year. There were two components of the North's enormous economic success. The first was simply the luck of having the agricultural region as successful as the South to do for. The South was vast, warm, fertile, and productive. Southerners were as ambitious as Northerners and wanted to make money too. They did so with agriculture. It had been this way since Jamestown, when colonists found they could make fortunes with tobacco. Then later, when the cotton gin made short staple cotton profitable. Per capita income in the South in the years before the war was roughly the same as in the North. So supplying the successful South with goods and services and shipping for the South gave Northerners jobs. The second was the utterly unfair taxation of the South for the direct benefit of the North. 3/4 of the federal treasury was supplied by the South, yet 3/4 of the federal tax revenue was spent in the North. It was mostly Southerners who had to pay the high tariffs that protected Northern businesses and industry. All right, you see that? It was a direct transfer out of the South and into the pockets of Northerners. In a frank editorial, What Shall Be Done for a Revenue, March 2nd, 1861, 1 month before the bombardment of Fort Sumter, the New York Evening Post writes that either the revenue from duties must be collected in the ports of the rebel states, or the ports must be closed to importations from abroad, is generally admitted. If neither of these things be done, our revenue laws are substantially repealed. The sources which supply our treasury will be dried up. We shall have no money to carry on the government. The nation will become bankrupt before the next crop of corn is ripe. There will be nothing to furnish means of substances to the army, nothing to keep our navy afloat, nothing to pay the salaries of the public officers. The present order of things must come to a dead stop. Emphasis added. Think about the American Revolution and the taxation without representation issue. Those taxes were minuscule compared to 1860, when millions of dollars per year were flowing straight out of the South and into the pockets of Northerners. Those Northerners had not earned a penny of it. It was through government manipulation that they had managed to get a monopoly status for most Northern industries and shipping, which killed competition and allowed Northerners to charge high rates. There was a protective tariff and bounties and subsidies to Northern businesses that were like tax credits and payments from the federal treasury, even though most of the money in the federal treasury, 3/4 of it, had come from the South. The report on the causes of the secession of Georgia stated it clearly. The material prosperity of the North was greatly dependent on the federal government, that of the South not at all. The great Southern writer William Gilmore Simms knew the North well and concluded the same. No doubt, in one sense, they cherished the Union, but only as the agency by which they prosper in uncounted prosperity. It is to them the very breath of life. It has made them rich and powerful, and keeps them so. No doubt they love the South, but it is as the wolves love the lamb, coveting and devouring it. So you see the comparison he made there, right? Southerners woke up one day and realized that they were being robbed blind, and from then on they would have no way to protect themselves. Henceforth in American history, the South would be outvoted by the North in any manner of confiscatory economic manipulation could and would continue. The North had 4 times the white voting population the Republican Party had rallied them. The governance of the entire country would now be by the North, for the North. George Washington had warned against sectional parties, but Wendell Phillips proudly stated that the Republican Party was the party of the North pledged against the South. Alexis de Tocqueville had predicted that if any one state gained enough power to control the government, it would make the rest of the country tributary to its power and would rule for its benefit. That's exactly what happened, except it wasn't one state, it was the northern states with their similar commercial interests, all right? You see that? That's what happened. This section from the Address of People of South Carolina, assembled in convention to the people of the slaveholding states of the United States in December of 1860, explains precisely why the southern states were now in the exact same position toward the North that the colonies had been toward Great Britain, all right? It says, the Revolution of 1776 turned upon one great principle, self-government and self-taxation, the criterion of self-government, where the interests of two peoples united together under one government are different. Each must have the power to protect its interest by the organization of the government, or they cannot be free. The interests of Great Britain and of the colonies were different and antagonistic. Great Britain was desirous of carrying out the policy of all nations towards their colonies, of making them tributary to her wealth and power. The southern states now stand exactly in the same position towards the northern states that the colonies did towards Great Britain. The northern states, having the majority in Congress, claim the same power, omnipotence in legislation as the British Parliament. The general welfare is the only limit to the legislation of either, and the majority in Congress, as in the British Parliament, are the sole judges of the expediency of the legislation this general welfare requires. Thus, the government of the United States has become a consolidated government, and the people of the southern states are compelled to meet the very despotism their fathers threw off in the Revolution of 1776. For the last 40 years, the taxes laid by the Congress of the United States have been laid with a view of subserving the interests of the North. The people of the South have been taxed by duties on imports, not for revenue, but for an object inconsistent with revenue, to promote by prohibitions northern interests in the productions of their mines and manufacturers. The people of the southern states are not only taxed for the benefit of the northern states, but after the taxes are collected, 3/4 of them are expended at the North. This cause, with others connected with the operation of the general government, has made the cities of the South provincial. Their growth is paralyzed. They are mere suburbs of the northern cities. The agricultural production of the South are the basis of the foreign commerce of the United States, yet southern cities do not carry it on. No man can, for a moment, believe that our ancestors intended to establish over their posterity exactly the same sort of government they had overthrown. All right, so that was a big way to describe it. You see how they're letting you know that the North basically was doing the same thing, you know, Great Britain was doing to the American colonists, right, in the American Revolutionary War. Same thing. All this had started right after the Revolution, when Northerners begged for federal protection for their industries, to get them going so they could compete with Great Britain. Southerners had gone along without of the good feelings from winning the Revolution and patriotism. But like Ronald Reagan said, the closest thing to eternal life is a government program, and none of the measures protecting Northern industry ever ended. The North became dependent on them, like a drug addict, and it clamored for more and more. It was nothing but Northern greed for other people's money, and it's not slavery, all right? It was about money. The greed for other people's money and not slavery was the seed that grew into the war, all right? Not slavery. Texas Representative John H. Reagan told Northern representatives in early 1861, "You are not content with the vast millions of tribute we pay you annually under the operation of our revenue law, our navigation laws, your fishing bounties, and by making your people our manufacturers, our merchants, our shippers. You are not satisfied with the vast tribute we pay you to build up your great cities, your railroads, your canals. You are not satisfied with the millions of tribute we have been paying you on account of the balance of exchange which you hold against us. You are not satisfied that we of the South are almost reduced to the condition of overseers for Northern capitalists. The most quoted phrase from the secession debate in the South in the months leading up to the secession comes from the Declaration of Independence. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Any government that forces a region to pay 3/4 of the country's taxes, then turns around and spends 3/4 of the tax money in a different region for the benefit of those who demanded the taxes but pay little themselves, is a thief and a far worse tyranny than Great Britain in 1776. They were worse than Great Britain, all right? The northern states, they were way worse. The federal government in 1860 did not have the consent of the government in the South or any just powers. It had become the enemy of 9 million Southerners, just as Great Britain had become the enemy of 3 million colonists in 1776. There is not one iota of difference in 1776 and 1861. That's why Northern biased and politically correct historians are so determined, right? Politically correct. It gotta fit the slave narrative, right? Politically correct. Are so determined, these gatekeepers, to keep the focus on slavery as the cause of the war, with the implication that Northerners are the good guys and Southerners the bad. All right? Just like little kids, we got fooled. That's the good guys, that's the bad guys, okay? Even though slavery, as the cause of the American war between the states, is one of the biggest frauds. All right, it's one of the biggest frauds in world history. It's all a lie. It's a big fraud, as noted by Charles Dickens, who was a contemporary. Northerners don't want to be the British in the Second American Revolution, but they were. They were far worse. Georgia Senator Robert Toombs created an apt metaphor, a suction pump, to describe the Northern confiscation of Southern money, which was made up of bounties and protection of every interest and every pursuit in the North, to the extent of at least 50 millions per annum, besides the expenditure of at least 60 millions out of every 70 of the public expenditure among them, thus making the treasury a perpetual fertilizing stream to them and their industry, a suction pump to drain away our substance and parch up our lands. Henry L. Benning, nicknamed Rock, and for whom the sprawling U.S. Army base Fort Benning near Columbus, Georgia is named, calculated the exact amount flowing through Toombs' suction pump. 85 millions is the amount of the drains from the South to the North in 1 year. Drains in return for which the South receives nothing. Benning argues that this $85 million, a gargantuan sum in 1861, that's a lot of money back in 1861, was not legitimately earned profit, but the extra above normal profit that Southerners had to pay because prices were higher than they should have been. Monopolies protected Northern businesses and shipping exempted them from market competition. Therefore, they had no incentive to keep costs down. They could charge what they wanted, and of course it was going to be as much as they could get. When a customer needs a product but the government says you can only buy from one supplier, you have to pay that supplier price, even though 100 suppliers might make the exact same product and charge half the price. Say it's 1860 and you need a widget on your farm that costs $50 from several different European companies. You would have your choice, but then the federal government steps in and says you can only buy from Monopoly Company of the North, and their price is $175. The $125 difference is what Bennett is talking about. That's a lot of money they would add, see? Those taxes they were adding. It is unearned money sucked out of the South and deposited into the pockets of Northerners simply because the Northern owners of Monopoly Company of the North lobbied the federal government to grant them monopoly status. The same thing happened with monopoly shipping rates. The tariff worked similarly too. It allowed Northern businesses to ignore market competition and charge right up the level of the tariff. The higher a tariff they could get through political manipulation, the more money that went into their pockets. Preserving the Union, the North's money machine, its suction pump, its cash cow, was critical, not just desirable, as the Northern businessmen concluded. The Union must be preserved. Any other outcome meant economic suicide, which meant bankruptcy, anarchy, and societal collapse. Lincoln and the Northern Congress understood this completely and agreed wholeheartedly, which is why they say over and over and over, the war between the states is about preserving the Union, not ending slavery. Slavery obviously is not why the North went to war in the weeks before the bombardment of Fort Sumter. Northerners either bent over backwards to protect slavery or were virtually silent on the slavery issue, but they were screaming at the threshold of pain about the impending economic catastrophe. The prescient Bennett asked a question which predicted the violent future with 100% accuracy. The North cut off from Southern cotton, rice, tobacco, and other Southern products would lose 3/4 of her commerce and a very large proportion of her manufacturers, and thus those great fountains of finance would sink very low. Would not the North in such a condition as that declare war against the South? All right, so that was deep. He predicted what they were going to do. He knew as soon as they cut up the pipeline, the money, right? They were going to like, oh, we're going to war. Oh, they playing with the money. Oh, you know what's going to happen. These are the issues that caused the war between the states. It had nothing whatsoever to do with slavery. All right, people, it had nothing to do with slavery. It's not me saying this. These are not my opinions. This is just history, especially not with any kindness on the part of the North toward black people or desire by the North to end slavery. Now remember, dodge the hijack with crayon colors. Remember who's the president. Abraham Lincoln is a so-called black man, right? So it's not about freeing so-called black people or ending slavery. We already got all the sources. We got the truth. Let's not go backwards. Remember the past presentations. Let's put it into reference here. Lincoln is a so-called black man. So it's not about crayon colors. It was all about money, power, and the ascendance of one region's economic interests over another's. Charles Dickens, author of A Christmas Carol, David Copperfield, and so many other wonderful books, who is thought of as a literary colossus and the greatest novelist of the Victorian period, also published a periodical all the year round. He was up on current events and horrified by the American War. He correctly identified it as a tariff war over economic issues, and slavery has in reality nothing on earth to do with it. All right, Charles Dickens said that. Dickens said the federal government compelled the South to pay a heavy fine into the pockets of Northern manufacturers, so that every feeling and interest on the one side, South, calls for political partition, and every pocket interest on the other side, North, for union. Dickens said the North, having gradually got to itself the making of the laws and the settlement of the tariffs, taxed the South most abominably for its own advantage. He noted the hypocrisy of the North and its bad treatment of black people and the South's right to succeed, all right, or their own slaves, not just so-called black people. They had white servants too. And he says here, every reasonable creature may know it willing that the North hates the Negro, and that until it was convenient to make a pretense that sympathy with him was the cause of the war, it hated the abolitionists and derided them up hill and down dale. For the rest, there is not a pin to choose between the two parties. They will both rant and lie and fight. until they come to a compromise, and the slave may be thrown into that compromise or thrown out of it, just as it happens. As to secession being rebellion, it is distinctively provable by state papers that Washington considered it no such thing. All right, the Massachusetts, now loudest against it, has itself asserted its right to succeed again and again, and that years ago, when two Carolinas began to train their militia expressly for secession, commissioners were sent to treat with them and to represent the disastrous policy of such a secession, who never dreamed of hinting that it would be rebellion. Dickens was adamant that the quarrel between North and South is, as it stands, solely a fiscal quarrel, because Union means so many millions a year lost to the South. Secession means the loss of the same millions to the North. The love of money is the root of this, as of many, many other evils. Of course, it is the Northern love of other people's money that is the root of all evil Dickens is talking about. Southerners were simply trying to keep their money from being confiscated by the government and given to the Northerners, just as the colonists were trying to keep their money from being confiscated by King George III and distributed throughout the British Empire. Every man and woman can understand that. Nobody wants their hard-earned money confiscated by the government and given to somebody else. Dickens' famous biographer Peter Ackroyd used Scrooge's favorite word to describe the Northern lie later in the war, that slavery was suddenly their reason for fighting, even though the Emancipation Proclamation freed no slaves or few, deliberately left close to 500,000 in slavery in the 5 Union slave states, and left hundreds of thousands in slavery and captured. Now remember what he's talking about. We got this in the previous parts of this series. The Union only freed the ones in the South. They didn't free the slaves they had in the Union. They had thousands of slaves too, and they didn't free them. They didn't free the ones in the Union. So it wasn't about freeing slaves, okay? It says here, Confederate territory. Ackroyd writes, the Northern onslaught upon slavery was no more than a piece of specious humbug designed to conceal his desire for economic control of the Southern states. All right, so that was chapter 3. We're going to get into this chapter next time. All right, so again, more correlation of what a more real reason of why they would go into a so-called civil war and why the South was really succeeding. They were kind of forced to, right? But again, it's all about the money. It's all about that money bag. Shout out to Bag for what's mine.
Hey, guys. What's up? Hey, that was a long marathon, huh? That's the end of today's marathon. And as you guys saw, we never even finished all these books. I was supposed to get into chapter 4 and I never did. And that's why I wanted to do a refresh so we can eventually get back into the books and stuff. But I think you guys pretty much get it, after all this information we went over today. I hope you guys enjoyed the refresh. I just want to say, if I have anybody who's new to my channel, just know that history is a lie, guys. Like, if people really knew history, they, we would, like, the world wouldn't be like how it is today. And because we're so ignorant to the real history, things tend to repeat, and that's why we keep repeating the bad things, because we're not learning from history, because we haven't been taught the correct history, like, we try to break it down a little bit today. You guys got to get the whole concept of race, what they've ingrained to us out of our heads, that all Europeans were white, that all black folks are from Africa, and that all Indians look a certain way, all Europeans look a certain way, all Mexicans look a certain way, anything like that, guys. Like, you got to just all these stereotypes and prejudices ingrained into us. We got to break out of that. We got to all heal, and you got to really know thyself truly. And, it may not be on topic with this whole Civil War thing, but if you knew that, you would know the Civil War wouldn't make sense when they tell us in school, oh yeah, a white Lincoln, because Lincoln was a Negro, man. Chestine 8951, in case you don't know, we've proven it with so many sources. I got a book coming out on that. Abraham Lincoln, true ethnicity, as we shall say. So we would know that, you know, it wouldn't make sense that it was about freeing blacks because Abraham Lincoln was black himself. And when you know that the Southern plantation owners were in general black folks, the Confederate Army, Confederate people were in general black folks, you know, then you know, what they tell us in school would have never made sense to us. But because we didn't know the truth, they can say whatever to us as children growing up, and we are indoctrinated with these lies. And our parents didn't know any better, and their parents didn't know any better. Well, maybe their parents probably knew, or great grandparents knew because they were alive. But eventually, you know, they started brainwashing us, you know, and whitewashing history and all that. Okay, so saw some info. I got the whole drop on Lincoln, you know. So, but I hope you guys enjoyed today's little marathon. You know, thanks for sticking around all the way to the end. If you did, you know, if you watched it in parts, it's okay too. I got this as a podcast too, all 4 parts separately, so you can watch them in different parts. But hopefully you guys got some info that you didn't get the first time, or if it was your first time watching, you know, it just, you know, refreshed and reminded you of what we have gone over before. Okay, so thank you for anybody who donated today. Appreciate you guys for doing that, helping me reach my goal. Just gotta do a couple repairs on the house, and just want to see if we can get I can get some help. So thank you for that, guys. Really appreciate it. May the Most High bless you for that. And you know, thank you to everybody who came through, everybody that participated in the live chat as well. Much love, much thanks. I appreciate you guys always. I'm gonna go ahead and end it right there. Go ahead and rest. We're all gonna go rest. Well, at least me. And yeah, and get better. I told you I had a little cold. That's why I hadn't done a video in a couple of days. So I'm starting to feel a little better. But anyways, appreciate you guys. Again, thanks for coming through. All right. Please catch up to the videos. Please. It's not even that hard. Trust me. Like, even you can watch my videos while you're working, while you're cleaning the house, while you're doing things, because you could just hear because I'm reading, you know. It's not like you don't always have to be looking at the screen always. So, you know, just an advice in case you guys find it hard to catch up, you know. But hey, I get it. It's all about priorities, and we all got priorities, right? Hey, so it's up to you. Thank you, Candace. Thank you, anybody who came through. Thank you for. I appreciate all of y'all guys and gals. Thank you. And the Most High bless y'all. Give you prosperity, protect you in this crazy world. What's going on right now? You know, you gotta have a lot of context. You know, with that whole immigration thing and all that. You know, like I think Trump forgot his parents were immigrants, his grandparents were immigrants. I think most people forget most of their people were immigrants too, foreigners. And so the whole thing about what's going on today makes no sense. It's like very hypocritical. You know, like the Indians didn't have a say. The Indians could have said, I ain't giving you birthright. No, I don't want you guys here. I'm gonna deport all you guys here. And what would your ancestors would have done? The parts that came from Europe. Think about that. I'll probably do a little thing on Trump genealogy just to emphasize that, since this is going on right now, just to show how so-called American he is, right? And so it's hypocrisy, you know, it's hypocrisy. But anyways, and the other thing is, it seems like they're only going after, even though they're going after many different people, they're like racially profiling now people that look, you know, literally Hispanic, or what they think Hispanic looks like. Because there's a lot of white looking Hispanics they ain't messing with. There's a lot of European foreigners that probably here illegally they ain't messing with that much. There's a lot of probably black so-called foreigners that they're not messing with, you know. So it's kind of weird, you know, and we keep falling for it. We keep allowing it. People getting snatched off the street, things like that, and we don't do anything. Oh, that ain't me. I don't care. That's not my people, man. Like, I don't care if they get sent out. I've been here. I've people from here, you know. And that may not always be so true. Somewhere in your lineage, there is somebody who came from another place. Just remember that. Okay? Just remember that and have some compassion. Just be grateful that you're not from a country that you had to leave, even though you love your country and it's so beautiful and you were happy there, but you had to leave just to make better or ends meet for your family, have a better life. Just be grateful you guys didn't have to do that like a lot of people from other countries. My parents, they brought me up to Boston when I was 5 years old in Costa Rica, and we were very poor, very, very poor. My dad washed dishes the whole time he was there. My mom cleaned houses. She made a good living off it eventually. She had good clients and she did her own little business, but that's what she did, cleaning toilets and all that, cleaning people's house, rich people's house, right? And my dad dishwashing, and they worked hard for 20, 30 years, 20 years that we were there, and I grew up there and now we're back here, but always have consideration and put yourself in people's shoes. Don't always just judge like that, guys. And just remember, I know you're like, oh, they're coming and taking our jobs, our, we, us. That's all by design, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. Again, be grateful you didn't have to leave your country to go to another place to work and be discriminated on just because you're coming from another place or look a certain way or whatever. Okay, people go through shit. This is real life, and people struggle, and they wouldn't be trying to come nowhere illegally just to have a better life or whatever if they didn't have to. Okay, these countries were put into ruin by design, created into so-called third world countries, right? Created. They weren't always like that. That was modern government dictatorships and corrupt people and U.S. corporations going over there, military people. They're putting these pawns in place as leaders, corrupt people that just messed up our countries. And unfortunately, we had to leave and try to look for a better life. And, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, because I was from the hood in Costa Rica. Who knows where I would have ended up, how I would have ended up. All my cousins were kind of like, doing kind of crazy things. I probably would have been influenced. And, hey, Most High had a plan for me, But anyways, that's just my personal stories. There's millions of stories like that. Not everybody's coming to try to get you your job or take your thing or live off you or whatever you guys think, Like, you gotta have compassion, you gotta be humane, Imagine you getting snatched from your family because you're going to work and then all of a sudden you can't see your family, So, hey, you guys went through a lot as people of color in the United States. Don't forget that. Don't forget that, Speak up. Speak up. Like, when I was just growing up, seeing all those atrocities, all those videos they used to show us at school of how it was in the civil rights era and before that and so-called slavery times, I felt bad. I felt compassion. I feel bad. I hope you can do the same, have some compassion and just like, don't allow injustice. Like, because when you allow injustice, eventually it's going to happen to you. You see, oh, that doesn't affect me. I'm good. I'm a citizen, all that, but well, if they can just go and snatch people off the streets and do all this stuff, they don't, they're already planning. They're already planning bigger things, man. You guys already know how they just, treat black folks, Cosby shooting black folks. And so, we keep just like, we protest, but a lot of these are funded protests. It's like they create the problem, then they create the reaction, then the solution. Remember that. Remember that. Like, this is all a movie they play for us. It's a movie we're in. We're like characters in this movie. All right. Hopefully I reached out to somebody's heart when this last ending segment here. But again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for the love, for everything, for having an open mind. And if anything I say bothers you, it's not personal. Don't take it personal. All right. It's just things to think about. Land ownership is the Khazarian mafia. Yeah, exactly. Like we didn't own land as our Indian ancestors we didn't own land. We used the land. We gave thanks for the land, and and we took care of the land, you know. But anyways, you know, there's so much I want to say, but like the Civil War thing, it's kind of like helps you think about, you know, if they lied about all this, and you know what else they lied about, you know, so many things, you know, one lie on top of another lie on top of another lie, because once you lie, you gotta now hide that lie with another lie, then you gotta hide that lie with another 3 lies, and then it gets so many layers of it. Okay, but anyways, we out. All right, thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate you. Hold on, let me get this. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Wow.